You're listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, visit nakedbiblepodcast.com and click on the support link in the upper right-hand corner. If you're new to the podcast and Dr. Heiser's approach to the Bible, click on New Start Here at nakedbiblepodcast.com.
Welcome to the Naked Bible Podcast, episode 63, introducing Leviticus. I'm your layman, Trey Strickland, and he's the scholar, Dr. Mike Heiser. How are you doing, Mike?
Very good. Good to be back with you, Trey.
Yeah, it's good. Well, this is it, Leviticus.
Oh, yeah. The moment everyone's been waiting for.
Everybody's lining up. No, I mean,
yeah.
The third book of Moses. I mean,
yeah.
Let's do this.
Why wouldn't everybody be lining up for Leviticus? That's true. Well, what I want to do today is sort of give people, again, a basic introduction. So we're calling this Introducing Leviticus, and I want to hit two things. That is the flow of the book, flow of the contents, and then some of the important concepts that we're going to run into, with considerable recurrence. And I think even this will be interesting. I think there will be some surprising elements in here, but I want to sort of prep people for what they're going to encounter in Leviticus, because I can't really even assume people have read it. And if they have, maybe read through it at least once, there are some orienting concepts that are going to become really important. Like I said, that'll come up over and over and over again. That might sound different than what you may have heard in church. Perish the thought that someone would actually have gone to a church service and heard a sermon on Leviticus. Again, I can't really assume that, but if it's happened, chances are, what was said is not really, pardon the pun, kosher with the way, again, an Israelite would have parsed the contents of Leviticus. So that, just like Naked Bible on the blog, that's our purpose here. What did this book mean in the context of the ancient Near East, the context of the ancient world, the context that produced the thing, as opposed to how we would read it today? Because chances are, if you've heard anything about Leviticus, you've heard something like, "Oh, it's all about Jesus," or this is the book designed to direct us to Jesus. That's not the case. An Israelite reading through the book of Leviticus would not have been thinking Messiah every time they turned a page. They would have thought something about Messiah perhaps in places, but by and large, this is not what they're thinking. So right away, we have a bit of a disconnect. But let's just jump in here with the flow of the contents. The first 7 chapters, the book's only 27 chapters. The first 7 chapters, Leviticus goes through the types of sacrifices. So in the first 3 chapters, we're going to hit the burnt offering, the grain offering, and the peace offering. Now, the burnt offering and the grain offering are 2 types of sacrifices that are actually classified as most sacred. And what that means is not these are, you didn't do this and become more holy than if you did something else. That thinking really pertains to the fact that only priests could partake of the sacrifice, and they were only performed in sacred areas of the sanctuary. So right away, here's a bit of a disconnect, that sacrifices need to be understood in light of who does them and where they're done. Those are 2 aspects that, again, are often neglected. And also, we'll eventually see as we go through the book where the blood is applied and where it isn't applied. So all these sorts of things are going to be important for parsing why are they doing what they're doing and what are they thinking when they're doing it. Now, the third sacrifice in chapters 1 to 3 is the peace offering. The peace offering was essentially a sacred meal. There were certain parts of the sacrifice burned on the altar. Others were boiled in pots, and then a portion among the priests and the donors. So the peace offering is quote-unquote less sacred because the common people, the people who were not priests, could partake of some of the sacrifice. So again, it's just part of the logic of the system. And all these things will hit as we go. So if you're out there listening, don't feel like you got to take notes. This is never going to come up again. That isn't the case. I just want to give you a bit of an overview. Now, these 3 sacrifices, burnt, grain, and peace offering, were performed separately. You could just do one on its own, or in combinations with various celebrations and occasions for worship, either publicly or privately. So they're really about, worship. And again, the question is who's doing it, where are they doing it, who partakes of it, that sort of thing. The next 2 chapters, here's where you get the sin offering and what we call the guilt offering. By the way, as we go through, I'm going to start using other terminology when we actually hit chapters for some of the sacrifices, because terms like sin offering and guilt offering are kind of misleading. They how can I say this? They sort of predispose us to think about the sacrifice in a way that an Israelite would not have thought about it. Let me just give you an example. Both the sin offering and the guilt offering were necessitated by unintentional offenses against God, committed by individuals or their families, by the community or its leaders, whatever. And they are not about sort of moral absolution. A lot of the big sins, at least anyway, that we think of, murder, adultery, and whatnot, they could not be atoned for by any sacrifice. The blood of no sacrifice in the Old Testament is ever applied to the sinner. And that again, that's a conceptual disconnect that is often startling if you hear that, you think, well, how can that be like a symbol of what Jesus did? Because the blood of Jesus is applied to us and we're forgiven. Well, there are connections, don't get me wrong, but that is not one of them. You don't have blood applied to the one who brings the offering. On the rare occasion when blood is applied to a person, it's typically the priest, okay? And most often it's some part of the sanctuary, because a lot of the sacrifices are really about purging the sanctuary or purging the holy place or purging the priest or whatever, so that there's no ritual pollution, not moral pollution, but ritual pollution brought into sacred space, the place where God's presence is. It really has nothing to do with sort of an offering for sin like we think of Jesus. And again, it's just a fundamental disconnect and something that we're going to have to deal with on a case-by-case basis as we go through Leviticus. But they have their own logic. The system has its own logic. And I think terms like sin and guilt offering, if that's what we're going to call them, and I'm going to suggest that the Hebrew terms actually mean something different, but that's the way they get translated. But if this is the way we think about them, then we're never really going to get close to what the system actually did or what the system was actually thought to do. We're going to be parsing this material through the event on the cross or through something else in the New Testament. And again, I'm not saying there aren't connection points. There are, and we'll hit those. What I am saying is that the New Testament cannot be a filter for this, just like it shouldn't be a filter for anything else in the Old Testament. We need to take it on its own terms if we're going to understand it. Now, chapter 6 and 7 are regulations about the distribution of various sacrifices to priests and donors. So that sort of builds on the first 5 chapters. The first 5 chapters discuss these 5 kinds of sacrifices, and then 6 and 7 you get more rules. You get a little bit of regulation about how the sacrifices support the priesthood, in terms of sort of a remuneration for their service and whatnot. Chapters 8 through 10, you have actually a ceremonial event described in those chapters. It's the ceremonial founding of the ritual system. So, God tells Moses what to do, and then sort of, okay, now we need to get it started. We need to kickstart the system. And that's what happens in chapters 8 to 10. And that's going to end with the Nadab and Abihu, the way we anglicize it, that incident where the sons of Aaron are killed because they offer strange fire. But that's connected to, again, sort of the ceremonial effort to get the system up and running, that sort of thing. Now, the basic function of the priesthood, we find out in the first 10 chapters, is really to officiate over the system as it's outlined, and also to sort of be on the alert with respect to the matter of purity. And we're going to talk about purity and impurity a little later on after we work through the outline. So we're up to chapter 10, chapters 11 through 16. These are the chapters that people often think of when they think of Leviticus: clean versus unclean animals, different types of human impurity. The Day of Atonement is chapter 16. So these chapters 11 through 16 really sort of overview purity rules. And again, purity is something we're going to talk about in a moment. Often does not have anything to do with sin. Okay, sometimes it does, but often what we're talking about is ritual purity, fitness to occupy sacred space, as opposed to the commission of a certain sin and then what to do about it. Because oftentimes in the Old Testament law, the solution for what to do about a certain sin is the death penalty. You don't need a sacrifice. We already know what the penalty is for that. You get rid of the person. So again, there's just a fundamental disconnect with what we think of as solutions for sin and what you're going to see in the book of Leviticus. Chapters 17 through 27, then the rest of the book, these last 10, 11 chapters here, are what scholars call the Holiness Code. Now, the Holiness Code really constitutes a statement, an amplification in some senses of the law. It is, in effect, the priestly articulation, or there's sort of the, how can I say this, the priestly involvement, priestly pronouncement of God's will, defines what the God of Israel requires for the people of Israel, and how the priests are supposed to oversee that in terms of how God is to be worshipped. So you get chapter 17, you have a discussion on what proper worship is, where you're supposed to present your sacrifices, what's a legitimate sacrifice, that sort of thing, what to do with the blood. So it's a procedural kind of chapter. You get in chapters 18 through 20, you get community laws, which these are the chapters where there's a discussion of sexual prohibitions, which are not, it's only one emphasis in these chapters. It's not the whole emphasis of the chapters, but other laws that concern community behavior, religious and social behavior. Again, I already mentioned, sexual behavior. And again, these laws have to do with both the status of the person being able to occupy sacred space, and in these chapters you also get into the issue of moral uncleanness, principles of morality. So principles of ritual fitness are distinct from principles of morality. We tend, again, to link both of those things, but Israelite law did not, and the practice of Israelite law did not as well. And as we go through the book of Leviticus, we're going to be, again, parsing a lot of this out. Chapters 21 to 22 concerns the sanctity of the priesthood. What would disqualify a priest? What are the criteria for suitability to be a priest, that sort of thing. Chapter 23 is the sacred calendar. So that's where we see spelled out what the religious calendar of Israel is, what you do at certain times, what the celebrations are, how they're to be conducted, those sorts of things. Chapter 24, you get more sanctuary procedure, and you get comments about blasphemy. Again, it helps us understand the concept of blasphemy, but specifically in this chapter, you get discussion of the eternal light and the bread that is to be displayed inside the sanctuary. And then we get an incident related where, again, the sacred space was blasphemed and what the punishment was. So we're still dealing, again, largely with procedures for taking care of the sanctuary, taking care of sacred space, and when sacred space is violated, what happens? That's chapter 24. Chapter 25 is sort of an economic chapter. It deals with how the nation should treat its members in terms of economic viability. There's a whole system in Leviticus set up so that widespread poverty should not be present in the land. Again, this is something that the priests are supposed to oversee. You get the law of Jubilee in here, that sort of thing. Laws about who owns the land, tenants, laws of slaves, that sort of thing. So this is where you get sort of a socio-economic subsystem within, again, what we would broadly call a Levitical system. So that Leviticus spends a whole chapter on really the big conceptual ideas of who owns the land, really. The fact that we're all stewards and tenants on the land. It's not just somebody with wealth who has servants or whatnot. Ultimately, God is the owner of all the land. We have a responsibility to Him. He tells us, to free, the slave and to free the land at certain intervals. We have a collective responsibility for making sure that the land yields enough so that, again, we don't have this never-ending poverty situation for the poor, that sort of thing. And then finally, your last two chapters, 26 and 27, really consist of blessings and cursings, and again, how the priesthood is supposed to administer all this. So, it ends with, hey, if you follow all this, things are going to be great. If you don't, things are going to be awful, and the land is going to, spit you out. You're going to go into exile, and, things are just going to be terrible. And, we can look back and read that and know what happened with the exile and whatnot. And so some of that is sort of spelled out, foretold, envisioned, that kind of thing in these two chapters. What we're going to see as we shift now into concepts, important concepts for Leviticus, is that certain violations of Levitical procedure, and even more so, specific moral obligations, moral impurity, can actually pollute the entire community and pollute the entire land. And in some cases, there's actually no solution for it other than hit the reset button, which is apocalyptic. And it involves exile. Again, some of these things we know that are going to happen from later in the Old Testament, but they're actually sort of brought up and introduced in this book. So by way of concepts, let's start with sacred space. This is the idea that there is holy ground and there is unholy ground. And when I say unholy ground, I'm referring to ground that is not set aside for the occupation of Yahweh's presence. It's mundane, it's profane in the sense that it's normal. Sacred space is special. It is designed and really has to be prepared, and once prepared is only for the presence of Yahweh and those who he permits to have or share that access, and even those people have to be ritually prepared to enter that space. So there's a very clear concept in Leviticus of sacred space, holy versus unholy, holy versus profane, or normal or mundane ground. Now, I'm going to read you a fairly lengthy segment from Jacob Milgrom, who's a Jewish scholar and scholar of Judaic studies and also Jewish ritual. I'm going to read you a lengthy portion of his commentary about Leviticus, and I'm going to disagree with it at a number of points, and I'll tell you where and why. But his description, I think, is really well put and applies very well to protecting holy ground from violations. Again, just some of the logic to it. So here's Milgrom from his Continental Commentary on Leviticus. This is pages 8 and 9, or at least it'll cover pages 8 and 9. I'll break this up into a few segments, but quote for Milgrom, the basic premises of pagan religion are, number one, that its deities are themselves dependent on and influenced by a meta-divine realm. And number two, that this realm spawns a multitude of malevolent and benevolent entities. And third, that if humans can tap into this realm, they can acquire the magical power to coerce the gods to do their will. The eminent Assyriologist W.G. Lambert has stated, quote, the impression is gained that everyday religion in Mesopotamia was dominated by fear of evil powers and black magic rather than a positive worship of the gods. The world was conceived to be full of evil demons who might cause trouble in any sphere of life. If they had attacked, the right ritual could effect a cure. Humans, as well as devils or demons, might work evil against a person by the black arts, and here too the appropriate ritual was required. Unquote from Lambert. Continuing with Milgrom, Milgrom writes, the priestly theology of Leviticus negates these premises. It posits the existence of one supreme God who contends neither with a higher realm nor with competing peers. I'm going to disagree with Milgrom there in a moment. The world of demons is abolished. There is no struggle with autonomous foes because there are none. With the demise of the demons, only one creature remains with demonic power, and that is the human being. Endowed with free will, human power is greater than any attributed to humans by pagan society. Not only can one defy God, not only can a human defy God, but in priestly imagery, one can drive God out of his sanctuary through violation. In this respect, humans have replaced demons, unquote. Now, I'm going to disagree with that because it's flawed reasoning. Milgrom ignores the book of Deuteronomy. I can't put it any other way. Scholars who, of course, would have done a lot of work in Deuteronomy would look at that statement by Milgrom and go, well, that's crazy talk because of Deuteronomy 32 and lots of other stuff in Deuteronomy. While it's true that Levitical theology doesn't have people tapping into the divine realm by means of lesser divinities, in other words, the humans don't use lesser divine beings to tap into this realm to create spells to go get somebody like a Mesopotamian would think. Well, that's true. Regardless, even though that's the case, and we have to reject the idea that God can be coerced, they are not a statement. These ideas do not overturn the notion about territory that is not Yahweh's allotment by his own decision. That's the Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9 worldview. In other words, Levitical theology concerns what is supposed to go on or not within Yahweh's domain. It doesn't have anything to say, and this is where I think Milgrom misses the boat, it doesn't have anything to say on other domains. The other nations that are put under the authority of the sons of God, Leviticus has nothing to say about that. So Milgrom is sort of myopic here. He's focused only on the Levitical ritual system as it pertains to Israel. Well, yeah, in Israel, in Yahweh's sacred space, you don't have these intermediate demons and all this other stuff. That talk is reserved for the nations outside Israel, and that's what Milgrom is missing in those two paragraphs that I read. The rationale, which is quite oppositional to Mesopotamian thinking, which is truly polytheistic, is still sort of telling. Israelite thinking about sacred space is not a mere adoption of somebody else's concept. Rather, Leviticus is concerned with what goes on here in Yahweh's territory, Yahweh's inheritance. We don't really care in Leviticus about what goes on elsewhere in the realm of other gods, the allotment of the other gods. That alone is sort of a theological statement in and of itself, because Levitical thinking about sacred space doesn't imitate Mesopotamia. The priesthood doesn't relate to the God of Israel through intermediate demonic figures. They don't have to practice black magic and stuff like this. They don't need to coerce lesser divine beings, these demonic figures, to go get something done that the God of Israel won't do for them. You don't have this intermediate world inside Israel. So Milgram is correct in that sense, but I think he's far too categorical in his language, because the Israelite worldview certainly, because of the book of Deuteronomy, includes the notion that there are other divine powers outside Israel that offer some serious problems and can seriously violate Yahweh's own sacred space, and that frankly are in opposition to him. I'm going to pick up with Milgram again, another excerpt from his commentary. Milgram writes, "The pagans secured the perpetual aid of a benevolent deity by building him or her a temple residence in which the deity was housed and fed and worshipped in exchange for protective care. Above all, the temple had to be inoculated by apotropaic rites, that is, utilizing magic drawn from the divine realm, against incursions by malevolent forces from the supernal and infernal worlds. The priestly theologians, in other words, the people who produce Leviticus, in his view, make use of the same imagery, except that the demons are replaced by humans." Again, I would say to Milgram, this is me breaking in here now, I would say to Milgram, that's because Leviticus is only concerned with what goes on in Yahweh's domain, not other domains. But anyway, Milgram writes, "Humans can drive God out of the sanctuary by polluting it with their moral and ritual sins. All that the priest can do is periodically purge the sanctuary of its impurities and try to influence people to atone for their wrongdoing. Or again, in the case of some Mosaic law, this is me talking now, exert the death penalty, that sort of thing." So what the priesthood, I'm going to end the quote from Milgram there, what the priesthood in Leviticus is really about, again, I think he says this well, is that once the sanctuary is polluted, once sacred space is polluted, and it would be polluted by a violation of all sorts of things that are spelled out in Leviticus and in a few other places in the Torah. Once that happens, what do we do? So the emphasis in Leviticus, and largely all of the sacrifices, at least the ones that are quote-unquote sin and guilt offerings, unquote, the emphasis of those sacrifices is not to apply the blood to the individual person who committed the wrong and extend forgiveness to them on some moral basis. The blood is never applied to them. Rather, the blood is applied to the sanctuary to purge it of pollution. So the emphasis is not on the bringer of the offering. The emphasis is on the sacred space, purifying it, making it fit for Yahweh's presence again after it has been violated. Again, it's just a fundamental idea that's going to come up again and again and again as we go through Leviticus that's going to sound quite different than what you may have heard about with respect to sacrifices elsewhere. Okay, back to Milgram. He says here, this thoroughgoing evisceration of the demonic, again, I would put it this way, a thoroughgoing neglect or apathy toward the demonic, because we're talking about Yahweh's domain, not other domains. But back to Milgram, this thoroughgoing evisceration of the demonic also transformed the concept of impurity. In Israel, impurity was harmless. It retained potency only with regard to the sanctuary or holy objects, the sanctums. Laypersons, but not priests, might contract impurity with impunity. They must not, however, delay their purificatory rites lest their impurity affect the sanctuary. That was the real concern. Again, infecting holy ground, you're going to see, is the fundamental concern with the system in Leviticus. The retention of, this is back to Milgram, the retention of impurity's dynamic power in regard to sanctums served a theological function. The sanctuary symbolized the presence of God. Impurity represented the wrongdoing of persons. If persons unremittingly polluted the sanctuary, they forced God out of his sanctuary, at least in theory, and out of their lives, unquote. Again, I like the way he puts certain things there. It's good data, but again, it's flawed thinking when it comes to the bigger picture. The Old Testament is quite clear that worship of other deities, idolatry, polluted the land, and in so doing, polluted Yahweh's territory. So again, for that to be valid, we have to acknowledge and recognize with books like Deuteronomy and, of course, lots of other places that there are other gods out there, and they are hostile. They are in opposition to Yahweh, and they must not be worshipped. If they are, by definition, this is both a moral and a potentially ritual violation of not only the sanctuary, but the entire land. And that's an important idea. In other words, Israelites wouldn't have concluded that there were such things as hostile gods, and so those gods couldn't really profane anything because, again, we have these other books. An Israelite would not be thinking that there aren't any other gods. He would be thinking in this territory, in Yahweh's domain, we don't have this intermediate world. It's just Yahweh here. That I think is a better articulation, incorporating books like Deuteronomy and other material alongside Leviticus than Milgram is doing. But I still like the way Milgram, puts some things. Now, one thing we need to say as well, again, just for emphasis here, these laws about sacred space inform us that violations of the sanctuary were mostly, again, not thought of in terms of moral sins, like committing an unvirtuous act. Now, for sure, if you did certain sins, it could lead to violation of sacred space, but holiness laws generally are concerned with becoming infected ritually and therefore putting the sanctuary in peril of being violated. We have to think in terms of the place and the space as opposed to the person, and that will help us in Leviticus. That's why a lot of these laws about purity are described in terms of contact with dead things, bodily functions, unclean animals, diseases. For some reason, and when we get to each of those, I'll discuss what the logic is behind these things. But when you were polluted yourself by these things, the danger was great that you could drift into sacred space or touch an object meant for use on sacred space and therefore violate the whole system. So it was the otherness of God, the thing that defined sacred space, that was the concern again. Sacrifice was about correcting violations of sacred space, sacred territory. It wasn't so much to cover a moral flaw or a moral sin. It was about making people fit to occupy sacred space. And again, this is only for unintentional violations. These sacrifices are for unintentional sins, as we'll see. When it came to intentional sins, there's a different matter there. Now you might be thinking, well, what about Leviticus 16? Didn't that atone for everybody's sins sort of all at the same time? There's actually quite a controversy over that. I'm actually of the opinion that Leviticus 16, the Day of Atonement, was not about atoning for individual moral failures, sins in that respect. But even that ritual was still about cleansing the sanctuary, because the only time that the blood is ever mentioned as being applied anywhere in Leviticus 16 is the sanctuary and the sacred objects. It's still not the people. But again, when we get to Leviticus 16, I'll present you with both views and you can make up your own mind. But I just want you to know that even Leviticus 16, which is supposed to be this catch-all forgiveness passage for Old Testament people, that's not the only way you can look at that if you look through the whole chapter. And again, that might be different than what you have heard. I hope you're already seeing that, boy, what was done at the cross is a whole lot better than this. And yeah, that's the point of the book of Hebrews, that the blood of bulls and goats could not do certain things, whereas the blood of Christ could. So there's an inherent superiority to what we're talking about with what happened on the cross as opposed to Leviticus. And I actually think that's blurred a little bit with the way evangelicals in particular talk about Leviticus, if they ever talk about it at all. Let's move on to another concept, holiness, or the clean versus unclean language. Now, fundamentally, I have to start out by saying this: holiness in Leviticus, holiness in the Old Testament system, is not about morality, though morality is included in the idea. In the Old Testament, you have land, you have objects, you have garments, etc., that are called holy. Now, a piece of land and an object and a garment can't engage in moral or immoral behavior. So holiness, the terminology itself, should not be linked primarily with moral or immoral behavior. There's something else going on here. The concept actually has to do with something being set apart for sacred space and the divine presence. That's really what holiness is about. I have another source here. J.E. Hartley did the entry on holy and holiness, clean and unclean in the Dictionary of the Old Testament Pentateuch volume. And I'm going to read you a little bit of that selection because, again, I think he puts things well and helps us to parse what the terms mean and don't mean. So to quote Hartley, beginning, 2 ideas commonly associated with holiness need to be qualified at the outset. First, holiness is often defined as separation because objects and persons consecrated for use at the sanctuary are removed or set apart from ordinary use. However, separation does not get at the essential meaning of holiness, neither in reference to God, the Holy One, nor in reference to the variety of items described as holy, because it fails to provide any content to the concept of being holy. Second, the ethical and the holy are often equated, so that the terms are used synonymously. In biblical faith, this is common because Yahweh, the holy God, is righteous. Consequently, holy defines the character of biblical ethics. Nevertheless, Hartley says, we need to be aware that holiness encompasses far more than ethical behavior. In fact, in most other religions, holiness and the ethical are not connected at all. In non-biblical contexts, holy often refers to a sacred power that inhabits an element of nature, such as a tree or a stream or a specific space like a burial ground. These sacred objects or places, being closely related to the spirit world, have numinous qualities. In the polytheistic religions of Israel's neighbors, only some of the gods possessed holy power, albeit imperfectly. Holiness is a spiritual force often stood over against the various gods of a pantheon. Now, rules, Hartley continues, on ritual purity were not designated or designed either to separate the Israelites from dealing with foreigners or to set up classes within Israelite society, as was often the case in other cultures. This claim is supported by the fact that most causes of uncleanness come from a person's body. The body of every person, both priest and laity, not from contact with certain classes or with foreigners. The purpose of these rules was to establish boundaries in the routine of daily life in order that the Israelites might live as a holy people serving Yahweh, who is holy. The primary boundary was to prevent any impure person or thing from entering sacred space. Therefore, everyone had to be ritually clean before entering the sanctuary, lest the holiness of God consume them. Now, to summarize all that, it's the end of the Hartley quote. To summarize all that, I hope you're seeing some major points. Holiness, it's not adequate to define holiness as separation, because just the fact that a thing is removed from ordinary use doesn't really assign any quality to it. It doesn't really provide any rationale to the thing that's separated. It might be a cup, might be a plate, might be a garment, might be some other ritual object. The fact that it's not used by people tells us that it's special. It's removed, it's quote unquote holy, but it doesn't really provide any basis for understanding what holiness means. That's one fundamental thought. Second is we can't necessarily equate ethical behavior, moral behavior, with holiness. They're related, but they're not completely overlapping synonyms. So we can't use them synonymously because, again, inanimate objects could be holy. Inanimate objects can't engage in moral or immoral behavior. And then also, holiness doesn't really have anything to do per se with Israelites and within the Israelite community, certain classes of people and even foreigners. Now, what Hartley is getting at here is that we can't look at the Levitical system when certain people are excluded from holy ground or sacred space because they touched a carcass or because a woman is in her menstrual cycle. She is unclean, but it's ritually unclean. It has nothing to do with morality. It has nothing to do, with some sort of good or bad behavior. She is unclean because of the flow of blood, and she is unclean in a ritual sense where she, for some reason, again, we'll explore the logic of it later, she's not allowed on sacred space. She's no farther away, though, in a moral sense from God than someone who can step onto holy ground. Okay, ritual impurity has nothing to do with someone's walk with God or their spiritual life. Now, it could, let's say that someone says, well, I don't care if I'm ritually impure and I'm not going through any of the procedures, and I'm just going to go violate all these stupid laws as many times as I can during a day. Well, that becomes a hard-heartedness issue. But just the incident of becoming unclean, according to Levitical law, has no necessary connection with a person being quote-unquote right with God, in terms of their spiritual life or their love for God. Again, we have to be able to make these distinctions when we talk about Leviticus and we talk about the whole Old Testament system that we often put together and conflate in evangelical talk about the sacrifices. We tend to view this stuff through the lens of the New Testament, through devotional stuff, through preaching talk, about walking with God and being close to God. Oh, she couldn't be close to God because she had her menstrual cycle. So in the Old Testament, there was something wrong with. No, there's nothing wrong with her. Okay, the issue with her is that because of this bodily function, which is entirely normal, she is not fit for sacred space, and that has to be taken care of. It has nothing. It's no commentary on that woman's love for God or God's love for her. These rules are designed to teach certain things about the nature of God and his otherness. And again, as we go through Leviticus, we'll start to see some of this in more detail and with more specificity. Now, lastly, one other concept is, and this is going to be related to what we just talked about, the concept of impurity, ritual impurity versus moral sin. We need to say something about that. Essentially, what you have in the Levitical system, and I'm relying here on the work of Jonathan Clowens, or it's probably better to say I think his work makes the most sense of the material I've read on ritual systems in Leviticus. There are essentially two types of impurity in the Old Testament system. One is ritual impurity, the other is moral impurity. Let's talk about some of the differences, and I think, again, you're not going to remember all these things, but they're going to come up again as we go through the book. Characteristics of ritual impurity are things like the following. Ritual impurity will result from contact with perfectly natural sources or events that are basically unavoidable in life. Things like childbirth, Leviticus 12, that creates ritual impurity when a woman bears a child. It's no commentary on being close to God or not. There's a ritual significance to it because of the loss of blood. Again, we'll get to it. But we've got contact with natural sources or events that are just unavoidable. Childbirth, skin disease, Leviticus 13:14. You've got genital discharges, both male and female, Leviticus 15. Touching a dead body. So what it amounts to is things like birth, death, sex, and disease can render you impure. And they're all part of normal life. Again, but we're talking about ritual impurity. And even some priests obviously could not avoid these because the priests have to have contact with the dead to dispose of the dead. They become ritually impure. It was part of their job. To become impure was part of their job. And it's not a moral thing. This is ritual impurity. Becoming ritually impure is never described as sinful. Okay? You'll never see that. And it would be nonsense given the nature of ritual impurity. Just things in life that you can't avoid. Now, if you refuse to take care of ritual impurity, there are passages in Leviticus and Numbers that talk about a person being cut off from the community, essentially banned. Some scholars even think it's a death penalty, but it just says cut off from the community. So yeah, it can become extreme, but in and of itself, ritual impurity, the characteristics are, these are natural events, natural sources, natural things you encounter in life, and they're not described as sinful. Other characteristics. Ritual impurity is contagious. In other words, if someone, let's say a woman who is in her menstrual cycle, she becomes ritually impure because of that, she can touch another person and render them ritually impure, like herself. See, moral impurity, you're not going to have that. If a person commits adultery and goes up and touches somebody else, that doesn't make them an adulterer. There's quite a bit of difference here. Ritual impurity is contagious. Ritual impurity is also not permanent. There were procedural things you could do to become ritually pure. Ritual impurity also excluded people from certain ritual acts and entering sacred areas. If an Israelite commits adultery and nobody knows about it, they can bring a sacrifice and enter sacred space and nothing happens according to Levitical law. Again, the issue with that problem is moral impurity, not ritual impurity. They're two different things. Now, let's talk about the characteristics of moral impurity then. So we went through ritual impurity again, just to summarize them. You're rendered ritually impure by natural sources or events. They're never described as sinful. I mean, how could they be? Because you can't avoid them. Ritual impurity is contagious, though. It's not permanent, and it will exclude people from certain ceremonies or certain areas. But it can be taken care of, again, through different procedures. Now, moral impurity, again, we're not talking about the same thing. These are acts that, according to Leviticus, according to Old Testament law, were considered, quote, defiling. That is, these are acts, these are sins that bring about an impurity that morally corrupts and defiles the sinner. And even the land itself. If you want a sort of a proof text for that, Leviticus 18, 24, and 25, will illustrate that. Oddly enough, though, again, it didn't really defile sacred space, because if a person did one of these sins and it wasn't known to the community, they could still, bring an offering for something else and sort of go through the motions and hide their sin. And there was no way to detect it. And it wouldn't necessarily defile sacred space. Now, if it became known and the person entered sacred space, that's a different story. Then we have to, again, repair the sacred area through, again, ritual. So moral impurity, again, is moral corruption, impurity that morally defiles and corrupts the sinner. Specifically, these are sins that are mentioned in Leviticus and in Numbers that are of this category, that constitute moral impurity. You have sexual sins. Leviticus 18, 24 through 30 has a list of them. Idolatry is one of these. It's Leviticus 19 and 20, first couple verses of chapter 20. And bloodshed. Again, unwarranted bloodshed. This would be like, deliberate intentional murder, that kind of thing. The taking of an innocent life was viewed as one of these defiling sins. That's from Numbers 35, verses 33 and 34. So these are quite a bit different. To summarize the differences, let's do it this way before we close. We'll wrap up with this. What are the differences between ritual and moral impurity that we will see in the book of Leviticus? Number one, ritual impurity normally is not the result of specific sin. Moral impurity is the direct result of a specific and, frankly, a serious sin. Number two, ritual impurity is contagious. It can defile others by contact. Moral impurity is never described that way. Again, touching an adulterer or murderer doesn't make you an adulterer or murderer. But if you touched a ritually impure person, you became impure. You had to go through the same procedures before you could occupy sacred space again. Third, ritual impurity is temporary, assuming the procedures to restore purity were followed. Moral impurity is basically permanent in Old Testament law. What are the solutions? Well, adultery, solution is the death penalty. Murder, solution is the death penalty. Again, there are no sacrifices for these things. There is no restoration for these things. Now, there are some other laws that don't result in the death penalty. What happens if I steal? Okay, Old Testament law said you needed to restore. You needed to give back what you stole and then give beyond that. There's this remunerative idea, again, to certain sins. But there are a whole host of things in Old Testament law that you couldn't cure by performing a sacrifice, because the sacrifice was not about moral impurity. The sacrificial system is basically all about taking care of ritual impurity. Fourth, ritual impurities have procedural cures, but moral impurities do not. Again, overlaps with what I just said. The guilty are punished for moral impurities. Again, death penalty, that sort of thing. Even victims of morally impure, morally detestable acts, like, let's say, rape, even victims sort of are unfortunately permanently debased. In other words, they're never going to be what they were before. They might have a lesser social status. There might be a stigma to it, even as a victim, especially something like a rape. I think of the case of Dinah, which was Joseph and his brothers, their sister. Because she's defiled, I mean, she's not morally culpable for any of that, but her status in the community, not in terms of, oh, you did a heinous act, but oh, this is just awful. You've lost your virginity, and now it's going to be much more difficult, to have you get married, because a lot of men will not want to marry, someone who has been defiled. So it has a social impact on people, even certain victims like that. And there's no cure for that because they didn't sin. It's just one of these things about the Old Testament law, and how the people, conceptually at the time, how they would view a victim in a case like that. You couldn't just fix it. And, frankly, in our own, culture, when people are victimized by certain crimes, sometimes it's just not fixable. So the Old Testament, system has its own situations that are similar to ours and their own way of coping with it or not than we would. But ritual impurity, none of that is ever a concern. Victims of morally, heinous acts, well, that, sometimes you can't fix it. And there's no sacrifice that can undo what was done. And it's unfortunate, but that is the way it is. I would say the same goes for the land. I mean, we talk about individual victims, but according to Leviticus 18, for instance, the ultimate result of unchecked moral pollution is that the land is polluted and cannot be fixed. The ultimate way that you would have to deal with this is to exile the people. And at some point, the land would have to be supernaturally made new. And frankly, in biblical theology, that's only going to happen at one time. That's at the eschaton, the day of the Lord. I mean, there are certain sins that, again, if left unchecked, were so serious that Leviticus says, well, what happens here is that God will just have to drive the people out. And the land is just polluted. And it has to be made new by God himself. And again, that's eschatological language. You don't just reverse that. So again, it was a serious thing. Lastly, again, we're talking about differences between ritual and moral impurity. Even the vocabulary is different. Moral impurity has a unique vocabulary associated with it. Moral violations are described with certain terms that are not used for ritual impurity. And the two most telling are to'evah in Hebrew, which is the word that's translated abomination. You will never see a ritual impurity situation ever described as an abomination. That language is reserved for moral impurity. And the other term is kanaf, which is the verb for to pollute. That verb is not used of ritual impure situations, but moral impurity, you will see that term used. Again, even the vocabulary is distinct. So as we go through Leviticus, again, I've just overviewed a few of the key concepts. There are other things that we're going to hit, but a lot of the book is about, is really decipherable only if you keep in mind the differences between ritual impurity, moral impurity, and if you start to get a grasp of ideas like sacred space, ground, reserved, for the divine presence, and any others that only he could permit on it. And then the whole idea of clean and unclean, or holy and unclean, really, in large part, again, there's an overlap here, because that terminology will be used of ritual violations and moral violations, but those two are not the same thing. Holiness, in large part, really relates to making something or some person fit to occupy sacred space. It has nothing to do with someone's relationship with God in a spiritual sense, or in an emotional sense, or anything like that. So if you can wrap your mind around, again, some of these concepts, it'll help you keep the content of Leviticus in your head a little straighter. And as we go through, you'll see how the system sort of worked and how it applied. And I think a recurring lesson will be how much better off we are because of the cross, as the writer of Hebrews says.
Mike, can you touch on the Mosaic authorship of Leviticus?
Yeah, there is an issue here because of the holiness code. There are some who would take the holiness code, and if you recall from the introduction, that was basically the last 10 chapters. Some, would apply this to, how can I say it? There are parts of Leviticus that some scholars would not attribute to Moses because they think that certain of the decisions, the the way the laws work out, the way they're put in place, is a reaction specifically to certain things that occurred like during the period of the judges or during the monarchy. In other words, a post-Mosaic time. I think some of that is possible, but I don't, in the sense of authorship, I don't think it really matters when you're dealing with post-Mosaic or Mosaic material, because the only way it would really matter is if something is unique in a post-Mosaic sense as opposed to a Mosaic sense. In other words, to me, that kind of talk only really makes a difference if there's something new that you could not find in Mosaic law, that like some later edition that was innovative or just doesn't have any precedent in the time of Moses. And I think a lot of this is really quite ancient, and the logic of it is quite ancient, certainly in a chronological sense, overlapping with what would have been the lifetime of Moses. So, I guess a short summary is, there is some dispute, over did Moses, write all of Leviticus, or if not, what parts? And again, I'm bringing into the questions here. Does it even matter? I've talked about JEDP and Mosaic authorship before, and again, to me, I'm what used to be called a supplementarian, as I've said before. That I think when we look at the Torah, a lot of it is certainly either written by Moses or would have been written down, perhaps maybe uttered by Moses and written down by somebody else, either contemporary with him or shortly after his life, but it's still Mosaic, that sort of thing. But I'm willing to consider that certain portions of it, could have been applications of older Mosaic material, responding to new situations, new circumstances, but still consistent again with what would have been practiced during the time of Moses. So I don't know if that helps specifically, but again, that's the way I look at the whole situation.
Was the writing style back then to refer to yourself in the third person? Because,
Yeah, that happens a lot. That's actually a broad literary phenomenon known as Iliism. You'll see this throughout the Pentateuch, where God will refer to himself as the third person. You'll see it in Shakespeare. I mean, you'll see it in lots of, different places. And it's a self-referential thing. So we can't take that language, for instance, and use it to say, well, boy, we must have two or three or a trinity here because God uses the third person when he's the speaker. It's actually a literary phenomenon or technique that is often employed to catch the attention and therefore possibly, to emphasize something that's coming. But it would catch the ear or the eye, but it's still it's still one speaker, again, in the instance, the example that you're bringing up here.
I'm also curious, Mike, how do Jews parse Leviticus versus Christians in today's time?
Well, they don't have, obviously the Jewish experience is really a post-temple experience, a post-tabernacle, post-sanctuary, post-sacrifice experience, because of the exile. And even after the exile, during the Second Temple period, the lack of complete control over their own land. Yes, we do have Pharisees, we do have Sadducees, we do have some semblance in a small way to what would have been under the monarchy. But once you get past 70 AD, when there is no temple at all, and you sort of have a situation like you had during the exile, after the first temple was destroyed before the second temple was built, those circumstances actually really are more similar to what we have now. I mean, Jews do not worship in temples. There is no temple. So we go to synagogue, and that is the era when, instead of the Levitical system having such a focus, because you need to maintain sacred space so that you can, bring your sacrifice. You can offer a burnt offering, which was a worship sacrifice. You can do these sorts of things. You have to enter sacred space to do that. When you don't have that, and you don't have a Levitical system, the thing that becomes primary is Torah, because that is the written word of God, and it can be taught in synagogues, and of course was. And so that is really the emphasis in synagogues now. It's what does the Torah say? We still try to observe the festivals, the major events that are described in the Torah, even though we don't offer sacrifice. So we still, they adapted how they do Passover. They would adapt, other holidays, Sukkot. So that there's still an effort to observe these things, but it's really done in the absence of a system, that involves, sacrifices and whatnot.
Okay, well, good deal. That's
And they added some too. Hanukkah. That's not a biblical festival. I mean, if you embrace the Alexandrian canon and you have the books of Maccabees in there, then you could say, well, Hanukkah is just as it belongs in the ritual inspired calendar, just like anything else does, because of the book of Maccabees and what happened during those events. Okay, but even if you don't, Jews are still going to celebrate that. I've gotten emails that ask me if I was kidding.
what about doing the show?
Right. No, about doing Leviticus. So, I guess for some it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but oh well. My goal, in doing Leviticus, I'm not going to go through every verse and talk about where they sliced and diced this or that. My goal in doing Leviticus is, hey, who does Leviticus? For one thing, so it deserves some attention. And secondly, is that there are things in here that I want to touch on that will just sort of help us kind of, have the Israelite in our head. How did they think about what they were doing? How did they think about what was happening? How they were engaging God? Again, some of the bigger picture concepts we talked about in the introduction, ideas of sacred space, the presence of God. And when we get into the sacrificial system, what did the sacrifices mean or not mean? Why are they talked about the way they're talked about? That sort of thing. So we're not going to do nitty gritty verse by verse kind of thing. Just like with Acts, I'm going to go through and pick out things that are worth mentioning that, again, will help give us some insight and make the book more readable, frankly. So in terms of getting started here, I want to go through some preliminaries again before we jump into the first verse. And this will sort of be, again, preparatory. Now, there are, as you can imagine, a number of theories about sacrifice that scholars have come up with. And a lot of these things, I'm just going to go through them real briefly. They're going to sound familiar because they're kind of self-evident if you've ever read through Leviticus or any other sacrificial material in the Old Testament. Chances are these things will have occurred to you. And all of these different approaches, I say theories of offering and sacrifice, but really they're just approaches. All these approaches capture some aspect of what's going on in the sacrificial system, but they're not comprehensive. In other words, they all have something good to say, something good to contribute in the way we think about sacrifice. So the first one, for example, is something that scholars call gift theory. That is, Old Testament offerings seem to be gifts to the Lord. Now, that might sound self-evident, but since there are other views, other ways to look at sacrifice, this is just one of several. This revolves around the notion that, hey, it sounds like when I read the sacrificial material that people are bringing sacrificial gifts to the Lord, and they're made up of food items, and it looks like they're sort of presented as food for God. So, like, what's up with that? Well, scholars like Dick Averbeck, who I will quote and allude to several times today and in other episodes, I'm sure, since his focus is ritual, have pointed out that in the ancient Near East, food offerings, again, are at least sometimes conceived of as actually providing sustenance for the gods. Now the question is, well, is that how the biblical writer is thinking about things? In Mesopotamian texts and rituals, there's this sort of care and feeding of the gods that goes on. And that a lot of that language, does get drawn over into the Old Testament. But again, is that the way we should, be looking at some of these things? It's sort of a yes and no. It's true. Again, Israelites didn't have statues of God that they would lay offerings at or pour, some libation at the feet or something like that. But you still have this language about the Lord's table and the Lord's food, that sort of thing. So there's a little bit of this idea going on, but not quite, and certainly not in several specifics, not what's going on in quote unquote pagan religion. The God of Israel, according to the Old Testament, didn't need to eat. If you go to Psalm 50, for example, you would read, where God says, "If I were hungry, I would not tell you, for the world and its fullness are mine. Do I eat the flesh of bulls or drink the blood of goats?" Again, the rhetorical question is, well, that's kind of silly. And God says, "Offer to God a sacrifice of thanksgiving. Perform your vows to the Most High." Again, the psalmist chimes in there. So that's an example where the psalmist specifically says, look, there's no actual consumption going on here like, some of our neighbors might think. But nevertheless, offerings are referred to as the Lord's food in certain passages, Leviticus 3:11, 3:16. Throughout the book of Leviticus, you're going to get this language here and there. You're going to get the idea that burning the offering, quote, produces an aroma pleasing to the Lord. So you're going to get, some sort of anthropomorphic language. But elsewhere in the Old Testament, you're going to get the denial that there's actually anything sort of literal, going on here as far as consumption. So yeah, no. Gift theory, sort of, sort of. A little bit of this, but not so much of that is sort of the feel that you get. Another example would be the bread of the presence. This people might find interesting, and we'll hit this later on in Leviticus a little bit, but for the most part, this is something we'd get if we were going through Exodus talking about the tabernacle. The whole bread of the presence idea, where the bread is continually placed on the gold table inside the holy place every Sabbath, and there's always a light on. There's this continually burning light in the holy place according to Exodus 27. This is really Exodus 25 through 27. And the incense is always, being burned. Well, all of that was to create the impression that God was home, okay, that the divine presence was always present inside the holy place, as though, God were physically living there. Again, people knew that wasn't the case. I mean, yes, God does get embodied in the angel who's leading them and so on and so forth, but it's not like you could peek into the window of the tabernacle, so to speak, from a distance, a safe distance, and see God walking around in there like he's home. He's not kicking up and doing something or having a snack. I mean, but nevertheless, you have these trappings that are associated with the tabernacle to, again, convey the idea that the presence of God is here in our camp. It's really here. He's really here. And you don't need embodiment for that, but you do need some sort of visual way to communicate the idea, and this is what's going on. And so when they present offerings, they're gifts, and they are spoken of as food offerings and whatnot. But the Israelites know very well that we don't have an embodied deity in there munching on something after a sacrifice. So we can't overly literalize this. Another approach, another theory is communion theory. This is the idea where the point of the sacrificial system is communion with the Lord. Now, in some sacrifices, that very explicitly is the point of the sacrifice, but other sacrifices, it's not really the point. So communion theory, again, presence theory, whatever you want to call that, it's true. There to some degree it's true, but it's not something that can really comprehensively explain or illuminate what the sacrificial system was all about. It's part of a whole, and we could just leave it at that. Another approach is consecration theory. In some Old Testament passages, it seems the primary reason for bringing an offering was to consecrate someone or something to the Lord, to sanctify it, to give it sacred status, to make it holy, to take it out of sort of the common realm and put it into the sacred realm. Leviticus 10:10 says you must distinguish between the holy and the common. That idea. Again, sometimes in ritual texts, sacrificial procedures, that will be sort of evident. For instance, in Exodus 24, the blood is splashed on the altar and on the people. And specifically with the splashing of the blood on the people is to consecrate them, to dedicate them to a relationship with Yahweh. Again, we get that. Leviticus 8 happens to the priests where they put blood on the right ear, the thumb, and the big toe of Aaron and his sons, and so on and so forth. So sometimes sacrifice is about consecrating a person or an object. Very true, but it doesn't comprehensively explain everything. Now, those are the three major approaches, and I bring them up because you should know that the sacrificial system means all of these things or includes all of these ideas. And at any given point, any one of them could be in play. And it just helps to sort of know that, to kind of think about what's happening and again, to try to think about what they are thinking about when they're doing a particular act. And we'll hit on all these things as we proceed. So let's jump into Leviticus 1. Not going to read the whole chapter, even though it's short. But let's just take a few verses here. The Lord called Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when any one of you brings an offering to the Lord, you shall bring your offering of livestock from the herd or from the flock." I'll just stop there. That's the first two verses. I ought to say something about the offering language that we get in our English translations. Now, in Hebrew, it would be more accurate to translate this to present an offering, bring an offering, present an offering. It's as opposed to a sacrifice. Let's put it that way. Sacrifices and offerings are not necessarily the same thing, even though in modern parlance, the way scholars talk about this, and frankly, the way I talk about it, the terms are often mixed. Technically, an offering was sort of a gift, and sacrificial language is going to be reserved in the Hebrew text to when an animal is slaughtered and then at least part of it is eaten in a communal meal. So sacrifices and offerings aren't necessarily the same thing, even though an offering might involve a sacrifice, but the biblical text, when it uses the language of sacrifice, has a meal in mind. And that's going to become evident as we proceed in some of these chapters. So you might, in your English translations, some of you might see offering there, some of you might see the word sacrifice, and you might know that there might be a difference here. Why is there a difference? You might ask the question, well, technically there is. Again, strictly speaking, from an Old Testament point of view, the Old Testament limits sacrifice language to animal offerings, animals that are part of the ritual, and even more specific than that, to instances where the animal's slaughtered and becomes part of a meal. But the offerings are much wider than animals. For instance, there's a grain offering, there are bloodless offerings and whatnot. So you might be wondering, well, what do the terms mean something? Can they be distinguished? Yeah, technically, yeah, but typically the way it gets talked about, people don't care, really that much about being terribly precise. We'll be precise when we need to be as we go through. So back to chapter 1, let's go to verse 3. If his offering is a burnt offering from the herd, he shall offer a male without blemish. He shall bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting, that he may be accepted before the Lord. This, in a nutshell, tells you what the whole burnt offering is about. So if his offering, let's just go through the verse. The word there is korban. It's the noun form of karav, which is the verb form that is to present an offering. So again, this is some sort of gift idea. Turns out to be an animal. It's a burnt offering from the herd. He shall offer a male without blemish. He shall bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting. You say, well, why is that important? The offerer is allowed, or at least is hoping to be accepted, onto sacred space. So here I am. I'm Joe Israelite. I want to offer a burnt offering. We haven't talked about the specific purpose yet. And I'm bringing my male without blemish from the herd to the entrance of the tent of meeting. And so I'm standing on sacred territory. I mean, this isn't, I can't go any further. I'm right on the cusp here of where, the presence of God, delineates is his living space. And so I bring that, and my hope is what? Is my hope that I'll be forgiven of a sin? No. Do I want to apologize for something I've done? No. My hope is that I will be accepted, quote, before the Lord. So what does the burnt offering mean? The offerer is seeking fellowship with God. I want to have a little time with God, so I'm coming to his house. I'm bringing a gift, korban, a burnt offering, which is the Hebrew word olah. Again, korban is sort of a generic term for gift. Olah is the specific term for burnt offering. And I'm bringing it because I want God to not kill me. I want God to accept me as a visitor. I want to be safe in his presence, so I'm bringing this gift. Now you could say, well, that sounds a little bit like a bribe. Well, if that helps you, okay. I mean, I personally wouldn't use that language, but you're trying to, again, visit God just for a little while, and you have to approach him where he lives, and you don't want anything bad to happen. So you want him to accept you. It's a way of initiating a visit. It's a way of initiating a little time of fellowship and communion with God. It's like if you get invited over to somebody's house to eat. My wife is very good at always bringing a little gift. Okay, the icebreaker, the little thing to present to the host, that sort of thing. I mean, we do this in our the course of our lives in different ways. But we bring a token of friendship, little offering, a little gift, and so the offerer brings his gift before God, the whole burnt offering, because he would like a little bit of God's time. If we read through the rest of the passage, we find out that there's no specific sin that needs to be forgiven. That's not even in the picture. What is in the picture is I'm mortal and I'm imperfect. And I don't think so, but I might be impure in some way. I hope not. But I want to spend a little time with God because I'm grateful for what he's done. And to do that, I need to go to his house, and I hope nothing bad happens. I want him to accept me. so that we can have this little time while I watch my offering get burned up, and hopefully God enjoys that. That's the burnt offering. It's a type of the sacrifice itself. You'll often see it translated whole burnt offering. Everything was consumed on the altar except for the hide. So no one, including the priests, and of course the offerer, no one is going to eat any of this. So that's why it's called an offering as opposed to a sacrifice in Levitical language. Again, sacrifice technically in biblical language is when the offerer and the priest and, in theory, God have a meal together. There's something going on like that. The offerer might be included or not, but the priesthood typically is. But in this case, everything goes to God except for the hide. Everything's burned up. So that's why it's the whole burnt offering. It's a signal to God that his worshiper wants to spend a little time with him. Maybe he wants to offer a prayer. Maybe he wants the priest to pray for him. We don't really know. But there's some reason to be there that isn't, oh, I did this horrible thing over here and I need forgiveness. That is not the purpose of the burnt offering. Now, frequently, the burnt offering was the first sacrifice in a ritual that included other sacrifices. And you can see the logic. This is the Kickstarter. This is the signal to God that somebody's at the door and wants to spend a little time with God. Now, other sacrifices might be needed because maybe the offerer does have something that needs to be taken care of. This is the one, again, that initiates the communing event. That's what it's for. So Leviticus 1:4, go back to the text, it says, "He, the offerer, shall lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to," quote, "make atonement for him." You said, "Well, Mike, I thought you just said that he didn't really have any sin that needed to be forgiven." Okay, right away, we're 4 verses into Leviticus, and we have to talk about atonement language. Again, you're used to me saying things that, again, you don't hear in church, so here's another one. Atonement language in your English translations, especially in Leviticus, but in lots of other places, doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay? It's not necessarily about forgiveness. It has a broad range of semantic possibilities, the Hebrew term that's underneath this one, where that's rendered atonement. So don't think that the offerer has a specific sin to be forgiven, because we're going to keep reading and find out that isn't the point. So he shall lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering. It shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. Then he will kill the bull before the Lord. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall bring the blood, throw the blood against the sides of the altar, that is, at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Well, wait a minute. Guess what? The blood isn't applied to the offerer. In the sacrificial system of Leviticus, the blood is never applied to the offerer. Sometimes it gets applied to the priest, but again, this whole notion that we have of sacrifice because we filter it through Jesus, how the blood of Jesus is applied to us to take away our sins, that isn't what's going on in Leviticus. Okay, there's a disconnect there, and so we need to talk about some of the language here. Verse 6, "Then he shall flay the burnt offering, cut it into pieces. The sons of Aaron will put it in the fire, and arrange the wood, and it goes up in smoke." Around verse 9, it's a pleasant aroma to the Lord. And then from verse 10 on, I'm not going to really worry about that, because it's, well, if he doesn't have a bull, then if it's a sheep or goat or a bird or whatever, different kinds of things you could bring for the burnt offering. Okay, I want to stick here to the meaning of the burnt offering. So let's go back to verse 4. "He shall lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering." Now that symbolic act, we think typically sort of transfers something to the animal, and that is not what they're thinking. This symbolic act served to designate the animal as a sacrificial victim for the specific ritual. In other words, this animal, before being brought to the tent of meeting, was common. It was one of a bunch of animals, but now it's being designated, it's being consecrated for sacred use. Okay, designating this specific animal is now belonging to the Lord. It doesn't mean I'm transferring now through some mystical way my sins onto this animal. Again, that isn't the point. We're going to see something closer to that in other places in Leviticus, but it's not the point right here. So the act should not be interpreted as, again, indicating some sort of transferal of guilt or transferal of impurity to the animal. There's no guilt in view here. The offerer is just bringing a gift to seek access. He's not asking for forgiveness. Now, the next line says, "It shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him." And here's where we have to get into atonement language. Now, the context is the olah, again, if you read through the whole chapter, and it's chapter 1 is about this one sacrifice, you will not read anywhere in the chapter that there's any need for expiation of sin. Okay, that's one thing. If we look at Exodus 30, verse 12, we get an interesting parallel to this. I'm going to read you that verse. It says, "When you take the census of the people of Israel, then each shall give a ransom for his life to the Lord when you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them." You say, well, how in the world is that a sacrifice, Mike? And then we read it one more time. The Lord says to Moses, "When you take the census of the people of Israel, then each shall give a ransom for his life." The word there is kopher. It's the same word back in Leviticus 1:4 for atonement. Okay, there it's the verb, kippur. Kopher, kippur, it's the same consonants. So back to Exodus 30:12. "When you take the census of the people, each shall give a ransom, a kopher, for his life to the Lord when you number them, that there be no plague among you when you number them." Well, again, in the context there, it's a census. It's not about cleaning up a lot of sin on a lot of people. So this idea of paying a ransom, okay, when they're counted, when they're enrolled back in Exodus, that's something that I want to focus on. The point of the parallel is that back in Exodus 30:12, there's no expiation for sin going on. Instead, it's protection from God's wrath. To be considered acceptable back in Exodus 30:12 really refers to we have a gift being given. In that case, back in Exodus 30, it was money. It was a half shekel instead of a blood offering. But the payment was given in that passage for an Israelite to be acceptable to occupy sacred space. And the reason is given 4 verses later in Exodus 30, quote, that they're giving it for the service of the tent of meeting, unquote. So there was need of precious metals. Okay, they're giving shekels here to make, parts of the tabernacle and accoutrements and that sort of thing. So it's a one-time situation. It's not an annual gift. But the idea is that, look, if you're going to participate in this, in building this tabernacle, if you're going to obey God and meet the need for the building implements for this, then for you to be acceptable to work here, to occupy sacred space, both now and in the future after this thing is built, you need to bring a half shekel. You need to contribute. If you don't, Exodus 30:12 says, there's going to be a plague among you. In other words, God's going to punish people who are not willingly participating in the construction and the use thereafter of the tabernacle. So the whole idea of the kopher here is protection from the wrath of God. And that is really more what's going on back in Leviticus 1. Again, Leviticus 1, the worshiper says, I want to spend some time with God, so I have to go to his house. And he goes to the door of the tent of meeting, brings the offering. Why? He wants to be accepted. Again, he doesn't want anything bad to happen. He wants to, again, initiate that relationship. And you do that, you signal to God that you're there and that you want some of his time. And if you bring the acceptable sacrifice, you'll get that time. You'll get your need, whatever it is, taken care of. Now, what does it teach people? The burnt offering, the whole burnt offering, didn't teach any Israelites about you committed a sin and here's what to do. What it taught Israelites was that proximity to God was dangerous. I mean, it was a fearful thing. Proximity to God was inherently dangerous for both the worshiper and the priests, frankly. Even if there had been, there's no particular offense committed to that point, if you do something the way you're not supposed to do it, and you knock on God's door, the quote unquote, there's going to be hell to pay. I mean, there's going to be a plague, like back in Exodus 30. There's something bad is going to happen. So God does it this way, insists on this to teach a very simple lesson. You're not me. You're not fit to occupy the space that I live on unless I accept you, unless I embrace you. Otherwise, what you're doing is really dangerous. Again, it's a way to protect the worshiper from divine wrath. Now, again, back to the whole atonement thing. I want to say a little bit more about this. And if you don't remember it, fine. If you're not taking notes, fine, because we're going to hit this in other passages. But again, when we see atonement in our English translation, we think that there's a sin issue. Again, what I'm saying is, in this particular instance, that is not the case. And in many particular instances, that is not the case. Part of the problem is that there are half a dozen different Hebrew words with the same consonants, KPR, as the one that occurs in this passage. This is what's known as a homonym problem. Hebrew is like English. Hebrew has words that are spelled exactly the same way, but that mean different things. So sometimes kofer means just a gift. Again, a ransom, something that I exchange to protect me, or work out, again, some sort of arrangement so that I'm safe and something gets done. That's one of 4 nouns that are spelled the same way in Hebrew, kofer. If you actually look this up in a lexicon, the one that occurs in Leviticus 1:4 is labeled kofer 4. It's the 4th one. So what I'm saying is, for those of you who attempt some original language research in your Bible study, you can't assume, and hopefully you have better tools than a Strong's Concordance. I mean, if that's all you've got, you need to move on. You need to move on to something better, because you need a resource, a lexicon that's going to list out the homonyms for you. Because you can't assume that the Hebrew word you're looking at in a primitive tool like Strong's always is the same word where those 3 consonants occur. In many cases, it's not, right? It just isn't. Hebrew's like English. Again, English has homonyms. So does Hebrew. And this word is one of them. So in some cases, it's just not going to mean what you think it means, and you can be easily misled in your translation. Now, in a basic sense, the verb kippur means to purge. Okay, we're going to hit other passages where the atonement language of your English translation is going to point to one of the verbs. Again, there are 6 different KPR words in Hebrew. 4 of them are nouns, 2 of them are verbs. Occasionally, we're going to hit a verb that does have something to do with taking care of an offense or a sin. And again, when we hit those, I'll return to this discussion. I'll tell you which one it is, and we'll talk about what the meaning of the passage is. But in many cases, when the verb is used, it means to purge. It comes from an Akkadian word, kupuru, which means to wipe clean. So that's significant because of things that we'll run into in Leviticus and other places in the Old Testament. For instance, the verb is used a lot with respect to the tabernacle and the altar. Again, to purge the tabernacle, to purge the altar. Okay, what I hope you're seeing is that when this atonement language that you are familiar with, if you've ever read through Leviticus, or God forbid, heard a sermon on Leviticus, and you've been told that this refers to cleansing the offerer of sin, be very careful. Look at what the direct object is. And in many cases in the English translations, it will completely obscure it for you. So try to use an interlinear. Reverse interlinear, like in Logos, is a great idea here. But in many cases, the blood of the offering will be used to purge the tabernacle, purge the sacred space, to purge the altar, to purge this or that vessel. It's never applied to the human offerer. It's to make sure that sacred space is not rendered impure by a common human being who is not sanctified as a priest to occupy. A lot of the sacrificial system is about preparing sacred space for your visit, or preparing sacred space so that God deems it fit to spend time there. It's really not about what goes on with the offerer's sin. Okay? A lot of bad sins that you could commit in the Old Testament, there were no offerings for. You got the death penalty. Or at least you were supposed to. There's no real direct evidence in Scripture that a lot of the death penalty offenses were ever carried out. But that was the solution. Removal. Okay? Other solutions to other sins was remuneration. You stole that guy's cow, you take it back, and you add one. It has nothing to do with a sacrifice. Again, the sacrificial system, somehow we have oriented it to us. And I guess probably because of the way we think about Jesus. But the sacrificial system for an Israelite wasn't about us, wasn't about the offerer so much as protecting the offerer from God, from the divine presence, because that's just, we can't handle that, or purging sacred space of any impurity so that God could meet the priest there, or God could meet the offerer there. Again, we've inverted the system in a lot of ways in our thinking. And as we go through the sacrifices, again, you'll see differences that are going to be quite contrary to what you're used to hearing about this, but that are important. So even if you didn't sin, the whole burnt offering at Leviticus 1, even if you don't have a sin on you, as far as you know, you've had a good day, you've had a good week, whatever it is, even if you didn't sin, God has to be approached with caution, because you are not Him. if you are not doing procedurally what he has asked you to do, what he has commanded you to do, you're going to be in trouble. Okay? It is a fearful thing to be in the presence of God for an Old Testament Israelite. It is not trivialized. It is not something to take lightly. It's dangerous. So you initiate the relationship with a gift. Now, just think about this in terms of application, and we'll wrap up with this. In what I just described, would you want to live under that? I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, if I have to be so conscious of what I'm doing just to go meet with God, even through a priest, that I could get hurt, or it could launch a plague, or I could wind up dead, or somebody else, it would cost them their life. I mean, that's just crazy. That's frightening. Now think about that, and you think about what the New Testament says about how God can now be approached. How are we supposed to approach God now? Boldly. Okay, Hebrews 4:16. Let us then with confidence draw near to the throne of grace, that we may receive mercy and find grace to help in time of need. In other words, I don't have to go up to the door and meekly knock and say, boy, I hope this gift is good enough or else I could die. Again, we don't have to think of things that way. And think about, again, what the New Testament says. If you're a Jew, think about what a New Testament Jew in the first century, who knows what the sacrificial system was about, even though they didn't have a temple for a while. Now they have, Herod's temple. And so they have some cognizance of what's going on here, about how people talked about Jesus when they're used to this fearful kind of system. And they can read examples in the Torah of people dying when they do things wrong. I mean, you look at another verse, Ephesians 3:12. Paul says, in whom we have boldness and access with confidence through our faith in him, to approach God. That is not how your typical Jew looked at this. And so Jesus comes along, and a Jew hears the message of the cross, the message that, hey, this was your Messiah, died for you, forgive your sins, and so on and so forth. And now you can approach God individually and boldly. That was news. That was just dramatically different than the way they were thinking about their faith, their religion. Another thought is, we don't have to bring a gift for access to God. Think about that. Again, if you're a Jew, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to this weird new, gathering of these Christ followers. Like what happens, when I get there? Do I need to bring a gift? Do I need to bring an offering? What do I need to do? So that God doesn't strike me down. Hey, that is just gone. There was no need to bring a gift for access to God. That gift was already given for you. It was a voluntary offering of Jesus, of the Messiah himself. Completely inverts and does away with this whole need to essentially bribe God for access, to make sure God won't do anything bad to me. And it's really unfortunate that a lot of people still think about God this way. A lot of Christians think about God this way. It's just utterly anachronistic to think about God this way. One last thought. If we're in Christ, we don't occupy sacred space, so to speak. We are sacred space. And that actually is the fundamental theological rationale for subduing the flesh and living in a godly way. You are sacred space. For instance, it's Paul's rationale for why you shouldn't, commit fornication, why you shouldn't eat meat, that was, again, taken directly from a ritual. It's okay if it was in the marketplace, but you don't associate yourself with the ritual of the meat at Corinth. Why? Because then you enter into fellowship with devils, and you can't have fellowship with God and fellowship with beings who are less than God and hostile to God. You can't do it because you are sacred space. Know ye not, Paul says, that you are the temple of the living God. Okay, you have the Spirit, the very presence of God that was in the Old Testament, indwelling in you. Now, again, it would be easy for me to launch into a bit of a mini tirade here about how we do church. Again, how we do church is so focused on us that, honestly, for somebody like me who, I try to shut it off, periodically. But there are places I've gone, churches I've gone into that it is so focused on the person, on the felt needs, or whatever it is, that it's just kind of sickening because we've lost any sense. I'm not saying we need to go back and treat our churches like the tabernacle and we got to be careful where we walk and all that kind of stuff, okay? Because we are sacred space. What I'm saying is we have lost any sense of our gathering as being a sacred gathering. It's noisy. It's lots of running around. It's frankly some crazy stuff. I mean, I could tell you stories. It's hard to believe sometimes what happens in church. And we have lost just about all sensibility to anything like this. And again, I'm not suggesting that, hey, the solution to this is let's go build a tabernacle and act like we're in the Old Testament. That isn't the point. The point is it would be nice to remember that, the way I behave matters because I am sacred space. And when Christians gather together, Paul said individually we are the temple of the living God, but he also said in Corinthians that you, plural, you collectively are the temple of the living God. What we're doing here should in some way convey some seriousness, some thoughtfulness to the presence of God. How do we behave differently here than any other place? Because if we behave differently here, that helps us at least remember the presence of God. I mean, very simple things like this. I'm grateful when I see it. This is why, again, this is sort of freebie. In my experience, people who have left what we might call evangelicalism and have gone into like Eastern Orthodoxy, or even back to Catholicism or something like that, is that they get drawn in by liturgy because what happens in the service means something. It requires thoughtfulness. There's symbology there that takes the mind of the person in the room, in the church, takes their mind and directs it to specific theological imagery or thoughts or ideas, as opposed to a sporting event. Okay? That's just what the appeal is. And trust me, I understand that. But I have had a number of people say that's what did it for them. And even though they might have a disagreement theologically here or there, I wanted a visit to church to be different from any other place and different in a specific way. So you take this back to Leviticus 1. Again, their problem was a little bit different. It was a little bit to the way extreme. But as we read through Old Testament ritual, don't wrinkle your nose up at it. Don't be repulsed by it. Yeah, I'm glad we don't have lots of blood in the altar and all that kind of stuff too, but don't be repulsed by it. Look at it the way they're looking at it and think about it the way they're thinking about it. And the lessons that it was designed to reinforce, even if you don't have a sin on you, God should still be approached with caution. This is not a normal place. This is not a normal event. It's something that should be considered sacred as opposed to common, as opposed to profane, which that's what profane means, common, ordinary. This shouldn't be ordinary. It shouldn't be like everything else is during the week. It should be different. Even if we accomplish that much in our worship, I think it would be a good thing. And again, I think Leviticus 1 here, the idea of bringing an offering just so you can even start to enjoy or experience the presence of God in some way without getting hurt is really a good lesson.
Mike, I'm curious, how much of pagan rituals stem from here? I mean, is there any connections to offerings to the lower G gods?
Yeah, there were, when you get into some of the specific terminology, and again, last week, if you remember, we talked about the need in pagan religion to interact with intermediaries. Okay, the main gods, the high gods, were sort of just out of the picture. They could be sacrificed to and venerated, but as far as your day-to-day, quote unquote, spiritual needs, there was this whole intermediate world that you had to interact with. So there is a sense in all these systems of, go back to the approaches to sacrifice, that we are offering gifts. In other words, there's some cajoling or sort of establishing a relationship that's important. We can't assume, we can't presume, we can't be presumptive about how we approach sacred space, whether it's an Israelite religion or some other religion, because the gods have picked this place to inhabit. They have decided to settle in this statue or on this ground to do what gods do. And so we can't presume, we can't be flippant about what we do in these areas, lest the gods be angry. So there is this, again, sense of otherness that is reflected in sacrificial systems elsewhere. The whole, again, bringing a gift, treating it as food, that sort of thing. The communion idea is probably, again, a little less in pagan theory, because there it's more barter. It goes into the logic of idolatry. One of the reasons you built an idol and you performed a ritual to open the mouth, to make it alive, what you were thinking is that the deity is now going to come down here and inhabit it and be localized, so that not only has it chosen to be in this place, but now it's here, and you can essentially do lots of nice things for it, so it does nice things for you. It's more of a barter mentality, as opposed to the Old Testament. Yeah, we have a tabernacle, we have a holy place, and God is at home, that kind of thing. But God can come and go as He wants. God is not isolated to this place. God has specifically said, you're not going to make anything an idol, because I'm not going to be beckoned, right? I'm the one choosing to be here or not. You're not going to build this thing and beckon me here. And I just don't respond that way. And I can do for you, I can bless you or punish you no matter what is going on here. I'm giving you a means to know that I'm here and to approach me. But the terms of our relationship are laid out in this covenant that I have made with you and only with you. It's not based on hey, did I like last week's meal better than this week's, or the amount of what you bring. What God wants, again, just like we read in Psalm 50, come to Him with thanksgiving. Come to Him with gratitude. Come to Him, with a pure heart, the whole circumcision of the heart thing. It's much more internal than, again, sort of a barter mentality. But again, the logic of it, there's going to be overlaps there, and the terminology, you're going to see overlaps too.
Yeah, that's interesting that, they say a pleasing aroma to the Lord. That's a fascinating concept to think.
Right. Well, people would imagine, especially if it's a meal, I mean, you still get it here with the burnt offering, because even though it wasn't technically a sacrifice because there's no meal, the imagination or the imagery was that God is there because it's His house. God is there, and He's enjoying the scent of the meat being burned. He likes it. It's also why incense was used. Incense was used so that the place didn't stink of carcasses and, internal organs and poop and all this other stuff. I mean, this is a mess. When you're dealing with animals and animal remains and whatnot, incense was used, again, to make it pleasant, again, for everyone concerned. And again, it was imagined that this is what God wanted too, because it was pleasing to us, as opposed to this offensive odor over here. So there was that, and also because incense wasn't used in other places. So when you got near sacred space, it smelled different. It let you know. It was another sensory way of letting you know that I'm leaving the common and I'm approaching the uncommon, again, the sacred area.
Is there anything to the actual location of the altar, as far as they had to kill it on the north side and they had to throw the blood against the sides of the altar? Is there any?
There is a little something to that. What I mean by that is there may be some significance to that in other passages. So my answer at this point would be, we'll wait till we get there. There is something to be said in a few occasions about orientation. Let's just put it that way. But it doesn't show up in a lot of places. Well, let's jump in here now. Last time we only covered one chapter, Leviticus 1, which was the burnt offering, otherwise known as the whole burnt offering. And we mentioned that the point of that offering was sort of to initiate contact with God. It was sort of when the offerer brought the bull for the whole burnt offering, or if they were poor, they brought something else. It was a signal to God that the worshiper wanted some of God's time. So you bring a gift to God's house, so to speak, to get a little bit of His time. Now, in Leviticus 2 and 3, each of these chapters is going to cover a different offering. And again, we commented last time about the terminology offering and sacrifice, which we tend to overlap and interchange. Technically, in biblical speak, the word sacrifice is only used when there is a participatory meal, when the animal slaughtered becomes part of a meal. We're actually going to see that come up for the first time in Leviticus 3. But both of these chapters are going to be, in our parlance, about two different offerings. The grain offering is Leviticus 2. And then in Leviticus 3, what is typically in our translations the peace offering, and I'm going to suggest a different way of rendering that. Again, that's not unique with me, but I think helps to bring out what the point is. So beginning here in Leviticus 2, I want to read a summary of the grain offering from Baruch Levine's commentary. Levine is another one of these scholars whose academic career really has been focused on ritual. Last week I mentioned Dick Averbeck, who is a friend of mine. I don't know Baruch Levine, but Levine is very noted in biblical studies for this kind of material. And he summarizes the grain offering this way, which I think is helpful. Quote, Chapter 2 outlines the different types of mincha, which is the Hebrew word for grain offering, listing them according to their different methods of preparation. The ingredients were usually the same for the various offerings. The mincha was made of semolina, the choice part of wheat that was taken from the inner kernels. Olive oil was mixed into the dough or smeared on it, and frankincense was applied to it, enhancing the taste. So frankincense being a spice there. The mincha, Levine continues, could be prepared on a griddle, in a pan, or in an oven. A fistful of the dough, with the oil and frankincense added, was burned on the altar. The rest was prepared in one of the accepted ways to be eaten by the priests in the sacred precincts of the sanctuary. Since the fistful of dough was burned on the altar, grain offerings could not be made with leavened dough, as is discussed in the chapter. They had to be salted. Unquote. Now, some of these elements in this we're going to spend a little bit of time on. Again, the fistful of dough is what essentially becomes the offering that's burnt on the altar, given back to God. I want to sort of focus, though, on, we're going to end up focusing on a little bit of the procedure, but the salt idea is important, and I think it's going to be important in surprising ways. So, again, just to get ourselves oriented here, Leviticus 2 is about the grain offering, which is just what it sounds like, grain. It has some things done to it, and specifically, it had to be salted and could not be offered. The fistful that was put on the altar could not be offered with leaven, or we're going to see as we get into the passage, something called davash was also forbidden. Let's just jump in and read here, starting in verse 1. When anyone brings a grain offering as an offering to the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour. Then he shall pour oil on it, put frankincense on it, bring it to Aaron's sons, the priests. He shall take from it a handful of the fine flour and oil with all its frankincense, and the priest shall burn this as its memorial portion on the altar. So again, that's the offering part. And that is, to finish Leviticus 2, verse 2, a food offering with pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offering shall be for Aaron and for his sons. It is a most holy part of the Lord's offerings. By the way, the most holy designation for certain offerings, it's called most holy if the priests get to participate in consuming it. It's just it doesn't have anything to do with any special sanctity in terms of God or what it accomplishes for the bringer. It's really about the participation of the priesthood. They get to partake of it. So continuing on in verse 4, when you bring a grain offering baked in the oven as an offering, it shall be unleavened loaves of fine flour, so there we go, can't have any leaven in it, mixed with oil or unleavened wafers smeared with oil. And if your offering is a grain offering baked on a griddle, again, fine flour mixed with oil, break it in pieces, pour oil on it, it's a grain offering. So on and so forth with a pan. And if we get down to verse 9, the priest shall take from the grain offering its memorial portion, in other words, that fistful, and burn this on the altar, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offering shall be for Aaron and his sons. Now, verse 11, we'll throw this in. No grain offering that you bring to the Lord shall be made with leaven, for you shall burn no leaven, nor any davash as a food offering to the Lord. Davash, typically in your English translations, is translated as honey. So no leaven and no honey. Now let's talk about what all this means. Now, Levine and other scholars note that, again, the proper ingredient is something called solet. So fine flour, again, is a little bit misleading, but, we're not going to quibble too much about it. Again, specific part of the kernel of the wheat and whatnot. So that part of your translation, again, don't get too hung up on in terms of the flour and, equivalents that we might use today. It was actually something pretty precise for this offering. And it's clearly a food offering. Again, that's pretty obvious. So again, we talked last time about why some of the sacrifices are sort of spoken of as food, for God, and God doesn't need food, but yet we still have this language, so you can go back and listen to that. Procedurally, it's easy to understand. Again, you bring the proper, material from the kernels, smear it with oil, and make sure you don't add leaven, and make sure you don't have honey, davash in it, and we're good to go. Again, what does it all mean? Leaven, let's talk about that a little bit. And the davash, the two things that you're not supposed to put into it. What's the rationale? Well, the Hebrew word for leaven is chametz. It comes from Akkadian, a term that means fermented. No surprise there. Sour, it might also be part of the meaning there. But again, any of you who've baked anything knows, what leaven does, what yeast does, makes the bread rise, so on and so forth. Again, there's some sort of fermentation process here. And you say, well, why is that a big deal? Well, since this is actually an overlap with a number of other cultures. Leaven could be a good or a bad thing. It tended to be viewed negatively because it was, again, right or wrong. Again, this is the way an ancient person would look at it. Leaven had something to do with, I don't know what the best word here to use is, but sort of an altering of a natural order process or possibly a deteriorative process. And again, we're not talking science here. It was something you added to affect a change in something, again, that otherwise normally you wouldn't get. So for some reason, again, that could be something you wouldn't want to do to a sacrifice, or in other cultures you could do. Leaven isn't always a negative thing in biblical terminology, but here it's something you don't include in the offering. Certainly that you're going to take that fistful and hand it back to the Lord, put it on the altar and so forth. You want to avoid it there. The other issue is davash. Davash, I think, is actually more interesting because that is specifically mentioned in connection with ancient cults. And so the logic, certainly to davash and maybe to leaven, is not only because of, again, some sort of conception about it changing sort of a natural order of things, but probably even more to the point is that it was associated, and again, certainly this is true with davash, which is typically translated honey, with items that were used in the sacrifices of Israel's pagan neighbors. And so they are both specifically forbidden from the grain offering and in other circumstances, other offerings as well. And davash, again, I think is the more interesting of the two because it could be associated with bees and with honey. Again, it's something that is excreted. Okay, just try to think of it the way they did. We're going to get other Old Testament laws about excretions, whether it's excrement or, again, the loss of bodily fluids, and they're going to render the person or a thing ritually impure. So again, the excretion could be viewed as an impurity, and that's why you forbid the davash here, because of, again, this conceptual logic, to what it is. The verb, though, could also refer to the nectar of fruit, and there are some passages where that's probably what davash means. Again, what would the logic there be? Again, the fruit is, again, losing some of its natural properties. Again, it's hard for us to conceive of why something would be good or bad, to the ancient mind. It's often very abstract, but I think the safe ground here is that these were materials that were used in pagan sacrifices. We actually have texts from ancient Syria, ancient Ugaritic texts, Phoenician texts that specifically use davash, honey, again, something excreted like this, in their sacrifices. And so the logic might be something as simple as this notion of souring something or using something excreted should not be part of the Lord's system, the Lord's cult. Cult is a term that scholars use for sacrificial system, just because it's used by people who worship other gods. So we don't want to do that. Again, I think there's other religions used animals too. Why are we using them? I think there has to be more than the fact that they were used by other systems, even though in the literature of Ugarit and Syria, Phoenicia, Mesopotamia, davash, the honey substance does occur with some regularity. And so that in and of itself might mean, there was too much of an association there. But I think also, again, the excretory aspect of it, or the souring aspect of it, losing some of its natural properties from the way God made it, that kind of thinking probably has something to do with why it's excluded here. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but when we get to those passages about ritual impurity, like specifically when a woman is enduring her menstrual cycle, or a man has a nocturnal emission, or after the act of sex, you're rendered ritually impure. the logic to this is that blood and semen, and again, in the pre-scientific worldview of the biblical writer, even female vaginal fluids, those have something to do. They are an integral part of life. If something loses too much blood, it dies. Without, again, the act of sexual procreation, in the pre-scientific mind, the mixing of the bodily fluids there, that has to happen to create life. And so when you lose those things, it's sort of the absence of life force, which is translated into an association with death or dying. And the logic here is that those things render a person ritually impure because to occupy sacred space, you need to be reminded that Yahweh of Israel is the source of life. He is not the source of death and decay, souring and excrement, that kind of thing. He is the source of life. And as a reminder, it had nothing to do with morality. Okay, because, hey, every woman is going to have a menstrual cycle, you're going to have sex, there's nothing wrong with it. But again, if you lose these bodily fluids, it's losing the life force, and you have to be whole when you approach sacred space. You have to have all of your life force with you, that kind of thinking. And so, as a reminder of these ideas, to associate the God of Israel with life and not death, prosperity and not decay, again, some of these abstract thoughts, you were rendered ritually impure and you had to go through a procedure and then you were okay. Again, it has nothing to do with issues of morality. And we'll get into, and I alluded to this in our very first episode, introducing Leviticus, the difference between ritual purity and moral impurity or purity. So again, some of this thinking, again, translates back here as we're in Leviticus 2 about what not to use on the altar. And part of that is the logic. Again, it's very foreign to us to think about food items this way, but hey, we don't have a sacrificial system. We don't have this very clear and sharp distinction between common space and sacred space. We don't have this kind of thinking in our heads, but they did. And again, it all feeds into sort of this logic behind what you do or don't do within the Israelite cult, within the Israelite sacrificial system. And so here we have an indication. Leviticus 2, something as simple as a grain offering, the way you handle it and conduct the procedure can be a gesture of disloyalty to the God of Israel. You bring your grain offering and it has leaven in it or davash. Well, that's what the other gods do. And you shouldn't associate the Lord's offering or the Lord himself with this kind of material. It becomes almost a point of blasphemy. It becomes a simple act like this becomes a theological statement as to your view of the nature of your God. Again, we don't think in these terms, but the ancient person is going to think in these terms, and these are important lessons. They're just living object lessons built into the sacrificial system. In verse 13, okay, here's another one. You shall season, this is Leviticus 2:13, you shall season all your grain offerings with salt. You shall not let the salt of the covenant with your God be missing from your grain offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. Okay, that's verse 13. See, well, what in the world is up with that? So according to this verse and other verses, all offerings and sacrifices were to have salt. You say, well, why? Well, it's sort of easier to understand if the sacrifice or the offering included a sacrifice of an animal, because Israelites were forbidden from consuming the blood. Again, the life of the flesh is in the blood, that sort of thing. We'll get to that passage, and I may allude to it a little bit later as we proceed here. I may have to. But again, blood was a thing that had life in it. It was the life force. If you lost too much of it, if you didn't have it, you're dead. Okay? Real simple. And you're not allowed to consume it because that source of life is given by God. It belongs to God. And so it must go back to him. It can be, you're going to have some of the blood, contained in the meat when it gets burned and all that sort of thing, or you're going to splash it around in different places to sanctify sacred space. It goes back to God. You do not consume it because it does not belong to you. It was given to you. You are not going to ingest blood of another living thing again, a lot of ancient cultures thought this way, because blood is a life force, that you're somehow going to gain more power or gain some power through this, through ingesting this. The Levitical system just cuts that right off at the knees, says we're not doing this. And so you would add salt to meat because salt will absorb more of the blood. So you can drain it, but salt actually absorbs blood after draining from slaughter. So it's actually a means to just get as much blood out of the thing as you could. Well, that's understandable when you have a blood sacrifice. So what about grain offerings? You don't have any blood there, so what's up with the salt there? Well, I think the key here is this phrase, the salt of the covenant with your God. I'll just read the verse again. You shall season all your grain offerings with salt. You shall not let the salt of the covenant with your God be missing from your grain offering. And with all your offerings, you shall offer salt. Now, as you can imagine, scholars have spent a lot of time trying to figure this out. And there's a huge amount of literature on, not just generally the Levitical system, but on this specific point. In the ancient Near East, covenants of a wide variety, not just the biblical covenants here, because there's a covenant referred to here, the salt of the covenant with your God. Not just biblical covenants and not just the covenant in this one verse, but just broadly speaking in the ancient Near East, salt was used in covenant ceremonies to make a covenant obligation, to make a covenant agreement binding. Now, the logic seems to be, I'll just give an example. Scholars have noted in ancient Near Eastern treaty curses that if a treaty were violated by one party or the other, that person's land would be sowed or plowed under with salt so as to prevent anything from growing on it again. And so by using salt in a covenant agreement, it was a reminder that if I violate this covenant, something bad's going to happen. The other side is going to come over here and kick us in the butt, conquer us, plow our fields under with salt, and we'll never be able to live here again. So it was a symbolic or visual reminder, you better not violate this agreement. Now, this expression biblically occurs only here and in two other places. One of them is Numbers 18:19, which says, all the holy contributions that the people of Israel present to the Lord I give to you and to your sons and daughters with you as a perpetual due. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord for you and for your offspring with you. And then 2 Chronicles 13:5 says, ought you not to know that the Lord God of Israel gave the kingship over Israel forever to David and his sons by a covenant of salt? Now, if you go back and look at 2 Samuel 7, the Davidic covenant, you're not going to read about a covenant of salt. You're not going to read about it in Psalm 89, which also talks about the Davidic covenant. So what in the world, what does the expression mean? The expression, again, is drawn from the fact that, again, in at least in some ancient Near Eastern context, of the threat of having your land overrun and never being able to live there again. So you would use salt in a covenant ceremony as a reminder of you better go by this agreement you're making. And biblically speaking, the phrase occurs in covenant relationships that are designed to last forever. It's binding. So the covenant of salt idea is something that the Bible references, and specifically here, the mincha, the grain offering, again, is a reminder because it includes salt, even though there's no blood here. And every sacrifice needs to include salt. Why? Because you Israelites have entered into a binding covenant relationship with your God that is intended to last forever. So salt, included in the sacrifices, was a perpetual reminder of the enduring, at least intentionally, the enduring relationship between Yahweh, the God of Israel, and his people, Israel. They're specifically told, do not forget to add salt to all your sacrifices. With all your offerings, you shall offer salt. So it's not just to make it taste better, because in many cases, nobody's eating it, or the offerer is not eating it. The idea is, again, permanence. This is how you signify a permanent, binding covenant relationship. You did it with the covenant ceremony. You're doing it now with your offerings. All this sort of stuff. These These are, again, just sort of object lessons to teach very specific points. So the salt element is kind of important here. And just by virtue of what the offering is called, if we go back up here to verse 2, we read verse 2 again. Bring it, that is the mincha, the grain offering, to Aaron's sons the priests, and he shall take from it a handful of the fine flour and oil, with all of his frankincense, and the priest shall burn this as its, quote, memorial portion on the altar. So the fistful that is taken and actually given to the Lord on the altar that needs to have salt in it is a memorial portion. The Hebrew term is azkara, which comes from it's a noun form, and the same three consonants, zakar, form the verb to remember. So memorial portion is the noun, remember is the verb. Well, look at the imagery. Okay, I'm bringing this grain offering, and frankly, every offering that we're bringing is supposed to have salt in it. And this isn't the only offering that's going to be called a memorial portion. It's to remember. Okay, God's going to remember. It's for us to remember too. This is a memorial event, a memorial act. What? To remember the binding covenant relationship that we entered into voluntarily at Sinai with the God of Israel, and all the baggage that comes with it, the blessings and the cursings. Again, so this is sort of built into the system to remind Israel of what the relationship's supposed to be that they had entered into. Leviticus 3, we get another offering, the quote-unquote peace offering. This is in Hebrew the zavach shalamim, and it's the first place zavach occurs in Leviticus, which is the noun for sacrifice. It's probably better translated the sacrifice of well-being. Now, zavach shalamim, you might notice if you had a little Hebrew, shalamim sounds a little bit like shalom, okay? And it's true, same consonants, the shin, the lamed, the mem. Shalamim is related to the word shalom, which is why English translations usually have peace offering, because shalom is generically taken to mean peace. Peace be unto you. When you say shalom to someone, that's what you mean. Hope everything is well with you. So some scholars, and again, I'd kind of like a little bit better, refer to this as the sacrifice of well-being. Now, often this sacrifice, just like we saw with the burnt offering last episode, is combined with other sacrifices, especially with the olah, the burnt offering, to celebrate important events in your life, in the history of the Israelite people. In most cases, it was a personal sacrifice. Again, just like with the burnt offering, think about the three offerings we've hit to this point. Burnt offering is, this initial, knock on the door. I want to spend time with God. I want to approach God, and I hope God will accept me. Okay. Then we have the grain offering, the mincha, which says, I'm reminded of the relationship, the binding relationship that we have entered into with God as a people, and I have entered into because I'm a member of this community. Okay. I'm reminded of that. And now we have the zavach shalamim. Okay. I'm doing this. I want to have this offering, and often it's just a personal sacrifice. There's no sin that needs to be forgiven in view here. It's, I want to give this back to God, this sacrifice, because it is well with me, and I'm thankful. And that is the fundamental logic of the peace offering. It's not that, I have a sin to take care of and I need to make peace with God. God, do you like this goat enough? No, that isn't it. It's that you have peace with God. You have this relationship with God, and you want to thank God for the well-being that relationship has brought you. And it's significant. Leviticus 3, let's just read a little bit of it before I get into the comment I was going to make. It starts off, if his offering is a sacrifice of peace offering, again, zavach shalamim. If he offers an animal from the herd, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. He shall lay his hand on the head of the offering, again, designating it that this is now belonging to the Lord, and kill it at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall throw the blood against the sides of the altar from the sacrifice of the peace offering. As a food offering to the Lord, he shall offer the fat covering the entrails and all the fat that is on the entrails, and the two kidneys. They start to divide up the parts here. Verse 5, Aaron's sons shall burn on the altar with the top of the burnt offering. Okay, so you already brought a burnt offering. We'll add a peace offering on top of it, which is on the wood on the fire. It's a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. It is, if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering to the Lord as an animal from the flock, male or female. Again, to go through the same procedure. The Lord gets, again, the fatty portions, which was across the board in the sacrificial system, not only here but elsewhere, as just in terms of consumption, that was considered the best part. So God gets the best part. And again, the rest of the chapter goes through, well, if it's a goat, if it's this, it's that, and all that sort of thing. What you're doing is you're bringing this offering, you're killing this animal, not because there's something wrong with you that you hope God will take away. You're bringing it, especially if you already initiated your time with God with a whole burnt offering. Now you're doing a peace offering, like the chapter 3 just says, the two right on top of each other. You're doing it because, Lord, I want some of your time. I hope you'll accept my burnt offering. And now I'm going to bring a peace offering because it's well with me. I'm thankful for the relationship that we have. I'm thankful that you chose Israel. I'm thankful that you're our God. I mean, it's not a negative sort of thing. It's a scene of a peaceful, harmonious relationship that already exists between the worshiper and God. And again, you start things off with the burnt offering, God accepts you, and then you bring the peace offering. If you throw in a grain offering, chapter 2, again, yes, I'm reminded of the covenant relationship that we're in. It was initiated by you. You are the God of gods, that sort of thing. Again, you put these three offerings together, it's sort of a personal worship time. It's a personal affirmation time of your relationship to God and your thankfulness for that relationship. And it is significant that in all of what we read here, Leviticus 3 never mentions blood atonement. It's nowhere in the passage. It never mentions blood atonement in the regulations for the peace offering, to be well with your soul. Okay, it's absent because that isn't what it's about. Now, in our next episodes, chapters 4 and 5, where we get the quote-unquote sin offering, which, again, I'm going to object to the terminology there, and the guilt offering, quote-unquote, I'm going to not really like that either. When you get to those two offerings, that's a little bit different. Then there's something that, needs to be taken care of here, at least, in terms of your fitness for sacred space. Okay, that's a little different than the first three. So those two sacrificial offerings are a different story. But here, up to this point, and in Leviticus 3 here, when we have the animal slayed, we have this, again, communal meal, again, where the worshiper gets to participate in a sacred meal. You don't have any of that in view. It's not about making you better. It's not about taking away something wrong with you. It's about wanting to spend time with God. So I'm going to read a little bit from what Levine says to summarize, again, a little bit of chapter 2, but also with chapter 3 here. He says, it's best, in order to understand chapter 3, the offering of well-being, to understand that, we need to understand it against the backdrop of the first two. Again, the burnt offering and the grain offering. The zavach, the sacrifice of well-being, was presented differently from the burnt offering and the grain offering, although they overlap in some features. Some of the same animals used for burnt offerings could also be used for the zavach shalamim, and the same altar was used for all three types. Also, the blood of the sacrificial animal offered as a zavach, a sacrifice, was applied to the altar of burnt offerings in different ways, but in the same spirit. There were, however, significant differences that inform us of the special character of this particular sacrifice. Whereas the olah, the burnt offering of chapter 1, was completely consumed by the altar fire, and in this way given over to God entirely, the zavach shalamim, again, the sacrifice of well-being, was a sacred meal in which sections of the sacrifice were shared by the priests and the donors of the offering. Only certain fatty portions of the animal were burnt on the altar as God's share. If we look back at the mincha, again, the grain offering, that could be eaten only by the priests. So the eating of that particular sacrifice was not so restricted, or at least the one in Leviticus 3, it doesn't get that restriction. The donor can participate. So what's the point? What's the picture? I mean, you get non-priests partaking of this particular sacrifice here in Leviticus 3, where that wasn't the case with the other two. Chapter 1, everything went to God, whole burnt offering. Chapter 2, the priest could have some of that, and then you put a fistful and gave that to God. Here in chapter 3, the sacrifice of well-being, which is more personal, the worshiper gets to participate in the meal as well. So, what we have here, to sort of summarize it, is that what makes this particular sacrifice of well-being, the quote-unquote peace offering, distinctive is that it's a communal celebration of worshipers, of the offerers, occasioned by and sort of constructed around the meat of the offering. It's a fellowship meal. It's a communion meal. Again, that indicated the fact that there was peace between God and the person bringing the offering, and of course the priests. Okay, everybody was right with God. The person, the family, the community was in a state of well-being. It's not about erasing, again, any deficiency. That sort of thinking, again, at least that there's something wrong that needs to be addressed, is going to happen in Leviticus 4 and Leviticus 5. But for the first three here, again, bringing in our last episode with chapter 1, this is what we have. They tend to be personal. They're not about forgiveness of sin. They're about, can I come into your presence? Again, the burnt offering. I want to spend some time with God. Okay, so I'm going to go to his house. I hope he'll accept me. God does. Then we have the mincha with salt. Again, I'm reminded of the covenant relationship that we have together, and the peace offering. It's a good thing. All of that's a good thing. It is well between us. I have peace with God, and I just wanted to express my gratitude over that situation. Again, I'm not making peace with God. I have it. I have it because of the covenant God initiated that we have entered into. And again, the implication, by implication, is I'm not going out and worshiping Baal. I'm not going out and committing heinous crimes and sins and whatnot. But again, the point of the offering itself, the sacrifice itself, is to celebrate something that already exists. Now, in terms of sort of, application, if you want to call it that, and again, we'll wrap up with this. As far as these two sacrifices, think about it. The grain offering, I think the focal point there is the salt. Again, you shall season all your grain offerings with salt. You shall not let the salt of the covenant with your God be missing. In fact, all of your offerings you shall offer with salt. Again, this was an offering of remembrance, remembering the permanency, the binding relationship between God and his people. Now, if you had that in your head, think about the verses like this. Remember Matthew 5:13, part of the Sermon on the Mount? You are the salt of the earth. But if salt has lost its taste, how shall its saltiness be restored? It's no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled under people's feet. And I would suggest to you that the notion of salt being no good anymore has some relationship to the notion of either a violation of the covenant. And when Jesus is preaching to the Judeans, to the Jews there in Judea, in their mind, they're still in exile. Israel as a nation is still in exile. I hope you realize that. A lot of, again, in my experience, a lot of evangelicals, just don't get this point. The return from exile, we talked about this in our series in the book of Acts. The return from exile, according to the Old Testament, always included all the tribes. All the tribes didn't come back. Okay, that just never happened. Israel, Israelites, Judeans, the people who are living in Judea, the ones who did get to come back, they are the descendants of the ones who did get to come back. They know that the rest of their countrymen is still scattered. They are still scattered everywhere throughout the known world. That's why what happens in Acts, especially at Pentecost, and again, I'm not going to go back into the book of Acts, but all the concatenation of ideas there about reclaiming the nations and, God sort of having cell groups in all these nations to kickstart the process of spreading the word about the Messiah, again, in his providence. And then they get gathered because God is now, it's not a question of all of you coming back to the land here. I'm going to get you. I'm going out to get you, to gather my people together. And we talked about the fullness of the Gentiles and all that kind of stuff. Well, you go back here to the Sermon on the Mount, there is a sense, because they understand that salt is used in offerings about the binding agreement, but boy, there's something wrong here. We're still in exile. How's that going to get fixed? I thought the covenant was permanent. Look at us. We're still in exile. Is this what Jesus is talking about? The salt has lost its savor, and in other words, is he still angry with us or what? It could also again refer more personally. It could get somebody thinking about their own relationship with God. How deep is my commitment? Yeah, we're in exile. What about me? Again, this is just something culturally that would have had a different kind of baggage with the original hearers than it does with us. Mark 9:50. Salt is good, but if the salt has lost its saltiness, how will you make it salty again? Now that could sound traumatic if you associate it with the breaking of the covenant with exile. That is not something you want to hear. Can you make it salty again? Then Jesus says, have salt in yourselves and be at peace with one another. Again, shorthand version, Mike's paraphrase, worry about the relationships that you can, that you have some control over, that you yourself in your life here, have some control over. Have salt in yourselves, be at peace with one another. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. I mean, be faithful to each other. All sorts of ways you could take that and go with it, again, in that cultural context and with, again, sort of the worldview baggage that goes with the use of salt in the Old Testament. And it was just inextricably tied. Do a word study on salt in the Old Testament. You're going to find it's inextricably linked to the sacrificial system and the covenant. It just is. This is what you're doing. This is a reminder of this relationship. Now, second point for chapter 3, what about the Zavach Shalamim? Again, point of application, if you want to call it that, the offering of well-being. Think of it this way. The fellowship, which was the point of that sacrifice, and again, it was personal. The fellowship of the Lord's table is no longer an animal sacrifice. The sacred meal is one that commemorates the sacrifice of the Messiah, not an animal that you brought. The life giver gives his blood and then takes up his life again, but not taking up the blood. Remember, Christ's resurrection body didn't have blood. Remember that? Because after the cross, there remains no more sacrifice for sin. Nothing else can follow. We're not talking about blood anymore. Okay, there is no more sacrifice that's going to happen or that has any effectual relationship to this problem. Blood is out of the picture. Which against the backdrop of the Levitical imagery, means something. And so I'll end with Ephesians 5:1-2. Therefore, be imitators of God as beloved children and walk in love as Christ loved us and gave himself up for us, a fragrant offering and sacrifice to God. Paul pulls that Levitical language out and says, that was Jesus. In pretty point blank, Christ loved us and gave himself up for us as a fragrant offering and sacrifice to God. And it was permanent. Again, no more blood. Blood's already been given. It's not even on the table anymore. Nothing else can follow. So I think both in terms of how we approach Leviticus 2 and 3, we learn some things if we think about it the way they thought about it. And also, what I'm trying to do here, we're only 3 chapters in, is I'm also trying to draw points of comparison and contrast, really, with how much better, how much more permanent, how much more workable, I hate to use the word easier, but I guess I will here, our relationship with God is now, because this stuff was done for us, and it's no longer dependent on our procedures or observing procedures given to us. It's a totally different story.
Is there a reason that the kidneys and liver are singled out in Leviticus 3?
I'm not sure if there's a precise reason, because the fat always gets emphasis for God. And the way I would answer that is that a lot of the fat that's specifically mentioned in terms of the Hebrew terminology is the fat that clings to those parts. So I tend to think that's why they're specifically mentioned, because of the other term. Again, like in verse 4, the 2 kidneys with the fat that is on them, at the loins. Again, these were perceived as the best parts of the animal for consumption, and so it's all sort of lumped together. That's what the fat is on.
Is the actual Hebrew word for kidney and livers used there?
Yeah. Now, a word like kidney, that's something that it's a term that is known as far as specifically what body part that refers to. Some of the other ones are more what's the word I'm looking for? More scattershot, like for innards. But yeah, in this case, we've got something a little more specific.
So they were well versed in the human anatomy, I guess.
Well, they're well versed in the bovine anatomy. Yeah. And
right.
Obviously they're going to be able to tell some visual similarities, body parts and things like that.
Yeah, I meant the bovine, but yeah. Okay, well that's interesting. It's because there's been some, like in the Greek mythology, Prometheus with his liver, he's being punished by the vulture pecking his liver and for giving them fire, and so I just didn't know if there was some kind of deeper meaning attached to the liver and kidneys specifically.
it's kind of interesting. I mean, here you have the long lobe of the liver that's removed with the kidneys and whatnot. I'd have to look and see if, maybe somebody like Levine or Averbeck or Milgram is another guy whose focus is sacrificial material. What your question makes me think of is that it would be interesting if all of that was sort of, quote, given back to God, because it's well known, especially with the liver, that pagan religions would use that specific part. The part I'm not sure about is the kidneys, for divination. Sort of reading the liver. They would take a liver out of an animal, and if it was this or that color, or if it had this or that divot in it, or just something, it meant something. It was an omen. And so it has me wondering now if by giving that back to God, it's sort of a kind of a silent polemic, against that idea that we would retain this and then do something with it, to discern the will of God, or get divine knowledge from it, or something like that. So it could be sort of a little slap there, but I'm actually not sure about that. I could see the logic and I'm just wondering if anybody's done a study on that. If they have, I don't know it, but I can't say I've looked for it either. As we begin, I want to say something a little bit about chapters 4 and 5, just by way of introduction. Both of these chapters concern sacrificial laws governing sacrifices of expiation. So there's some cleansing going on here, but we're going to be talking about what that exactly means and doesn't mean as we go through both of these chapters. These are sacrifices, again, to secure atonement and forgiveness, and again, some cleansing going on, but sort of our popular conception of that is going to be a little bit different than what we actually see in Leviticus 4 and 5 in the biblical text. So in both cases, again, both of these chapters, 4 and 5, just to preview what we're going to be talking about today, and of course, sort of set up, the next time, these sacrifices in these chapters are only efficacious when it comes to unintentional offenses or unintentional sins, unintentional transgressions. Whenever an individual Israelite, from the lowest social class all the way up to the high priest, is guilty of an inadvertent offense or failing to do what the law requires, again, in some unintentional way, some sort of transgression by ignorance or inadvertence, then expiation through sacrifice is required. They do not apply to defiant acts or premeditated sins or premeditated offenses or crimes. The laws of the Torah contain no sacrificial expiation for intentional or premeditated sins. There's no vicarious remedy or some ritual that will absolve a person who intentionally defied God or, again, committed some crime. Now, as we'll see, both sacrifice and repayment were commanded and, again, were effectual with respect to only unintentional wrongs and violations, and that's whether they're committed against God or other people. But the things that are premeditated, that just isn't the case. And that's kind of contrary to the way we think about sacrifice, because when we think about Old Testament sacrifices, we tend to filter that material through the New Testament theology of atonement and forgiveness, and that covers everything. That is not the case with the Old Testament. Now, there's an illustration of this that we probably already know from the Old Testament, and that is in Numbers 35, 9 through 34. I'm not going to read that, but that's the avenger of blood situation. There were certain cities of refuge set up when Israel moved into the land, and that was specifically for the protection of a person who unintentionally took a human life. And again, they could go to these cities, they could flee there. They were safe from punishment, death penalty. They were safe there as long as they stayed in those cities during the term of the high priest at the time. If they rejected that provision and ventured outside the city of refuge to which they had fled, then they were fair game. But Numbers 35 sort of illustrates this idea, even with something as serious as taking a human life, if it was unintentional, there was some sort of provision made for you, as opposed to if this was deliberate, there is no provision. There's no way to sort of deal with this and get around it other than the death penalty. Well, that's sort of a familiar case, and it's the same principle, the same idea is true with the less familiar, that if you sinned, I know the King James translates with a high hand, again, shaking your fist at God, that kind of thing. If you sinned defiantly or premeditatively, that is not what the sacrificial system was for. It was for the people who did unintentional things, inadvertent offenses. In that case, okay, we can deal with this. There's something that we can do to take care of this problem. But if it was on the other side, boy, it sure stinks to be you. That's the kind of thing that you're dealing with in Old Testament law. Now, I want to quote Levine here a little bit. We've mentioned Baruch Levine before in the his commentary on Leviticus is probably one of the two sort of premier go-to references for Old Testament ritual. And he says this: in the case of premeditated sins, Old Testament law dealt directly with the offender, imposing real punishments to prevent recurrences, i.e. the death penalty. It's not going to recur if you take care of it that way. Or recurring restitution, where loss or injury to another person had occurred. Ritual expiation was restricted to situations where a reasonable doubt existed as to the intentionality of the sin or the offense. The mistaken notion that ritual worship could atone for criminality or intentional religious desecration was persistently attacked by the prophets of Israel, who considered it a major threat to the entire covenantal relationship between Israel and God. Okay, unquote. Now, Levine gives examples like Isaiah 1, where God says, I essentially, purify your hearts, do what's right instead of just bringing a sacrifice. Well, this kind of language again points to the problem of people committing deliberately sins and crimes and then bringing sacrifice like, oh, this will take care of it. Where the prophets are saying, no, that really doesn't take care of it. What God wants is a new heart, a different heart. And this is not satisfactory. Again, what Levine is saying is passages like that feed off of or sort of they have their hooks into this idea that the sacrificial system was really about unintentional violations, not defiant sins. Now, Levine adds, here he is again, the laws of chapters 4 and 5 do not specify all the offenses for which such sacrifices are mandated. We may assume, as did the rabbis, that there is a correspondence between those offenses requiring expiatory offerings and those punishable by the penalty known as karet, which in translation is cutting off of the offender from the community. The expiatory sacrifices were required for inadvertent transgressions. If someone committed a transgression defiantly, that would bring upon the offender the penalty of karat. Again, that's a Hebrew term for to cut off. You say, well, what does cut off mean? Levine says, at some early stage, karet probably involved actual banishment from the community. Karet was often combined with more stringent punishments, even death, like the death penalty. It is sometimes perceived as punishment meted out directly by God, in contrast to that imposed by the community and its leaders for offenses committed against God. Karet was inflicted for a variety of religious sins such as desecration of the Sabbath, eating leaven on Passover, or committing adultery, unquote. So what Levine's getting at here is, again, the sacrificial system was there so that a person wouldn't be cut off from the community, either by death penalty or by banishment. But for those who sin defiantly, that was what happened to you. There is no sacrifice for that. We don't just, kill an animal and it's all taken care of and forgotten. Again, some transgressions, you're going to, there's going to be different things that happen as we go through Leviticus. We'll describe them, but just as a general principle, sacrifice was for unintentional or inadvertent, offenses. The stuff that was deliberate, you were cut off, either death penalty or you're banished. Again, sacrifice doesn't cut it there, pun intended. Now, as far as Leviticus 4 and 5, these cover two sacrifices. Chapter 4, which we're going to talk about today, is the katat, which is usually rendered sin offering. I'm going to offer a different translation for that and explain why. And then chapter 5 is the asham, which is usually translated guilt offering. Now, we're going to obviously focus on katat, the sin offering, in this chapter because that's the whole of Leviticus 4. We need to realize, as we jump into this, I'm going to read the first 20 or so verses, that there's actually two different katat sacrifices in chapter 4 that actually spill into chapter 5. They're both called the sin offering. One is chapter 4, around verses 3 to 21. We're basically going to read this one in full. And that was the sin offering for when the chief priest or the collective community of Israel happened to commit an inadvertent offense. So there's a procedure for that. The second one that picks up around verse 22 in chapter 4 and spills into chapter 5 was the sin offering procedure for an individual Israelite, again, who was not a priest and not the collective community, but just a sole individual Israelite or a tribal chief. There was a procedure for those. And there's a difference between the two. Really, it comes down to what was done with the blood. That sort of illustrates a principle that we're going to get into in a few moments. So let's jump into Leviticus 4. And I'm going to read, again, probably the first 20 or so verses here and mix in a few comments, and this will set up what we're going to do the rest of the episode. So Leviticus 4 says, "The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, 'Speak to the people of Israel, saying, if anyone sins unintentionally in any of the Lord's commandments about things not to be done, and does any one of them, if it is the anointed priest who sins,'" this is verse 3, "thus bringing guilt on the people, then he," the anointed priest, "shall offer for the sin that he has committed a bull from the herd without blemish to the Lord for a sin offering. He shall bring the bull to the entrance of the tent of meeting before the Lord, and lay his hand on the head of the bull, and kill the bull before the Lord. And the anointed priest shall take some of the blood of the bull, and bring it into the tent of meeting, and the priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle part of the blood 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of fragrant incense before the Lord that is in the tent of meeting, and all the rest of the blood of the bull he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting." Verse 8, "And all the fat of the bull of the sin offering he shall remove from it, the fat that covers the entrails, and the fat that's on the entrails, and the 2 kidneys, with the fat that is on them at the loins, and the long lobe of the liver he shall remove with the kidneys." Verse 10, "Just as are taken from the ox of the sacrifice of the peace offerings." So it's the same procedure. "And the priest shall burn them on the altar of burnt offering. But the skin of the bull, and all its flesh, with its head, its legs, its entrails, and its dung, and all the rest of the bull, he shall carry outside the camp to a clean place, to the ash heap, and shall burn it up on a fire of wood. On the ash heap it shall be burned up." Now, we stopped here at verse 12, and I want to summarize a little bit of what we've done to this point, or at least what we've read. You'll notice that only the blood and the fatty portions on the internal organs are used in this ritual. Now, the fatty portions, the fat on the organs, are the same as what we saw in earlier episodes associated with the peace offering, but the rest is just discarded. It's taken outside the camp, burned on the ash heap, as we read there in the last verse we read, verse 12. You'll also notice there's no community meal. I mean, nobody consumes, eats, part of the offering here. The part that is used, again, the blood and the fatty portions are put on the altar and they're given over to the Lord. And then the blood is applied only to the sanctuary, or, points of the sanctuary, parts of it, and the sancta. That is the sacred objects. Scholars refer to this as blood manipulation, by the way. You might hear me use that term, but essentially where the blood is applied. And in this case, it's only the sanctuary and different sacred objects. There's no meal here. So what this tells us sort of right off the bat is that the real concern of the sin offering is to maintain the purity of the sanctuary, or to cleanse it, to purge it from impurity, to protect it from infection. Would probably be a good idea, a good way to think of it. So the sacrifice is about the purity of the sanctuary against any sort of defilement or infection. Now, what you're going to notice is that this particular part of Leviticus 4, again, the first 12 verses here, relating to what happens when a priest inadvertently commits an offense, or the entire congregation, which the priest sort of represents. In this case, the blood is going to be put on certain things that it is not applied to later in the chapter when the second sin offering procedure is described, the one that's for the ordinary Israelite or for a tribal leader. There's going to be a bit of a difference, and we'll talk about that when we come to it, as to why there is this difference. So let's jump back into verse 13. If the whole congregation of Israel sins unintentionally, and the thing is hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they do any one of the things that by the Lord's commandments ought not to be done, and they realize their guilt, when the sin which they have committed becomes known, the assembly shall offer a bull from the herd for a sin offering and bring it to the front of the tent of meeting. So far it sounds pretty much the same. The elders of the congregation shall lay their hands on the head of the bull before the Lord, that's verse 15, and the bull shall be killed before the Lord. Then the anointed priest shall bring some of the blood of the bull into the tent of meeting, and the priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil. And he shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar that is in the tent of meeting before the Lord, and the rest of the blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And all its fat he shall take from it and burn on the altar. Thus shall he do with the bull, as he did with the bull of the sin offering, so shall he do with this. And the priest shall make atonement for them, and they shall be forgiven. And he shall carry the bull outside the camp and burn it up as he burned the first bull. It is the sin offering for the assembly. So here you have, by the time you get to verse 20, you've got 2 procedures really that are part of kind of, one concern. We've got the first part was a priest. Second part is the congregation of Israel sinning unintentionally in verse 13. So when the congregation sins, as a whole, and again, there are various circumstances where something like that can happen, then the procedure is basically, again, the same for the priest, because the priest represented the whole congregation. When a particular Israelite isn't known as the one who did something wrong, then the priest has to sort of represent everybody, to sort of catch, the offender. If there's, again, some sort of imprecise circumstance, you can't, just point to one lay person or tribal leader or something like that. So when the priest is involved, here's the point. When the priest is involved in some way needing the sin offering procedure, the blood is going to be taken into the tent of meeting. It's taken into, onto holy ground here, inside the tent, inside the tabernacle, as it were, the holy place, to be more precise. And it's going to be sprinkled. You're going to have the blood applied to the horns of the altar of the incense that's in front, of where, in front of the veil. On the other side is the Ark of the Covenant. The blood sort of travels inside, the holy place. Doesn't penetrate the Holy of Holies. That's only going to happen once a year in Leviticus 16 with the Day of Atonement. But it travels inside. When we get from Leviticus 4:22, which says when a tribal leader sins doing unintentionally this or that, and then verse 27, if any one of the common people sins unintentionally, those procedures aren't going to be exactly the ones that we just read. You won't see the blood travel into the holy place, because it's not specifically connected with a priest. The priest didn't sin unintentionally, and the priest didn't have to represent the whole populace in the case of sort of an unknown person, the congregation as a whole sinning. In those circumstances, since the priest is sort of involved in the violation in some way, either himself or he has to represent the people who committed the violation, the whole congregation. When the priest is involved in some way in the violation, then the blood that's used for the sin offering will go into the holy place. But if it's somebody else, tribal leader, common person, you don't have that. We'll talk a little bit about that as we keep going. Now, what I want to do here, I'm not going to read the rest of the chapter because there's a lot of repetition in it, but you have you got the 2 basic categories, priest representing the congregation, and then you have tribal leader and common person. Those are the 2 sort of categories of the sin offering. And, we've discussed that. So what I want to do from this point on is to talk about certain terms and concepts that you'll read in this chapter, and then talk about, what they mean, what the point is. So let's talk about first this term unintentionally. Now, the term here comes from the Hebrew verb shagag, which means to err or to wander, something like that. And it speaks of inadvertence. Again, maybe a better way to say it would be this term is used in contrast to other terms and other descriptions that make it clear that a violation, a deliberate violation, is in view. When you want it to be clear that no, we're not talking about a deliberate violation, we want to contrast what's happening with a deliberate, a defiant offense. This is the verb that Leviticus uses, shagag, to err, to make a mistake, a sort of an honest mistake. So again, it speaks of inadvertence. In other words, the offender might be unaware of a particular law or some nuance of the law. They might be unaware that something they did was actually a violation of a law they did know. They just weren't sure that it was a violation or not. And then the priest says, yep, that's a violation. And you say, well, I didn't know that. Okay, well, now we need to bring a sin offering because inadvertence, unintentionality is acceptable. So Levine put it this way: inadvertence with respect to the nature of the act itself would occur, by way of example, if a person, let's say, ate forbidden fat, chalev, thinking it was ordinary fat, shuman, again, from an offering, because there were only certain fatty portions due for the Lord. And you say, oh, I ate something that was for the Lord. I didn't realize, I couldn't visually tell what was sacred fat and what was common fat. And the priest, okay, we get that. We understand that. We know you didn't do it on purpose. You're not stealing from God defiantly or on purpose. You're okay. We can take care of that with a sin offering, no problem. So I hope you're catching that the prevailing assumption of the whole system, a system that allows atonement, allows the taking care of, the cleansing of inadvertent or unintentional violation, the prevailing assumption is that an Israelite, a good Israelite, would seek to obey God's laws. They wouldn't be seeking to disobey. They wouldn't be rebels. Again, they wouldn't be, defiant. Everybody would be trying to keep in line, to obey the law. And when you slipped up, it's okay. What's not okay is when you're defiant and you premeditatively do something that is contrary to God's law. Unwitting offenses could be taken care of. The other ones, different story. So that's unintentionally, again, from shagag, to err, to make a mistake. Now let's talk about sin offering. Now this one is a little more complicated. And as I telegraphed early in the episode, I'm going to suggest a different translation for chatat, which is the Hebrew term typically rendered sin offering, because I think it's confusing. Again, because when the average Christian reads this, sin offering, and they read terms like atonement and shall be forgiven, they're filtering that content through the New Testament work of Jesus. Okay, folks, the New Testament work of Jesus is better than this. This is better than the Old Testament system. The Old Testament system didn't have sacrifices for defiant, deliberate sin. New Testament, the work of Jesus, covers everything. But again, to understand, like the book of Hebrews, why Jesus is better. Okay, that's a big theme of Hebrews. Jesus is better than this aspect of the Old Testament, that aspect. He's a better priest. He's a better, sacrifice. He's a better this. He's a better that. To understand the part of the book of Hebrews that talks about the sacrifices, how Jesus' sacrifice is better, you have to understand the Old Testament system, and you'll see that it's better. Again, we often don't get that. We think, oh, it's better because it's not icky. There's no blood. We don't have to kill an animal. Well, okay, that's true, but there's a lot more to it than that. So let's go back here and talk about the term chatat in Hebrew. Now, just all by itself, you take it out of context, you're just looking it up in a lexicon. Chatat can either mean sin offering, or that's usually the way it's translated anyway, or sin. So you got the same word for sin and the same word for the offering that's supposed to take care of the sin. That's a little confusing. And it's one of the reasons why sin offering probably isn't the best way to handle this. Second, in view of what's done with the blood in this chapter, again, the point of the ritual being to maintain the purity of the sanctuary, to protect it from infection by people who have become infected by sinning unintentionally. They become unfit to occupy sacred space. In view of that, what's actually done with the blood, some have opted for purification offering. Now, I actually like that, and I'm not alone here, but I think there's actually, rather than just saying, hey, I like the sound of that better, there's actually an exegetical reason why that is the best way to translate this. And to understand this, you have to know a little bit of Hebrew. We'll get to that point, but I want to throw in a third complication here that I think will help justify the idea of translating chatat as purification offering or something like that. Here's the other complicating factor, factor number 3 here, is that sometimes in Leviticus and other passages, the quote-unquote sin offering, the katat, is required for people who have committed no moral offense at all. In fact, it's required for simple ritual impurity. For instance, in Leviticus 5, the quote-unquote sin offering is used for those who have been defiled by touching a corpse. Okay, well, that happens. You didn't commit a moral offense. You didn't sin against God, that kind of thing. But you came into contact, again, unintentionally. It's not like you're going out, where's a dead body so I can poke it, so I can, poke God in the eye and sin defiantly. No, it just in the course of daily life, let's say, your grandpa's living with you there in the tent and he dies and you catch him, you try to revive him. Well, you touched a dead body. Now you're unclean. Well, you need a sin offering. You say, well, I didn't sin. Well, that's the point. The sin offering isn't about, again, like deliberate moral offenses. It's about unintentional defilement. And in this case, something that's just sort of happening in the natural course of life. Leviticus 12 prescribes the quote-unquote sin offering for a woman after she gives birth. What could be more natural than that? But there's no moral offense here. By the way, this is what Luke 2:22 through 24 is referring to. When Mary, again, has to, bring an offering after giving birth. Well, I realize a lot of evangelicals use this to say, hey, you Catholics, Mary had a sin nature. Look at this. She brings a sin offering. Again, that's to misunderstand both the Mary situation and also what the sin offering was. It had nothing to do with I've offended God. I'm guilty before God in some moral sense. It's like I had a baby. Well, again, because of the loss of blood, loss of bodily life fluid that we talked about in earlier episodes, you have become ritually impure. And so the katat is the prescribed procedure. So this alone should tell you that a translation in English like sin offering is a little misleading because it makes us think that there's something wrong with the person in a moral sense. And that is not the point of the sin offering. Again, and for all these reasons, some have opted for purification offering, but there's actually an actual textual exegetical reason why purification offering is better. And for this, you have to know a little bit of Hebrew, like I alluded to a few minutes ago. Now, if you're looking at this in a commentary, or maybe you're hearing a sermon, you might read or hear somebody say, hey, the word katat, sin offering, comes from the verb kata, which means to sin or miss the mark or to offend. And kata is spelled with 3 Hebrew letters, chet, tet, and aleph. You say, well, okay, well then if it comes from that verb to miss the mark, to sin, to offend, well then surely the offering has something to do with moral offense. No, it doesn't. Because a lot of your preachers and even some of your commentators, at least the ones that are sort of oriented to the English Bible, will miss the fact that the noun katat here doubles the middle consonant. You say, well, what are you talking about, Mike? I said you have to know a little Hebrew to understand this. For those of you who have had some Hebrew, the middle consonant has a little dot in it. It's doubled. It's pet, tet, tet, aleph, and then the ending, katat, the T ending. You say, well, who cares? This is like spelling trivia. It's actually important because what the doubled consonant tells us is that the noun translated quote-unquote sin offering is not just formed merely from this verb that means to miss the mark. It's formed from a specific form of that verb. One form in Hebrew grammar terminology, it's a stem. It's formed, the noun katat, sin offering, is formed from the PL stem of this verb lemma, one that doubles the second consonant. Now that's significant because in the PL stem, and stems they're not tenses. You might be thinking that's like tense in Hebrew. It's not. It's something different. But it has to do with meanings and patterns, things that happen to Hebrew verbs as they're used in writing or speaking. The PL stem of this verb means not to miss the mark. It doesn't mean to offend. What it means is to cleanse. It means to purify. I think a nice way of putting it is it means to decontaminate. And so if you recognize, because you know a little Hebrew, that katat is formed on the basis of the PL stem of the root verb, then you will know that sin offering is not a good translation of katat. The better translation would be purification offering, or I would even suggest decontamination offering. That captures the point of what is happening. And it's something that is, again, exegetically true. It's exegetically verifiable. So the quote-unquote sin offering, I would say, hey, if you're taking notes, you put notes in the margin of your Bible. I'm not saying cross out words in your Bible, but you might want to put above the word sin offering, if you can, decontamination offering, because that's the point. It's the point of the verb in the PL stem, and since the noun here is formed from that stem verb, that's what it means. And that's why the blood is applied to the sanctuary and to sacred objects. It is shielding them. It is protecting them from infection. It is ensuring decontamination. It's like creating a clean room for those of you who are in engineering or maybe that work in computers. That's the idea. You just cleanse and decontaminate. You protect. You insulate the specific area, in this case, sacred space, from this person bringing the offering, this person who has inadvertently committed an offense. God accepts the offering because he's the one who laid out the system. He accepts the offering and says, okay, now that we've performed the offering, you are taken care of. The priest has, quote, here's our next couple terms that we need to discuss, made atonement for you and you shall be forgiven. Well, if you remember from a previous episode, we talked about the atonement verb, kippur in Hebrew. It comes from the Akkadian kupuru, which means to wipe off or to wipe clean, to cleanse. It refers to the act of, again, cleansing or wiping away impurity, wiping away contamination. Now, that, again, differs a lot from what you will often read in more popular sources. Popular meaning, again, commentaries that are oriented only to the English Bible, or something you might hear a pastor say, or something that is, quote unquote, for the masses, that kind of thing, if anybody ever does that for Leviticus. But anyway, that's a lot different than what you're going to read in those sorts of sources where they'll say, well, kippur means to cover or to conceal, like you're hiding the sin from God's view. That is not what it means. There are those ideas found elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible with other terms, but kippur, used in Leviticus, expresses the idea that through the ritual, the offerer and the sanctuary, the offerer is dealt with. He sinned inadvertently, committed an inadvertent offense, and bringing an offering now to make sure to decontaminate sacred space, to protect or insulate sacred space from his offense. Again, trying to avoid infection. And if the offerer does that, we call it good. So that the purification comes from God. Okay, God says, okay, you've taken care of my sanctuary. And God looks at the person bringing the katat, the purification offering, the decontamination offering, and says, you're good. You've done what I asked you to do when you have this inadvertent problem, and you did it in good faith. You obeyed. You did it with the right spirit. You did this in good faith, so to speak. We're okay now. Okay? Atonement has been made. Cleansing has occurred. You will no longer be infecting sacred space. You're no longer at risk. The sanctuary is protected. That's the idea. You say, well, what about the following phrase, you shall be forgiven, or he shall be forgiven? The meaning of that, salak is the verb, is you will be cleansed from impurity. In other words, God considers the inadvertent violation taken care of. You don't have to worry anymore. So it's not so much a release from guilt, since we're dealing with an inadvertent offense anyway. It's not so much release from guilt as being cleansed from the result of an inadvertent act. And remember, the quote-unquote sin offering, the katat, was used for things like childbirth. Again, we're not remedying a moral problem with the sin offering. Okay, if you don't accidentally commit adultery. Okay, I mean, if you commit a serious moral transgression deliberately, premeditatively, it's no accident. Your will was involved. You intended to do it. You did it voluntarily. Okay, that's a moral offense. And the chatat offering is not going to take care of that in the Old Testament system. You're going to be cut off from the people. And in that case, it's the death penalty in Old Testament law. So again, we need to adjust the way we think about what the system was designed to do versus what it was not designed to do. I hope you're getting the impression it was really serious to sin deliberately, especially one of these again moral areas like adultery or something like that. There were some very, very serious consequences. You couldn't do this and say, "Oh, God will forgive me when I bring the bull." No, He won't. That's not what the sacrifice is for. You're going to be cut off. That's what the law says. Again, it's quite different, again, from what the New Testament, through the work of Christ, what we're talking about there. I want to talk about one more thing, and that is we'll go back to the blood manipulation thing. I'm going to read a little bit from Averbeck that I think he puts this really nicely, summarizes it nicely. The place where the blood was applied or sprinkled or poured out, whatever, for the sin offering for the priest and the whole congregation is different from that of the tribal leader and the commoner. Okay, I mentioned this a few minutes ago, but here's what Averbeck says. He says, for the priest or the whole congregation, the priest sprinkled the blood with his finger 7 times in front of the veil of the sanctuary. In other words, the veil that separated the holy place inside the tent of meeting from the most holy place, the Holy of Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant was located. But some of the blood he put on the horns of the incense altar, again, within the holy place, but right there in front of the veil, on the other side of which is the Ark of the Covenant. So he sprinkled it at the veil, put some on the horns of the incense altar right there in front of the veil, shielding them from the Ark of the Covenant. And then the rest he poured out at the base of the altar of burnt offering located near the gate of the tabernacle complex. On the other hand, Averbeck says, the priest applied the blood of the leader, again, the tribal leader and the commoner, to the horns of the altar of the burnt offering. And that was outside the holy place. If you remember, again, the layout of the tabernacle, a lot of people have seen in study Bibles. So for the tribal leader and the commoner, the blood never penetrates into the holy place. The point is, Averbeck says, that the blood penetrated into the tabernacle complex as far as the contamination would have or did. The priest could enter the holy place, and the priest represented the congregation. So the blood of the sin offering for the priest or the whole congregation was administered inside the holy place, because that's where priests could go. Since the non-Levitical, the non-priestly, non-Levitical, and I realize there's a difference there, but we'll just go with the broader category, non-Levitical leader, the tribal leader of Israel, or the common person, could only go into the tabernacle court, outside the holy place, the courtyard area, and not beyond the altar of burnt offering. The atoning blood ritual of their sin offering, their chatat, was performed at that altar, at the altar of burnt offering. In both cases, the blood went as far as the particular person or the collective group of persons being represented by the priest could proceed into the tabernacle complex. And therefore, the blood purified or cleansed the tabernacle up to that point. That was the main purpose of the sin offering, to purify, or one might say, decontaminate the tabernacle itself. Now, one more observation from Averbeck before we finish up. He also says, in some instances, the result of bringing a sin offering was that the worshiper could, quote, be forgiven for their sin by dealing with the contamination of the tabernacle that it had caused. Again, once the tabernacle was protected, you were okay. Again, it's quite contrary to what we're thinking. Again, because we tend to filter our reading of Leviticus, by virtue of the New Testament. They're just dramatically different. I mean, by way of application, just think about, again, a Jew who heard the message of the gospel, who heard about what Jesus did on the cross. A Jew hears that what Jesus did covers every possible sin, intentional or unintentional. Everything is, quote unquote, under the blood. You can be cleansed and purified, made fit for sacred space, no matter what. Because even if you sin defiantly in your past, now you're repentant, you have sorrow for your sin, you want to embrace the Messiah, you can be made new. You can be a new creature, a new creation. Concepts like that were totally foreign to that Jew who knew and understood the Levitical system, the Old Testament law. it was something so far beyond what they had in the Old Testament that it probably would have had a shocking effect. And I'm sure for someone who really cared, again, came to that place of repentance where they don't want to defy God and they do want forgiveness. Whether the death penalty was carried out, in Second Temple times or New Testament times, we don't know. We have episodes in the Gospels like the woman taken in adultery, and the whole stoning thing, and so we know that they were aware of it. They may have carried it out. Stephen was stoned because they thought they were stoning him for blasphemy. I mean, these things did happen. We have scant record of them, but there's indications that they did. Well, if you're, again, a Jew living in Judea, and you've, in your past, committed these kinds of deliberate sins without, short of what these crazy Christians are saying now about the Messiah, and you know that there's something to it because you heard about Jesus, or you might have seen, a miracle he performed or whatever. You can see the apostles perform these miracles to validate the message. This is something that you want to hear, and that is just revelatory. You mean to tell me that I can actually be forgiven? God looks at me as though I'm pure now. Looks at me as though I'd never done it, for even these deliberate sins that I have committed in my life at some point. Is that what you're saying? And the apostles would go, yep. That's what we're saying. That was the point of what happened on the cross. I mean, there's just nothing like that sort of thinking in the Old Testament. Again, for us, for them, for us, there's no restriction in forgiveness to just unintentional sins. And not only that, but the New Testament is focused on moral absolution, even for deliberate rebellion. It's not just decontamination. It's being made right with God. It's being put in Christ so that when God looks at you, he sees the perfection of Jesus, the Messiah. I mean, again, these concepts are so far beyond what you would have had in the Old Testament. So, when the writer of the book of Hebrews is like, you people who are lapsing back into unbelief or whatever, you're insane. Don't you realize how much better Jesus is? And again, the book of Hebrews goes through this whole litany of how Jesus is better. And one of those is the sacrifice. The blood of bulls and goats could not take away sin. Think about that statement. The blood of the bulls and goats is applied to the sanctuary. It's about decontaminating the place. It's not about taking away your guilt. It's not about moral absolution. The blood of bulls and goats could not do this, but the blood of Christ can. Again, it's just a dramatic difference. So I'm hoping as we go through Leviticus, you not only learn a little bit more about how the Israelite would have thought about what we're reading in Leviticus, how they would have processed it, what it would have meant, but also how much better the whole the whole fully developed biblical theology mediated through the Messiah, the whole doctrine of salvation and forgiveness that were presented in the New Testament, how much superior that really is compared to what had gone before.
Mike, is there any significance as to why a female goat or lamb for the common people and a male bull or goat for the others?
A lot figure that the female, the livestock, well, I'll just say it, was of lesser value in the herd than the male, because the male could produce, the male could impregnate multiple, females, and they could obviously give birth. So the male was more valued because of the way it could reproduce. And if you lose a female, okay, you lose one that could give birth. If you lose a male, it's like, good grief, we just lost an animal that could have reproduced 100 times. So if you look at these passages where it's probably too much to say that this is the way it works every time, but I'm pretty safe in saying this is the way it works most times. Again, I'd have to look just to be completely sure 100% of the time this is what's going on. But the female is either for a person of lesser status or a person who's poor, as opposed to the other. And it might be a reflection of what you can afford to lose. That sort of thing. What you can sacrifice so that your livelihood is not decimated, as opposed to, again, what some other person could give. Or again, it's a reflection of the status within the community of the offerer. But again, this is an agrarian society. It's not totally subsistence living, but it's settled agriculture and whatnot. So it's a little bit above subsistence living, but it really mattered based upon, again, the value placed on the animal, that some of these choices, are made and things are laid out the way they are.
That whole concept of decontamination offering, I think it really drives it home.
Yeah, it's a good word.
It is. It's a completely different comprehension of it.
It's kind of interesting because you're beginning to see in the Old Testament that the ritual was really about the sanctity of God, and his living space. Where in the New Testament, the emphasis of forgiveness and the blood of Christ is really about the sinner. It's just quite a different way of looking at things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. It's good. We're already in chapter 4, and it's already getting good.
Well, even Leviticus has something interesting in it. If we can do a podcast and get through Leviticus and people learn something and they find it interesting, we can do anything.
Yeah, well, I think when you told people not to cross out the word sin offering and put in decontamination, I think you should do that.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, all right. Well, that's good.
We don't want our questioner saying, "Why are you violating Revelation 22?" Whatever. That isn't the point. Well, today we're going to hit chapter 5, and for, again, those who listened to the last episode, chapters 4 and 5 were laws governing sacrifices of expiation. In other words, they had something to do with atonement. We talked about what atonement meant in Leviticus, basically the idea of purging or wiping away, not covering. And then also the concept of forgiveness, meaning, we talked last time in Leviticus 4 about sacrifices for inadvertent offenses. So there was really no moral issue. So the concept of forgiveness was that God looks at the person bringing the proper sacrifice, and sort of the matter is settled. God looks upon that favorably. You did what you needed to do with the right attitude, and it was inadvertent, and we're good. So that was chapter 4, and I had made the comment in that episode, and also probably at least once before, that when we hit this section, we're going to be reading about sacrifices concerning unintentional offenses, unintentional sins. And basically that's what the sacrificial system is about. I mean, if you do something defiantly, we talked a little bit about this already, then there were more severe consequences for that. And in many cases, there's no sacrifice. There's nothing you can do about it. And we're going to get into more of that today in Leviticus 5, but we're going to see an exception to this. But the exception, again, really isn't about moral absolution. The exception is something that is done intentionally. And if there is regret, and there's only a certain types of offenses where this would apply to. If there is regret, then the guilty person is allowed an opportunity to pay retribution, or reparations is probably a better way to say that. To just, restitution is the word I'm trying to think of here. So there's an opportunity to pay restitution, not retribution. That's the wrong word, but restitution or reparations. So chapter 5. You will see sometimes in commentaries and literature referring to what most English translations have as the, quote, guilt offering. It's better understood as the reparation offering or the restitution offering. So you'll see that at some points in the literature. So we'll get there in chapter 5, and we're actually going to spill into chapter 6 a little bit, because in the Hebrew Bible, the first 7 verses of chapter 6 in English translations are actually in chapter 5. So when we get to that point, I'll just issue that reminder again, so people will wonder, well, why are you going into chapter 6? Well, the answer is, we're not really in chapter 6. We're in chapter 5 according to the Hebrew Bible. There are not a huge number, but there are a fair number of instances. I guess you can chalk this under Bible trivia, where the versification of the Hebrew Bible is not the same as the versification in English Bibles. Sometimes that's due to the Septuagint, sometimes it's not, sometimes there are other reasons, but it happens. And we're going to hit one of those today. So let's just jump into chapter 5. Last time it was the sin offering, the decontamination offering in Leviticus 4. And Leviticus 5 is going to be the so-called guilt offering. So let's just jump in here. We might as well start with the first 13 verses. And the first 13 verses of chapter 5 still involve some language about the sin offering. You're still going to see the sin offering mentioned. And I said this during the last episode that, the sin offering stuff spills into chapter 5. And this is just another reminder of that. But you're going to see references to sin offering procedures, but then you're also going to get other offerings mentioned. For instance, in Leviticus 5:7, there's the mention of the burnt offering, and also later in the chapter, the guilt offering. And I had made the comment before when we introduced Leviticus that sometimes the offerings will overlap, in that certain things will happen where the offerer either is required to or can bring more than one kind of offering, again, depending on what the situation is. So let's just read the first 13 verses here of Leviticus 5 to start off here. If anyone sins in that he hears a public adjuration to testify, and though he is a witness, whether he has seen or come to know the matter, yet does not speak, he shall bear his iniquity. Or if anyone touches an unclean thing, whether a carcass of an unclean wild animal, or a carcass of an unclean livestock, or a carcass of an unclean swarming thing, and it's hidden from him, and he has become unclean, and then he realizes his guilt, or if he touches human uncleanness of whatever sort the uncleanness may be, with which one becomes unclean, and it's hidden from him, when he comes to know it and realizes his guilt, okay, these are all parenthetical statements. Verse 4, or if he utters with his lips a rash oath, okay, or if he does this, or if he does that. Basically, the feel here is that you become ritually unclean in some way and you don't know it. Verse 6, he shall bring to the Lord as his compensation for the sin he has committed, again, even though he didn't know it. And the word compensation there is asham, which is going to be the word for the quote-unquote guilt offering. Notice ESV translates it compensation. There's restitution idea here. If you become unclean, you don't know it, and you sin unknowingly, then you bring the Lord your compensation for the sin that has been committed, a female from the flock, a lamb or a goat, or for a sin offering. So right there you have a reference to the asham, the guilt offering, and in the same verse, the sin offering, the katat that we talked about last week. So here you have offerings overlapping. And the priest, the end of verse 6, shall make atonement for him for his sin, for his transgression. And even though he didn't know about it, but when he comes to know about it, there's something you need to do now. You need to become ritually pure. Verse 7, but if he cannot afford a lamb, then he shall bring to the Lord as his compensation, there's the word again, asham, as his compensation for the sin he has committed, 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, one for a sin offering. Okay, so the compensation, the asham, which in many translations is guilt offering, the compensation is both for a sin offering and the other pigeon for a burnt offering. So now you got 3 offerings referred to here in verse 7. So again, the reason I'm reading through this is because really 2 things, to show you that, again, offerings overlap. Remember, the burnt offering was so that you could approach the Lord. The katat, the sin offering, is actually a decontamination offering. So that, again, decontaminates sacred space, sacred objects. It insulates holy things from you because you're ritually impure. And then we're getting into material in Leviticus where what you're bringing is also viewed as a compensation for something. That's going to become more explained as we keep going in chapter 5. So the overlap is I think, significant. That we take note that this actually does happen. And also, again, to introduce the idea, the second reason I'm reading through is this compensatory idea, this restitution idea is going to be important in this chapter. So continuing with verse 8, so the guilty person shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer, in this case, the 2 pigeons. The first one for the sin offering, he shall wring its head from its neck, but shall not sever it completely, and he shall sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood shall be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. Then he shall offer the second for a burnt offering according to the rule for that one. And the priest shall, quote, make atonement for him for the sin he has committed. He shall be forgiven. So again, you will be purged of your impurity. That's the atonement language, purged of your impurity that you have incurred upon yourself through something you did with really inadvertence, without real knowledge of it. And God will be good with you. Okay, you'll be taken care of. There will be sort of nothing to your account. Verse 11, if he can't afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you got to be pretty poor here, Then he shall bring as his offering for the sin he has committed 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil on it, shall put no frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering. Again, those are the rules for the sin offering. And he shall bring it to the priest. The priest shall take a handful of it as its memorial portion, burn it on the altar. On the Lord's food offerings, it is a sin offering. Thus the priest shall make atonement for him for the sin which he has committed, any one of these things, and he shall be forgiven. And the remainder shall be for the priest, as in the grain offering. We talked about the grain offering earlier. So those are the first 13 verses. And there's some issues here we need to talk about. These 13 verses deal with, again, what scholars might refer to as acts of neglect. In other words, in verse 1, there's this failure to testify on some incident, and the rest would be some sort of thing that you did that rendered you impure that you didn't really know about. And so there was a failure to deal with the impurity until the point is reached where you are alerted to the fact that, oh, I didn't realize that I've become ritually impure. I better take care of that. So the first 13 verses here tend to be referred to by scholars as failures of or acts of neglect or sins of omission or something like that. So there's that issue sort of to properly frame them. But there's an issue with the first one at the beginning of the chapter. I'll read it again. If anyone sins in that he hears a public adjuration to testify, and though he's a witness, whether he has seen or come to know the matter, yet he doesn't speak, he shall bear his iniquity. Now that sounds very deliberate. It doesn't sound inadvertent at all. But the rest of the stuff in the next 12 verses is clearly inadvertent. So what the problem is, what's the relationship between these things? How do we understand everything in the 13 verses when you have the first thing in the first verse seems different in character than what follows in the next 12? Well, there's basically three views of this. Some scholars see all of the acts of the first 13 verses as intentional, all of them. But the act of verse 1 is singled out as defiant, as deliberate. Well, I should say deliberate and defiant aren't the same thing in Leviticus. Deliberate it's not inadvertent. I mean, you made a decision to do this, but defiant is sort of an attitude issue, an intent issue. Sort of there's a pomposity to it. Again, a defiant sort of stance. I don't care what God says, I'm going to do this, as opposed to, well, I'm afraid to testify, and I think I'm not going to do that. Again, it's a little bit of a motivation difference. So we want to be careful to observe that. But some people say, hey, they're all intentional. Only this one is defiant. So that one is, since it's defiant, this view says, is why the verse says that person's going to bear his iniquity. But the rest of them, again, are not intentional. They're not defiant. And so there's provision for sacrifice. Okay, that's one approach. Second approach, some scholars would see all of these acts of neglect as intentional, but none of them are defiant, even the first one. That is, they would characterize the person who doesn't testify when a public call has been issued. Hey, if anybody knows about, who did this or that crime, you need to say something. Some scholars would say, well, maybe the person's just hesitating. It's still deliberate, it's still a decision, but they're not doing it defiantly. And so some would say all of these things are defiant, are intentional, but none of them are defiant. We don't have to read defiance into the first one. And then naturally that raises the question, well, then why does the first verse say he shall bear his iniquity? Well, the answer would be the bearing of the iniquity would speak to the fact that whatever circumstances were sort of described in the public adjuration, the public call to testify, this person may still suffer consequences, but it's still not defined. And that takes us into, we need to say something about what this public adjuration is. The public adjuration, again, was a sort of a forceful call to the community that if anybody knows what's going on or what happened here, who the guilty people are, you need to come forth as a witness, lest, and then there's typically some sort of consequence for not coming forth. That's all I want to say right now, because I'm going to get into what the specific Hebrew term means in a moment. But the call to adjuration isn't just sort of like today a cop goes on TV and says, please, please, testify, help us solve this crime. It's a little stronger here in Leviticus, again, by virtue of the term that's used, and also just the culture. The culture was, you need to come forth, because if you don't and we find out, then there's going to be consequences. There's a little bit of a threat that goes into what the ESV has translated here as a public adjuration. So, but some people would say, look, yeah, okay, somebody hears that, decides, so it's intentional, not testify, but it's still it's too much to call it defiant. Okay, maybe they're just afraid. There's some hesitation. Third view is that some scholars would see the act of verse 1 as intentional and not covered by sacrifice, deliberately to contrast it with the rest. And the rest are unintentional violations that can be addressed by sacrifice, as in prior portions of Leviticus. Well, personally, I'm just going to give you my thoughts on this. I think the second option is probably the least likely. Again, the second option was that all of the acts in the first 13 verses are intentional. I just don't see that, because I think the language is clear from verses 2 to 13 that people just don't know if they did something wrong. So I don't see how that it can be intentional. So I think the second option is probably the least likely. If the first option is correct, that all of the acts here in the first 13 verses are intentional, then this would be a passage. It's one of a handful in the Old Testament where there's still an opportunity to sacrifice even if you do something deliberately. But even if that's the case, we're still not dealing with a defiant sin. So there's really no sacrifice solution for defiant sins. If the third option is the best one, well, then it's still true that sacrifice only addresses unintentional sins. So, there's a difference of opinion here. It's not terribly important. I think we are going to get some clear exception language as we go on. So when we hit that, I'll mention it again. Now, before we leave verse 1, I want to go back to this, he shall bear his iniquity, in this public adjuration idea. So the first verse again says, if anyone sins in that he hears a public adjuration to testify, though he's a witness, whether he has seen or come to know the matter, yet he doesn't speak, he shall bear his iniquity. Now the Hebrew word here that's in the ESV that's translated public adjuration is Allah, which elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible, this is kind of interesting, refers to a curse that's put on someone. Isaiah 24:6 is an example of that. Just look at that verse quickly. Therefore, a curse devours the earth. Again, on Allah. It can be a curse laid on, in that case, sort of a general curse statement. Devour the earth. Curse devours the earth. It can also be a specific curse laid on someone, an individual. Ezekiel 16:59, for thus says the Lord God, I will deal with you as you have done. You have despised the oath in breaking the covenant. Again, the oath language there is this adjuration. So God is going to punish someone directly for that. You have, let me see if I can find another one here. Proverbs 29:24, the partner of a thief hates his own life. He hears the curse, that is the Allah, but discloses nothing. In other words, he's called on to testify and he doesn't do it. So he's willfully putting his own person under threat. He's risking potential harm. The same word Allah could be a curse that's part of an oath, part of a covenant, treaty, agreement, that sort of thing. So without belaboring it too much, this public adjuration often would include consequence, cursing language that, hey, we have a situation here. We need witnesses to come forth. And again, it's more than just, oh, please help us. It's, hey, we want to know who did this so the guilty is punished and not the innocent. And if we find out later that you knew, then here are some consequences. And those would actually be issued in the public call for witnesses. So that's why the language is what it is really in verse 1, that this person's going to bear his iniquity, even if it wasn't defiant. Let's say he's just fearful. Well, if they find out later that guy knew, there's still going to be consequences, even though it wasn't this high-handed, defiant, snubbing God kind of attitude. So even if he didn't have the worst attitude, he could still suffer consequences. Certainly if he's defiant, then there are going to be consequences if they find out. I mean, people might regret, like, oh, why didn't you come earlier? Why didn't you just respond? Even though we know you weren't doing this defiantly, there's still consequences. We still have to follow the law. We still have to follow this adjuration. And now you're stuck. That's one thing. If someone's just doing it like, well, screw you, kind of thing. Well, then, hey, we don't really care if there's consequences. We're certainly happy to dish them out. So you have just, again, sort of an odd situation there. Let's go down to verse 14. And this is really sort of the heart of the matter for today's episode. This is when the quote-unquote guilt offering gets a little more detail. It's already been mentioned, and it overlapped with the sin offering and the burnt offering. But I want to say something more specifically about the guilt offering. So here's the rest of the chapter. It's only 5 verses. Verse 14, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, if anyone commits a breach of faith and sins unintentionally in any of the holy things of the Lord, he shall bring to the Lord as his compensation. There's that word again. The Hebrew word is asham. Again, usually translated guilt offering. But he shall bring to the Lord as his compensation a ram without blemish out of the flock, valued in silver shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, for an asham, for a guilt offering. Now, ESV actually takes the same word there. Let me read it again. He shall bring to the Lord as his compensation, asham, for a guilt offering. Asham, it translates the same word 2 different ways. First time compensation, second time guilt offering. Again, exactly the same terminology. I don't know why they did that because, frankly, I think translating it guilt offering, okay, the person here, again, it's still unintentional if anyone commits a breach of faith and sins unintentionally. It's still a violation. It's still unintentional here. In a couple of verses, we're going to get into some things that are certainly intentional. So there's still guilt. And so I get the idea of translating it guilt offering. But why don't you do that in the first part? He shall bring to the Lord as his guilt offering. Why translate it compensation? Well, it's because the translator knows, and I think in this case didn't really do a good job, of knowing that the issue with this offering is restitution. So this kind of mixed translation, I think, creates some flawed impressions in the whole sacrifice. Because when, again, what did I say last time? When we hear sacrificial language of the Old Testament, because we're Christians, because we are more familiar with the New Testament, because that's all we ever hear preached, or whatever the reason is, we tend to filter the language of the Old Testament through the New Testament, through the work on the cross. And so when we hear guilt offering, we read that in our translation, we might be led to think that, oh, when the sacrifice is killed, the blood is applied to the offerer and he's clean now, just like what Jesus did. Or that the offering, covers, defiant acts, every kind of sin, just like Jesus does. Well, none of those things are true. It doesn't cover everything. And it's never, the blood of the sacrifice, again, like the other ones, is never applied to the sinner. So again, we're at risk here because we filter the Old Testament through the New, just sort of subconsciously, of misunderstanding. And in this case, I don't think the translation helps. What you need to get in your head is that the quote-unquote guilt offering is about paying restitution. That's the guts of the whole thing. So if we go back again to verse 14, let's just slow down and pick a few things here. If anyone commits a breach of faith, well, what is breach of faith? What is that? The Hebrew term is ma'al, and commentators like Levine, will point out that the etymology of Hebrew ma'al is not certain. That is, it's unclear as to what, sort of comparative Semitic term, what broad Semitic term this one could have come from, because Hebrew has homographs. I've mentioned this before. The Semitic languages are going to have several words that could be behind ma'al, and the question is, well, which one applies, to the one that's used here in Leviticus 5? Well, it's not clear. Levine actually says this. I'll quote him a little bit here. He says, all biblical occurrences of this term relate directly or indirectly to ancient notions of sacrilege and impurity. As such, it is an appropriate term for misappropriation of sanctuary property. It may also refer to betrayal of trust in some contexts, like with marital infidelity. In some contexts, it's used for acts of deceit. In other cases, it's used of a violation of the covenant between God and Israel through worshiping foreign gods. In legal texts, Levine points out the crime of ma'al involves actual loss of property. And so, we'll shut Levine off there for the moment. His view, and I think it's borne out by what follows a little bit in the remainder of the chapter, is that the breach of faith here has something to do with the unintentional misuse or destruction or some kind of misuse of sanctuary property. Now, it's clear that it's inadvertent because we have the word, just like we had before, bishgaga, inadvertent, unintentional in the passage. So maybe this refers to the sort of unintentional taking of something that should have been used only for the sanctuary. some sacred object or something like that. It's a possibility. If it is, then this is a good example of if that's done unintentionally, then it can be taken care of through the restitution sacrifice. This is quite in contrast to like what Achan does in Joshua 7, where he goes and deliberately takes something that had been put under the ban, put under the karem in the tent, and of course loses his life, for it when it's found out. Another possibility here is that the breach of faith refers to an inadvertent touching, not necessarily taking, but touching or handling a sacred object. That's, again, possible. A lot of scholars would come down more specifically that it refers to, again, some piece of sanctuary property, not something owed to the priest, like maybe they took part of a sacrifice or ate the wrong part. Most scholars would say this language, ma'al, because of the way it's used elsewhere, when there's clear loss of property or damage to property, probably in this context refers to that same kind of thing going on, that something was associated with the sanctuary itself and was either misused or damaged or destroyed or accidentally taken away from sacred space. If that happens, if there's this, quote, breach of faith, ma'al, and it's unintentional, the point of the verse is that, okay, now you need to bring compensation. You need to compensate the priesthood, the people in charge of the sanctuary. You need to compensate them for this loss. And so you bring a ram without blemish from the flock, valued in silver shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary for a guilt offering. It has to be a certain level of value to it. And he will, in verse 16, he will make restitution for what he has done amiss. That's actually the word kata, which to miss the mark, to sin, as we discussed last time. So you bring restitution for what you've done amiss in the holy thing, and that is the word there for HaKodesh, the sanctuary, and you will add a fifth to it. You add 20% to it and give it to the priest. So that's verse 16, Leviticus 5. And the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the guilt offering, and he'll be forgiven. So again, what's going on here is that if you were an Israelite and you inadvertently touched something that belonged to the sanctuary, or destroyed it, or damaged it, or picked it up when you were cleaning up, whatever, and off you go to your tent, and you realize, when you unpack whatever it is you brought to your tent, it's like, holy cow, I this belongs in the sanctuary, and here it is, in my tent. What do I do? Because it's a violation. Well, if it was unintentional, and I think this is especially clear if something is unusable again, like if it was destroyed or damaged, then what you did was you took a ram at a certain value. It had to be 20% more than the weight of the shekel for that object weighed, again, the precious metal and all that kind of stuff, whatever metal it was made of, whatever the shekel weight was, you had to compensate 20% beyond that, take it to the priests, and then you were good. And what the priests would do is actually something we're going to discuss next week. It's in Leviticus 7, because in this chapter, the restitution offering is never described as being slaughtered. In chapter 7, it will be. And there's something done with the blood, and part of the animal is, again, a food offering for the Lord. We talked about that before. Another part of it is for the priest. So the priest, again, the priests have no income other than what they're able to eat in certain kinds of sacrifices. And so this would have been an important part of their livelihood. Israelites needed to make sure that they were doing what they needed to do, not only and primarily, of course, it was you need to take care of impurity so that the sanctuary is not defiled, because there could be serious consequences to that. And there are certain incidents in the Bible that point that out. People die and they get injured or whatever. So yeah, you need to worry about that, but you also need to do this so that the priesthood is taken care of too, because they have no other means by which to support themselves. So it was something that they needed to pay attention to. So probably in these couple verses here, we have an unintentional act, and this is what you do. You pay restitution 20% above. Now, the last 3 verses of chapter 5 are a little bit different. It says, if anyone sins doing any of the things that by the Lord's commandments ought not to be done, though he did not know it. So there's still this ignorance kind of thing going on, but yet it is an act with intention. Okay, if anyone sins doing any of the things that by the Lord's commandments ought not to be done, though he did not know it, and he realizes his guilt, he shall bear his iniquity. and not really expected there. He shall bring to the priest a ram without blemish out of the flock, or its equivalent for a guilt offering, and the priest shall make atonement for him for the mistake that he made unintentionally, and he shall be forgiven. It's a guilt offering. He has indeed incurred guilt before the Lord. So there's, again, this feels, to many scholars, less accidental than the other ones, but you still have this, the person doesn't have complete knowledge of what he's doing, and therefore it's not a defiant act. See, a defiant act would be when, look, I know what I'm doing right now is against God's will, and I'm going to do it anyway. Whereas in this case, there's a question, but you still do it, and you find out later that, yep, you shouldn't have done that. Okay, that's viewed differently than, again, this defiant, sort of arrogant, sinning with hubris, kind of disposition in a person. So the law distinguishes those kinds of intent. Now, Levine writes about some of these verses that regarding the inadvertent misappropriation of sanctuary property in the first couple verses, verses 14 and 15 and 16, that's different than this. And he says, there were no witnesses to the crime. The usual laws of testimony before were not applicable. But in this case, the accused realizes that, yes, I did something of my own will, but I found out only later that it was something I should not have done, whereas before it was like just a complete accident. Nevertheless, he's still guilty, but he is still given the opportunity to make restitution, to make up for it, and there's still an opportunity for this restitution offering. So what Levine, again, is trying to say and articulate here is that, look, this is an instance where it's not a complete accident. It's not completely inadvertent. There is a decision made to do a certain thing, even when you had doubt. And it turns out that you should have listened to your doubt, but you did it anyway. And God knows that you did it anyway. It wasn't a total accident. This was an act of your will, but yet now you realize that you made the wrong decision. You made the wrong decision, and so God, even though there's an element of intentionality here, God still will, if you're repentant, will allow you opportunity to pay restitution for that. So bring your restitution offering, and the priest will make atonement for you, and you will be forgiven. So this is, again, one of the few instances in Old Testament sacrificial law where you can have someone, again, make a decision, an intentional act, but still, again, it was something that there was doubt about, but you just made the wrong decision. You just screwed up. And it's different than total accident. But even though God knows that you acted on your own free will and you became guilty, God still looks at you, if you're repentant, when you do realize what happened, and says, okay, I'm going to make an exception here. We're going to allow you to bring a reparation or restitution offering so that you can take care of this. You're still allowed to do that, even though it wasn't done with total ignorance or totally accidentally. So this is sort of, in my mind, kind of an exception that sort of proves the rule. I mean, it was a really serious thing in the Old Testament system for anyone to sin defiantly. You're basically out of luck. Okay, if you sin knowingly, willingly, defiantly, as opposed to total accident or I'm not sure, but I'm going to do this thing and I'm going to take the risk, and then you wind up, being on the wrong side of that risk. All that's different than the attitude of the sinner that just says, who cares? Screw God. I don't care about this rule. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to get what I want. I'm going to sleep with who I want. Whatever. You act defiantly. That was viewed quite differently than some of these other circumstances. In other words, God, in this passage, the heart was part of the assessment. It's not just, did you do it or not? It wasn't a black and white letter of the law. This is sort of one of those spirit of the law kind of passages where the intent of the person is factored into what's going on. And the grief that they have over making the wrong decision is factored into what's going on. So I think it's a significant passage, but still, it still highlights the severity of how sin was looked at in the Old Testament. So segueing again to wrap up here, just a few thoughts of how this, might potentially apply to our thinking, and especially how we view this in contrast to or in light of the New Testament. The principle here is that sins that are defiant and for which there's no restitution, and no restitution is frankly possible, have no resolution other than being cut off from the community. So, if you do something defiantly, and if you kill somebody, there's no restitution for that, dude. Now, if you did it accidentally, you have the refuge, the cities of refuge, and the whole avenge your blood thing. We've actually commented on that, I think in our first episode, or maybe the last one. I can't remember when. But even that, because it was a life or death thing, the law did distinguish. But that's a good case where you can't restore that. You rape a girl, you can't restore her virginity, or her status prior to the rape, as being somebody's wife. I mean, she's violated, and that doesn't go away. You can't make restitution for that. So when you have sins for which there is no restitution, and especially if they're defiant, it's a serious thing. You are cut off from the community. That either means the death penalty or some sort of banishment, we've talked about before. So the sacrificial system just doesn't address that. And those offenses that could be addressed were the ones where there was no defined intent and there's genuine repentance. There's a voluntary realization, I did wrong, and I'm sorry, and I want to make this right. But even then, think about it. You couldn't just, since the disposition of your heart is still an issue, just bringing the sacrifice was not enough. In other words, here's a scenario. Let's say that, okay, I don't know if this is going to render me unclean or not. I'm not sure. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to make a decision, and then I wind up on the wrong side of it. Well, if my attitude is, I blew it. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the priest. We're going to make this right. That's one thing. But what if it's like, this is a nuisance. Okay, I screwed up. I made the wrong decision, whatever. And I have to be talked into taking the sacrifice. My wife says, you better take care of that, or, you're going to get in trouble. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Well, that's not sorrow of heart. I mean, what was described here in Leviticus, the system, and again, we can sit here and wonder how well was this enforced, sure. But the system was designed to, really respond to the person who was sorry for their sin. They weren't defiant, and they could make restitution. There's an opportunity there. It's not, so that somebody could twist their arm and say, okay, I don't like this calf over here. Let's kill that one. That is not adequate, even if it was of the right value. The heart is still an issue. So the sacrifice itself is not going to be adequate in the spirit of the law. A third thought, the restitution offering didn't absolve someone of the moral guilt of the offense. And I think this is an important lesson for us. Again, in what respect? Well, in the respect of, again, appreciating how much better we have it on this side of the cross. The restitution offering didn't absolve the person of moral guilt. In other words, they were actually guilty. That was a fact. The sacrifice didn't make them, like we hear preachers say now, because of the New Testament, rightly so. It didn't make them as clean as though they'd never sinned. That's not what the quote unquote guilt offering did. It's not what the restitution offering did. They were guilty. And when you brought it, everybody knew you were guilty. What it did was it allowed you the chance to make amends. Okay, that's what it did. So it was kind of limited. You're not like morally clean now. Yes, the matter's taken care of with between you and God, and you don't put yourself at risk by approaching sacred space or anything like that. The matter's taken care of, but it doesn't make you as though you'd never sinned. It's not like you're not going to be known for someone who had done this. There's still going to be some consequences there, and we have that too today, but in God's eyes, it's a little more clean. We're placed in Christ. God looks at us as though we've never sinned, and He looks at us and sees Jesus. All these New Testament thoughts. That isn't actually what's going on here. It's that, okay, God says, I know your heart. I know you want to make amends. Here's a chance to do so. And that's sort of where it stops. The frightening thing is, what if you didn't have enough wealth to make restitution? Because you'll notice in the last 3 verses, it doesn't talk about, the pigeons and the grain and all that kind of stuff. You have to have a commensurate value sacrifice to make restitution if something was destroyed. So you might, in theory, have to wait. You might want to make amends, but you can't do it just right now. You might have to wait. You're sort of in a limbo status or something like that. We don't have to worry about that in the New Testament, but at least in the Old, there was a chance to make amends if their heart was right. And in our case, we can be forgiven for sins think about it, for which restitution is impossible. There are none of these limitations in the New Testament forgiveness language. Well, the work of Christ is good enough if you have the right attitude, or if you can make restitution, then what happened on the cross will cover you. But if you can't make restitution, then it doesn't. There's nothing like that in the New Testament. We can be forgiven for sins for which restitution is impossible. And our repentance and faith in God's own sacrifice is sufficient for any circumstance at all. So again, if you're a Jewish reader, or a Jewish convert to Christianity, and you know your sacrificial system, and you read books like Hebrews, or you hear, Paul preach or something about, the extent of forgiveness and whatnot, that's a little mind-blowing. It's a little mind-blowing because it's so much better than what you had going into that situation. You don't have to worry about, well, what was I thinking when I did this? Is God going to look at this as inadvertent or accidental, or am I sure that God's not going to sort of decipher this thing I did as defiant or not? You don't have to worry about any of that, okay? You are covered regardless of the circumstance and regardless of whether restitution is possible or not. Again, it's just a superior sacrifice, which is the whole point of that section of the book of Hebrews.
Mike, I wonder what the gossip was like back then. There goes so-and-so with the ram. I wonder what he did. I wonder what his guilty
wonder
of.
What he did.
Trey's got 2 turtle doves. There he goes. I wonder what he did. Can only imagine the gossip back then.
Yeah, because it's visible.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to take the things to the sacred area, and people are going to see that. Family members, people who aren't family members, and they know the system.
Absolutely.
There
goes Mike with a...
it'd be like, I'm not a Catholic, but it's like if people see you going into the confession booth. It's a poor analogy because, every good Catholic is going to say, well, we all sin and that kind of thing. But but there's still this, we know you had something to take care of, even though we know we all do. But the fact that we saw you go into that confessional booth, or we saw you take that animal or those 2 pigeons or whatever, I think you're right. It would start tongues wagging. It would start suspicion.
It's a whole nother level of accountability. If you've got to walk this animal through the village and everybody knows what's going on, it's something to think about. Yeah,
it is. It is. Now, and I'm not going to say it's not an advantage, because it is. You take things privately to the Lord, but still, if we're honest with ourselves, we take that advantage and we sort of, we kind of, I'm looking for the right word here. I want to say we can sort of, abuse it. That I'll, and I know people, because they've told me, afterwards, I did this thing knowing I could confess it to the Lord. Nobody would know about it. Well, that's really not the spirit in which this is intended. That's really presumptuous, but I know Christians who thought that way, and thankfully, if they're telling me, then they know that was wrong, but there's still that opportunity. We take something good, and we can sort of abuse it, sort of misuse it.
I'm just surprised there's any animals left.
Yeah, really. I don't know. Maybe if you saw people getting killed or something like that.
The priest is like, no more. I can't eat anymore. No more. Please bring me some bread.
Yeah, really. I hope we get some poor people here. I'm tired of this.
Okay. Well, that's good, Mike. We appreciate you covering Leviticus 5.
Well, back to the humdrum world of Leviticus, I guess. I shouldn't say that, because I got an email from someone that said, "Quit apologizing for doing Leviticus."
Yeah, really. It is interesting, and it's much needed.
Yeah. So, whoever that is, you can consider me rebuked. So I'll try to remember that. Well, Leviticus 6 and 7 today, and these 2 chapters are sort of going to be dipping back into the first 5 chapters in some respects. Again, obviously, we've covered the offerings, the major offerings up to this point. First 5 chapters, we had the whole burnt offering, which listeners will recall was a gift that was brought to God. Again, want to spend time with God, so we bring God a gift. Peace offering we talked about, the grain offering, the quote-unquote sin offering, which, again, per our discussion, we really recommended referring to it as the decontamination offering. And then the guilt offering we talked about most recently. And again, for, I think, a better way of terming it or referring to it was the reparation or the restitution offering. So Leviticus 6 and 8 get these two chapters, they're going to sort of present the not necessarily the procedural rules, but they're going to present the quote-unquote law for each of these types of sacrifices. So what the first 5 chapters did was essentially emphasize kind of the mechanics, the ritual mechanics of it, the preparation of the sacrifices, their ingredients, do this with this part and that with the other part, that sort of thing. These 2 chapters really focus on the role of the priesthood as those who officiate in the sanctuary, and then detail things to do that attend, again, are a part of bringing the sacrificial offerings in order to prevent impurity. Another way you could say it, and I'm going to be tracking through Levine for a good part of this. I'll try to remember to refer to him when I'm doing that. But these 2 chapters will specify, again, what to do with certain portions, especially what to allocate to the priest. We've had a little of that, before, because first 5 chapters mention in passing, this is the part that goes for God, this is the part that is kept for the priest. But you get a little more of that in these 2 chapters. What's sort of unique to these 2 chapters, those 6 and 7, is the little glimpse they give us of the system whereby the priests partook of sacred meals within the boundaries of the sanctuary. So, except for the burnt offering, think of it this way, except for the burnt offering of chapter 1, Leviticus 1, and the grain offering that we're going to see a little bit here in chapter 6, and then the decontamination offering from Leviticus 4, the quote-unquote sin offering. Most sacrifices were actually meant to be eaten, and typically by priests and on occasion by the people who brought them. So Leviticus 6 and 7 gets into a little bit more about how to parse that, who eats, what can you eat, that kind of thing, which, sounds kind of odd, sounds kind of boring, but think about it. Here you have a system of different sacrifices. And we typically think, again, evangelicals, Christians, whatever, Christians of any variety, think of the sacrificial system as, lots of blood and slaughter, and we again filter it through the work of the cross, and how all of this is about forgiveness of sins, and these animals have to die, and whatnot. And it feels like just this slaughtering waste, a waste of these animals, but it's actually not. Most of what is offered, again, was consumed, eaten by someone, again, except for those exceptions that I just listed. So it's not just this wanton waste of animal life. You're going to, be eating livestock anyway in the ancient world, but, specifically to the sacrificial system, it has a lot to do with, again, who is eating what, who's participating, who's not, and again, what parts and that sort of thing. So it's not, again, just this total waste. And I think it's worth us thinking about this system, which was very careful to distinguish who gets to eat some of it and who doesn't, and who gets to eat what parts and all that sort of stuff, because some is for God, some is not. And then you have all these issues of impurity. I'm hoping that people, this question pops in their head. Does this have any relationship to communion? To the Lord's table. And I think conceptually it does, with one sort of important twist. Think about communion. You have bread and wine. Well, the bread, this is my body. Again, the wine, this is my blood. And I think there is a correspondence there between, again, grain offering, again, because that's what you make bread out of ultimately, and meat, for the offering, again, the flesh, and you have a sacred meal. But in the Old Testament, there were very strict rules about that. And most of the time, it was just really the priests. Occasionally, the people who were sort of connected to the sacrifice because they brought it, they brought it because they either wanted to commune with God or they had some problem, like need of restitution, or they had committed, again, either, in most cases, unintentionally, they'd done something that rendered them ritually impure, so they had to be decontaminated and all that. Occasionally, they got to participate, but most of the time, the common person did not. Well, look at the analogy. If there is indeed, again, this sacrificial analogy between the Old Testament system and the work of Christ, the communion idea makes a lot of sense, even if it includes everyone. It includes all believers, not just priests, not just a priestly class or an elite class or anything like that. Why? Because in New Testament theology, all believers are priests, priesthood of the believer. Okay, you are God's temple. You are a holy priesthood, and it's egalitarian. It's everyone included. So if you're a Jew, again, put yourself in the context. If you're a a Jewish person and you're familiar with, the ritual system, either because you were taught it or you saw parts of it in the Second Temple, around New Testament times, you're familiar with this, the inner workings of this, and you know that participation in the meal sense is pretty much basically going to exclude you because you're not a priest. Well, when you have the apostles coming along and preaching and in Paul's case writing about this stuff, where it basically says no, we're all priests, we all get to partake of the sacred meal now, okay, because it commemorates the flesh, the Lord's body, which was broken for you, and again his death. This is the cup of the New Testament, the new covenant here. This is my blood, so on and so forth. I mean, we all get to partake of that because we're all priests. We're all sort of on equal footing. That would have been very striking, again, to a Jew who's introduced, again, by the apostles, by apostolic preaching, or by a letter from one of the apostles that we have in our New Testament, to these ideas, because before they would have been quite restricted, but now they're not. So, again, what we're going to read here in Leviticus 6 and 7, I'm actually going to just pick a few spots here, more or less talk about the two chapters conceptually, but there will be parts of this that just, you can see are, an interesting analogy. Another part of it would be where in this system, the priests, again, receive their portions, again, in return. It's a payment. So in return for their services on behalf of the Israelite people. This is why they get to eat part of the sacrifices, because this is like income to them. This is part of their sustenance. So what does that tell us? You have essentially instruction that illustrates the rule that priests, again, had to be compensated. It's kind of interesting that the high priest in Leviticus 6, around verses 19 to 23, could not be compensated for sacrifices performed on his own behalf. Just a little exception there. So he could only do it for services rendered to others, but nevertheless, this is a payment. Now, isn't it kind of interesting when Paul comes along, again, he's the guy writing a lot of this believer priest kind of thing. Paul comes along and does not insist on being supported by the congregations that he starts. Now, he says, I could insist on, the labors, worthy of his hire. I could make a demand here and so on and so forth. But instead, he goes out and he gets a job. He supports himself. But this whole notion that, again, he, as an apostle, is really not a priest, because if he thought of himself as a priest in the terms of an elite, distinct from the rest of the community of believers, this probably would have been a bigger deal. He would have made it sort of a right, sort of he would have made the demand, but he says, no. He goes, I could do that, and the laborer is worthy of his hire, but I'm not going to be a burden to you. So even though conceptually all believers are priests, the way Paul sort of reinforces that point is to deny that priests, the priesthood is something special by again, getting a job and not insisting on being sustained like the Old Testament priests were. And again, that is kind of interesting because I think that puts the whole idea of, quote, having all things in common from Acts chapter 2 in a different light as well, because it sort of makes sense. Well, we don't do what we do. We don't have to, we're not forced to support this one person or this small group of people. We're not forced to do that. We're going to do it voluntarily, but they're telling us that we should have all things in common. And again, that makes sense if everybody's a priest. It's this mutual support. It's not the support of an elite class, that's sort of a different breed of Christians, like the Levites, and not even all Levites were priests, but the priests and the Levites, they were marked off as being sort of a separate class of Israelite, because they're the only ones that can occupy sacred space and do this or that ritual, or care for the vessels of the tabernacle and tear it down, put it back up, all that sort of thing. So they were in a special class, but all of that, sort of disappears and becomes this mutual support kind of thing in the New Testament, where everybody is, again, sort of classified as a priest. So it's kind of interesting to look at some things in the New Testament through, opposite of what's typically done, but through the lens of the Old Testament, rather than looking at the Old Testament through the lens of the New. It's kind of interesting to do it in reverse and just see the contrast. Because again, if you're a Jew, you're going to be used to this system. You're going to be used to this thinking, well, there's us and the priests, and we're not them, and they're not us, and they're different, they're special. they get closer to God than we do, and they get to partake of this or that, and we don't. Again, that's not on the table when it comes to the New Testament church. We mutually support each other. We don't make these kinds of demands. We all participate in the sacred meal because we're all priests. And it's just a totally different way of looking at things. Now, by way of actually jumping into the chapter or chapters 6 and 7, they break down pretty easily. Again, for those who didn't listen to the last episode, not the interview, but the one before it, we actually got into chapter 6 a little bit because there's a difference in versification in the Hebrew Bible and the English Bible. So technically where we'll actually start today is really in the English Bible, Leviticus 6:8, but we'll just go back to the beginning to break this down. The first 16 verses of chapter 6 really deal with the whole burnt offering, and again, the meal offering, the grain offering, since they were part of the public cult. So they're talked about first. What we're going to find is that there's a series, again, of kind of groupings of the offerings in these two chapters that are going to get commented in order. And they're going to really proceed from the most sacred public offerings on into sacred offerings that are sort of private worship, private matters. So the first 16 verses start off with the public rituals, the olah, burnt offering, and the mincha. And really, these offerings they're public because they often occur in conjunction with national events to mark special days or part of festivals. The Sabbath, again, coming of the Sabbath, that sort of thing, which concerned everybody. So Leviticus 6 again starts off talking about those, and then it transitions to the sin offering, again the decontamination offering, and the guilt offering, what we're calling the reparation or the restitution offering. And those two really aren't regular features of what scholars would call the public cult, the public sacrificial proceedings. Instead, they're sort of expiation sacrifices, expiation rituals, usually performed by individual Israelites or on behalf of individual Israelites. Again, and that makes sense because if you have to bring a chatat, again, the sin offering, it's because you personally did something that rendered you impure. If you have to make restitution, well, that's a personal matter. So that becomes, again, a personal situation, a personal sacrifice, as opposed to something that involves the whole community. So in Leviticus 6 and 7, those are sort of divvied out that's how they're literarily arranged. Talk about the public ones, talk about the private ones. You get further into Leviticus 7. You have offerings that are sort of in other parts of Leviticus called less sacred. Again, these are sort of personal worship offerings. They're less sacred because of the way they do or don't involve the priesthood, and if they're public or not. And then again, that's really the way the chapter ends. Parts of the sacrificial offerings that are shared by the priest. The last few verses of Leviticus 7 are, again, sort of divvying up the portions that the priests get. So chapter 6 and 7 are sort of an overview of, who gets what's public, what's private, that kind of thing. So it's a rehearsal of what's gone on in the first 5 chapters, but just sort of looking at it from a different angle. Now, what I want to do is just drill down on a few points that I think are sort of interesting in these 2 chapters. And the first thing that we'll hit, I'll just read here in Leviticus 6:8, the beginning of our whole section for this episode. It says, "The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the law of the burnt offering," and then so on and so forth. Well, this is the first time we get the word law, Torah, in Leviticus. And in these 2 chapters, Torah is going to occur 7 times. So we might want to ask ourselves, well, why use this word here? Why didn't it show up earlier? What's the point? Well, Hebrew Torah is a noun, obviously, that derives from the root in Hebrew yara, which means to cast or to shoot. I think shoot's actually a better way to think about it, like shooting an arrow, for instance. Some dictionaries, again, those of you who are into Bible study and you actually use lexicons or theological word books or that sort of thing, some dictionaries will actually have 2 yaras. They're homographs, one to shoot, the other one to show or indicate. Now, there are scholars who disagree about whether those are homographs or not. For our purposes, it doesn't really matter, because if you think about it, to shoot, sort of to aim and shoot, the abstract idea of yara, the verb, and hence the noun Torah, is to show something, to shoot at something, metaphorically, to aim at something, to direct attention toward. And that's actually what the verb yara means sorry for the Hebrew lapse here, but in the hifil stem, which is the causative stem in Hebrew. It means to aim or direct toward, and hence the noun Torah means instruction, to show the way, to be shown what to do, how to do something. And so, again, the Torah, the law here that we're going to read about in Leviticus 6 and 7 is really, ultimately, as we said a few minutes ago, concerned with the priestly participation, the portions, what's done with them, that sort of thing. In verse 9, we keep reading the rest of that verse. It says, "This is the law of the burnt offering. The burnt offering shall be on the hearth on the altar all night until the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be kept burning on it." So the fire here was not supposed to go out. And again, think about it. The burnt offering was the first sacrifice we talked about. It's sort of the initial one. When it's used in combinations with others, it sort of breaks the ice, so to speak. I want to spend time with the Lord, or I have a matter that I need to take up with the Lord. So the first thing we do is we bring a gift. Again, the whole burnt offering was a gift. Going to God's house, we're going to bring a housewarming gift, that sort of thing. And we talked about how the principle is that even on your best day, even if you don't have an impurity issue that you have to get taken care of, or a reparation issue that you got to get taken care of, even on your best day, it's still a fearful thing. There should be trepidation, there should be caution about approaching God's space, about going to God's house, that sort of thing. Well, here in verse 9, the daily burnt offering. And they would do one in the morning and another one in the evening. You can read about that in Exodus 29, 38, and so on, in Numbers 28. This is what it's talking about here in Leviticus 6, that in the morning we do one, in the evening we do one, and you're never supposed to let the fire on the altar of the burnt offering go out. And so, why? What's the point? Well, again, you always want there to be, again, try to think abstractly, you always want to be, you don't want the housewarming gift to sort of, the effect of that to sort of go away. You want there to be a good, relationship between you and God. We don't want to let this fire go out because we're conscious of needing a good relationship, with the Lord at all times, morning and evening, 24/7, that sort of thing. And so it was designed to be a reminder of, again, bringing that gift to God's house, initiating contact with Him, and again, having Him accept that contact, accept the presence of human beings in His presence. And so the fire was supposed to be kept burning as, again, just a signal for that, to always be conscious of that. In verse 10, it says, "The priest shall put on his linen garment and put his linen undergarment on his body, and he shall take up the ashes to which the fire has reduced the burnt offering on the altar and put them beside the altar." Okay, so we have this sort of odd reference in the midst of this because, while the fire is still burning, you got ashes, you got to take care of that issue. We're not going to get into the rules and regulations for that. But here we have this comment in verse 10 that I thought was kind of interesting. The priest, again, putting on this linen garment and his linen undergarment on his body. You say, well, what is that about? Well, it actually harkens back to something in Exodus 28. Exodus 28:42 says, "You shall make for them," again, instructions for the priestly garments in that chapter, "you shall make for them, for the priests, linen undergarments to cover their naked flesh. They shall reach from the hips to the thighs." So there's actually a rule about wearing undergarments so that you're not exposed. You say, well, who's going to run around lifting the priest's robes? Well, that actually wasn't the point because of the way the altar was made. If you go back even further in Exodus, that was Exodus 28:42. You go back even further in Exodus to Exodus 20, when the instructions for the altar are talked about, you read this in verses 25 to 26. "If you make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stones, for if you wield your tool on it, you profane it. You shall not go up by steps to my altar, that your nakedness be not exposed on it." And we know from later times in Israelite history, there were steps that were part of the altar complex. And so this was actually a rule, a law that, you don't want to go up, because if people are sort of gathered around you, not only will your your naked flesh, quote unquote, be exposed, which is, again, one of the reasons they give them linen undergarments, but also because people will see that. And there's some sense of indecency there, just on the surface. It's actually a little more involved in that, because one of the contrasts to this in ancient Near Eastern religion, and we know this from ancient Near Eastern art, is that a lot of pagan rituals, pagan sacrifices in their temple complexes actually show priests officiating, doing their thing in the nude. And so there are a lot of scholars that think that part of the reasoning, other than just sort of regular decency, that kind of thing, part of the reason why this is a concern in Exodus and Leviticus is this contrast. We're not going to do this like the pagans do. So we're not going to do anything that would smack of, quote unquote, ritual nudity. And we're going to see this later on. We've seen hints of it already, about making it very clear that we don't have any sort of, any sort of fleshly, sexual relationship with the priesthood, between the people who are bringing offerings and the priests, and what goes on, in the temple complex. And again, a big part of that reasoning is what did go on in other temple complexes, especially when you get to things like the whole sacred marriage ritual, where the certain temple complexes in pagan religions would, for lack of a better term, either designate or employ, designates probably a better word, priests or priestesses to engage in sexual acts in the temple complex, typically, sexual intercourse, because of the belief that, okay, this is how the gods, bring fertility to the crops, and this is how the gods do this or that, and so we're going to mime what they do, so that, our crops will grow and that sort of thing. So all that kind of association is sort of driven out of the Israelite cult, and even to the point now where the priests have to wear undergarments so that nobody sees their body parts. And again, so you have a decency issue there, and you also have, again, this contrast to what paganism is doing. And why should we care about our body parts, below our waist, or our genitals, or something like that? Well, in the ancient world, ritual nudity and this kind of thing was, associated with life. This is how you get living things, through sexual copulation. And abstractly, the gods would cohabit, and then you'd get rain, and all these kinds of beliefs. But it was associated with life and ultimately death and rebirth, these cycles. And so in pagan religions, you'll often have either rituals done in the nude, or you'll have sexual acts performed with some sort of magical intent. Again, like I mentioned a few moments ago, that priests and priestesses would mime what they were thinking the gods were doing to cause things to grow, or to cause, the cycles of life and death and rebirth to continue. So when you're doing things here to imitate what you think the gods are doing, and sort of to produce a desired effect, that's one of the definitions really of magic, sympathetic magic, to be more specific. And again, the Israelite sacrificial system sort of has these built-in prohibitions, or obstacles, might be a better way to say it, to having people think in those terms about what's happening in the tabernacle or in the temple complex, what's happening with the sacrificial system. It has nothing to do, with that, sort of behavior, that sort of thing. So there are, again, just things like that really are very clear contrastive elements if you were familiar with the way, certain other pagan religions sort of do their sacrifices, at least some of them. So I thought that was a point of interest. Let's go down to verse 13, where we have here, again, another reference to fire shall be kept burning on the altar continually. We have, again, in connection here with other offerings, again, the idea, the same thing, the perpetual fire on the altar. Again, especially now we have it associated in verse 12 with the peace offerings, which again is this communion between me and God kind of thing that we talked about earlier. Here, the fire on the altar that is supposed to be kept burning indicates that the people, again, were attendant on God at all times in the sanctuary. We want to maintain this relationship. It expresses a continual devotion. Again, those sorts of ideas. So they were very conscious of the, again, visual, symbolic value of certain acts, in this case, not having the fire go out, to message theology. Very, very conscious of that. Let's go down to verse 18. Again, we just want to keep moving through the chapter here. We have here, every male among the children of Aaron may eat of it. It's specifically talking about food offerings. I have the verse prior to that. I have given it as a portion of my food offerings. It is a thing most holy, like the sin offering and the guilt offering. So this is about, again, part of the offering that's consumed. So every male among the children of Aaron may eat of it. Children of Aaron, again, they're talking about the priesthood, as decreed forever throughout your generations from the Lord's food offerings. And here's the line I want to focus on. Whatever touches them shall become holy. Now, I actually think, and here's the reason I bring this up, I think this is actually a mistranslation. It creates the impression of, whoever touches one of these offerings is going to be all of a sudden become holy. And we've talked before about the concept of holiness doesn't necessarily mean a moral quality, but it's a state of sanctity, a state of ritual purity. And Levine says, let me just quote Levine here. I think his little section on this is kind of interesting. And I agree with him. I think what he says makes sense here. He says that we ought to translate this instead. Instead of saying whatever touches them shall become holy, Levine says, rather, anyone who is to touch these must be holy or in a holy state. And the issue is the Hebrew word, the verb here, yikdash. Now again, for those who know Hebrew, this is an imperfect form, imperfect conjugation. And the imperfects have a bit of a flexibility to them. It can denote an event ongoing. It can denote an event that hasn't happened yet, shall be, something. It can also denote something that must occur, must be. Again, you can translate an imperfect conjugation form in a variety of ways, and Levine is saying, look, it makes more sense to say that whoever touches these must be in a holy state, must be holy. And here's his explanation. He says, similar statements pertaining to the sanctity of the altar occur in Exodus 29 and Exodus 30, specifically Exodus 29:37 and Exodus 30:29. The problem of interpretation concerns the verb yikdash. Does it mean will become holy as a result of contact with a sanctified substance or object? Or does it mean must be in a holy state before being allowed to come into contact with a sacred substance or object? So that's the issue. Several scholars, he says, most notably Menachem Haran, have argued for the former. Haran has formulated a theory of contagious holiness, according to which the sanctity of holy objects and substances is communicated or conducted to all that come into contact with them. Now, Levine's going to disagree with that, and I'm on Levine's side of this. He says, although the verb kadash itself often connotes resulting holiness, it is more likely that here it refers to what must occur prior to contact with the sacred. Our verse simply means that only consecrated persons, only persons who are in a state of holiness, may have contact with sacrificial materials. A notion that reinforces the opening of the verse, again, which says that only Aaronic priests may partake of the sacrifices. Similarly, in Exodus 29:37 and 30:29, the sense is that only consecrated persons may have contact with the altar. In fact, there are indications that holiness was not regarded as contagious at all, unlike impurity, which was thought to be highly contagious or highly communicable. This contrast is brought out clearly in Haggai 2:11 through 13. I'll read part of that. It says, thus says the Lord of hosts, ask the priests about the law. If someone carries holy meat in the fold of his garment and touches with his fold bread or stew or wine or oil or any kind of food, does it become holy? The priest answered and said, no. Then Haggai said, if someone who is unclean by contact with a dead body touches any of these, does it become unclean? The priest answered and said, yes, it does become unclean. So Haggai 2 actually makes the point that Levine is arguing for. Look, there's no such thing as contagious holiness, while there is such a thing as contagious impurity. So it's best to read Leviticus 6:18 as saying, whatever touches, again, stuff that's associated with the sacrifice or the altar must already be holy, must be sanctified. So again, I wanted to address that because the ESV and other translations typically render this as though the priest could sort of touch something and become holy by it. Again, that isn't actually what's going on here. It doesn't make sense when compared with other scripture. Only people who were in a state of ritual purity, quote unquote holiness, could touch these things. And again, think about it. We're talking about food offerings. Okay, who today gets to touch the food offering? We all do, because we're all priests. Okay. Again, if you're put yourself in the context, if you're a first century Jew, you're getting exposed to Christianity, apostolic teaching, and along comes Paul or somebody else, Peter, use the language as well, that we're all priests. We're a community of priests, the priesthood of the believer. It was just something totally new to them. Because again, there were these two classes. And, frankly, if I could, be so bold here, and I'm not saying this is a moral evil or something like that, but there are a lot of churches today, a lot of denominations who maintain firmly a distinction between the clergy and the laity. And one of the ways they do it is who gets to handle the sacred meal stuff, or even positionally. Think about maybe certain churches you've been in where the priest is separated from the congregation by a rail or some other piece of furniture or something like that they're actually set off or cut off or again, kind of, I don't want to use the word quarantine because that's a little bit silly here. It has the wrong connotation, but you get the idea. They're separated from the laity just in terms of the way the church itself is laid out. Again, having this distinction between clergy and laity, whereas if you were in the first century and you're reading, again, Peter's comments and Paul's comments about participating in the sacred meal and being a believer priest, and the presence of God isn't something that you can't tread on. It's in you. Okay? These ideas were quite contrastive to what they had grown up with as Jews, and frankly, even Gentiles, because Gentile systems of sacrifice are also going to have this real strict distinction between priest and laity, priest and congregation, against those who are sanctified and those who are not, or who sort of need some sort of special permission, against some special sanctification to approach sacred space. Those distinctions are demolished in New Testament theology. And I'm not saying that churches that still do this, they're committing some sort of moral evil, because in a neutral way, in a neutral setting, the thought could be, again, I can't think the thoughts of any particular priest or minister in any particular denomination, but the thought is, again, to teach the congregation that there's a distinction between holy ground and non-holy ground, and when we're talking about the quote unquote the elements of the Lord's Supper, that's special, that's something that's has a sacred feel toward a sacred property to it. Again, I'm not endorsing the language. I'm just trying to communicate what the idea is. But that isn't something where we just let our kids run around after the service, because we want to teach people that this is holy stuff. This is a holy act. There's holiness, and then there's something that isn't sort of, there's space that isn't used to perform sacred rituals or to do sacred things, even like preaching. I've been in some non-liturgical churches, Baptist churches, for instance, where they were very strict or very insistent on not having, again, kids after the service or something like that just run up on the where the pulpit is, because that's where the preaching happens. That's where the pastor does his thing. That's where we baptize people, behind there in the baptistry. So that's not just normal space in this building we call our church. It's something special. So they wanted to, again, teach these ideas. So I think denominations, who have this sort of mental distinguishing, and even, again, more than that, even physical distinguishing, trying to teach, their congregation, to not, treat that space up there where the preaching happens as normative, as just everyday, as common. Again, I could look at that and say, well, yeah, that's a worthwhile lesson to teach, perhaps, and I don't think it's anything sinister or bad. So I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression here. But what I am saying is, when you had the first century church, they don't have fancy buildings, they don't have temples, they met house to house. Nobody's building an altar in a house and saying, don't let your kids walk over that part. They're not doing that. These distinctions in the apostolic church of the first century, were just not there. There was commonality because we were all believer priests, and we all get to partake of the Lord's table, the sacred meal. Again, and the logic that went to it. We all have access to God. Okay, we all are, on equal footing because of the blood of Christ, because it sanctifies us. It makes us fit to occupy sacred space by definition. And we are sacred space because the Spirit of God, the same Spirit that inhabited and dwelled in the tabernacle and the temple, lives in us. And so these trappings of modern church didn't have a place in the initial church. Now we can talk about, it's really a subject for a whole other podcast, maybe even a different podcast, somebody else's podcast. But this whole way that we approach doing church today to a first century convert, somebody who's just glad to find another believer, and hey, can I hole up here for a few days because our opponents just trashed my house or something like that, or under persecution in Rome. And again, they can't be so public about it in certain contexts in the early church. And they don't have these things. What we do would have been quite foreign to them, potentially even offensive. It depends on how they were thinking about it, and really how they're presented, how they would have been presented. But again, I'm just hoping you get that distinction, that there's this logic that sort of goes with all things in common, participating in the sacred meal. That when we look at Leviticus, again, when we have Leviticus in our head, we can see some of the theological messaging and really the power of it in the New Testament era, when these sort of ecclesiastical walls are torn down. And again, there are lots of historical reasons why church is done the way it's done now. And again, we don't need to go into that, just to make the point that, this is something really worth thinking about, something that a first century Christian, especially if they had a strong Jewish background, but again, even Gentiles, would have just noticed right away. Let's go down to another thing here. Chapter 6, we're still in. Let's go down to verse 26. Again, just a little snippet here. I'll go back to verse 24 where it starts the section. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed shall the sin offering be killed before the Lord. It is most holy." Here's verse 26. "The priest who offers it for sin shall eat it. In a holy place it shall be eaten, in the court of the tent of meeting. Whatever touches its flesh shall be holy." Again, here we go back to that sort of thing. And again, agreeing with Levine, the point of that is the person who touches it must already be holy, must be sanctified. "And when any of its blood is splashed on a garment, you shall wash that on which it was splashed in a holy place. And the earthenware vessel in which it is boiled shall be broken." Just destroy it. "But if it is boiled in a bronze vessel, that shall be scoured and rinsed with water." And you say, well, what in the world is going on here? Well, to quote Levine again, he says, "Should any sacrificial blood stain a garment, that garment must be laundered, because it would be improper if any blood of the sacrifice was not used for its only legitimate purpose." You can't just have the blood of the sacrifice out there willy-nilly on other stuff, because the blood of the sacrifice was there for a specific application. It was to be used very specifically for a particular thing, and to have any of it not used for that thing or that procedure, was bad. We can't do that. That's an improper use of the sacrifice. So Levine continues, "The blood of the sin offering was to be placed on the horns of the altar, and the rest poured down on its side, as ordained in Leviticus 4:25. That's what you do with the blood. If any of it gets on a garment, that has to be washed on sacred space." Okay, we just read the verses again, because you can't allow the blood of the offering to be put to any other use. And you can't just let it go out on non-sacred space. I mean, it's a way of enforcing this idea, the difference between the sacred, and the profane. Now, what about the, breaking up the earthenware? Well, that's because earthenware, think about it, was to be destroyed, and the metal, if you boiled it in a metal container, then that just had to be washed. But earthenware is more porous. In fact, it's quite porous, and so the earthenware, a piece of pottery, again made with clay, would absorb particles of the flesh and, of course, the blood that had been boiled. It had been used for boiling. So you can't have, again, the risk of having any part of the flesh or the blood go somewhere else or be put to a different use, and you can't really get it out of earthenware, so you have to destroy it. If you're using a again, a bronze vessel, something like that, hey, that you can just wash. Again, do it on sacred space, but that you can wash and rinse with water. But the earthenware stuff, if that's what you're using, you just have to destroy it. Again, it's this idea, teaching by, physical object lesson, that the blood of the sacrifice is for this place only and is for this use only, that sort of thing. Now, in chapter 7, just a couple of things there I want to mention real briefly. In chapter 7, verse 11, we hit some language that's a bit new. It says, "This is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings that one may offer to the Lord. If he offers it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with thanksgiving sacrifice unleavened loaves mixed with oil, unleavened wafers smeared with oil, and loaves of fine flour well mixed with oil." I wanted to comment just on the thanksgiving language. So we have the Zavach Todah, thanksgiving sacrifice or thanksgiving offering. Now, technically, in the immediate context, or at least in the context of the first few chapters of Leviticus, this would refer to a sacrifice specifically discussed in chapter 3, namely a sheep or goat, either male or female. Nevertheless, though, this ritual that involves the grain offerings, and you can't do it with leavened material as well. This ritual, again, as mentioned here in chapter 6, really is, again, marking the peace offering here as something you would do to express gratitude to God. And oftentimes in the Old Testament, interestingly enough, you will see offerings classified or labeled as thanksgiving offerings when they are when you're on the other side of escaping from some danger or some misfortune. Amos 4:5 is a verse that Levine brings up in his discussion of this. It's kind of interesting. He says, Amos 4:5, which I'll quote here, "Offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving of that which is leavened, and proclaim free will offerings. Publish them, for so you love to do, O people of Israel, declares the Lord God." So it's a negative comment again, but Amos is pointing to this notion of people doing what they're doing to sort of avoid danger or avoid misfortune. And again, they're doing it not necessarily correctly, but it's sort of symptomatic that, hey, we better do this stuff, so that we can avoid bad stuff that's going to happen. Well, look whose book it is. It's Amos. Okay, Amos, ministered just before what? The destruction of the northern kingdom. So, it's kind of an interesting verse, because here you have, again, people doing a certain thing, not in the right way or the right heart attitude, but like the prophet's running around here saying that we're all, we're going to get killed, we're going to get taken into exile and all this stuff. So let's just do some of these offerings and take care of business here. Well, that, again, isn't the way it's going to work. It's just kind of an interesting reference that they thought, again, the use of this offering or performance of this offering warded off danger. But typically the Thanksgiving offering is something that you would do when God did deliver you after the fact, not, again, to sort of use it as some kind of weird talisman, to keep bad things from happening. So kind of a superstitious kind of thing. Verse 30, last thing here that we'll mention specifically here in Leviticus 6 and 7. Let's go. We'll just take it from verse 28. "The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel, saying, Whoever offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings to the Lord shall bring his offering to the Lord from the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hands shall bring the Lord's offerings. He shall bring the fat with the breast, and the breast may be waved as a wave offering before the Lord. The priest shall burn the fat on the altar, and the breast shall be for Aaron and his sons." Okay, I bring this up because here we have another new term, the wave offering. Hebrew is tenufah, which is from the verb hanaf, to lift or to raise. And basically, this was a gesture that was used to sort of show God what you were going to offer, show God the offering, sort of with the implication that when he sees it, he will accept it. Again, it's kind of interesting, because now we have, again, this added gesture. Like, well, does that mean that they didn't believe that God could see what they were doing? No, again, this is a human gesture. Again, part of the ritual that you are presenting something to God. And so it's not a statement of God's lack of omniscience. It's just, again, something you would do so that people could see that you are, again, exposing what you're doing to God, and he's going to accept it. Now, I also mention this because the order of this procedure that we just read has some significance. The priest, again, is entitled to what? To what part of it? The breast, mentioned in verse 30. And he's also going to get the right thigh, but only after God's share of the offering, the fatty portions had been burned on the altar. Remember in previous sacrifices, we talked about God getting his portion first. Well, in 1 Samuel 2, this is what the sons of Eli were doing to violate the sacrificial system. In 1 Samuel 2, 15 and 17, we read, "Moreover, before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the man who was sacrificing, 'Give meat for the priest to roast, for he will not accept boiled meat from you, but only raw.' And if the man said to him, 'Let them burn the fat first and then take as much as you wish,' he would say, 'No, you must give it now. And if not, I will take it by force.' Thus the sin of the young men was very great in the sight of the Lord, for the men treated the offering of the Lord with contempt." So the sons of Eli, the priest of Shiloh, were not obeying the law that we just read, and lots of other things too. They were taking their portions of the sacrifices from the cooking pots even before the altar sacrifice had been performed by the priest. They were clearly violating Leviticus, and so they're taking what they want first before God gets what is due to him. So they're violating the specific procedure. Again, we're kind of familiar with the story of Eli's sons and how wicked they were, but I just thought I would mention this because it does sort of dovetail with what they were doing. The specific thing that God was angry at them for is actually mentioned, again, procedurally in this chapter, in this place. So that's what I wanted to hit on in Leviticus 6 and 7. I think for us, again, the big takeaway here is going back to how certain New Testament language would have been perceived by early Christians, especially early Jewish Christians. But again, I'm including even the Gentiles in here because they had this strong distinction between priest and laity, priest and clergy and laity. And all of that kind of thinking, you're in the fledgling beginning church in Jerusalem. You don't have buildings. You're meeting from house to house. You're predominantly, of course, we went through the book of Acts here in the Naked Bible, a while back. It begins in a Jewish context. And here you have the apostles saying, look, we're going to partake of this sacred meal, all of us, to remember the Lord and his sacrifice. In the night he was betrayed, the Lord said, "Take, eat. This is my body broken for you. This is the blood of the covenant. This wine is my blood, the blood of the covenant." Again, these are elements of a sacred meal, and it's not just the priests, who are partaking of this. It's everybody, because we are all priests. We are now a priesthood of believers, because the Spirit of God dwells in us. Again, these ideas and the theological ideas that from which they were derived about how the sacrifice of Jesus made everyone, of course, initially Jewish, but then also Gentile, which was shocking, fit for sacred space, fit to be a priest of Yahweh, fit to partake of the sacred meal. It would have just shocked them, and I think it was a powerful statement of God's attitude toward his people. It's really moving away from sort of a national entity, I catch my wording here, a national entity, back to a family. And again, the imagery was important, and the theology that was attached to it certainly important.
All right. Well, good deal. Mike, isn't the chapter 7 kind of the last of the rules, instructions of it?
Yeah, we're going to get in chapter 8 and chapter 9, you're going to get sort of the sanctifying of those who would be priests. Again, the procedures that were done to them to make them fit to start the ball rolling, that sort of thing. And then we're going to get into lots of different laws where we're going to get distinctions between ritual purity and moral purity and that sort of thing. Today, we're gonna do Leviticus 8, 9. I know last time we said 8 to 10, but there's enough here. I just sort of felt bad about giving 10 sort of a short shrift, so we'll save 10 for next time. But Leviticus 8 and 9 today, and most of the time, even with those two chapters, will be in chapter 8. There is something in chapter 9 I want to draw attention to. There's a bit of repetition in chapter 9 with the sacrifices of material we've already covered, and that'll happen again in Leviticus as we proceed. But 8 and 9, I think, gives us plenty to talk about. So just for the sake of kind of structure and arrangement, most of Leviticus chapter 8 is really devoted to two events, two ceremonies, and that is the consecration ceremony of the altar and the tabernacle. basically the objects that are most concerned with sacred space in the sacrificial system. So consecrating them, getting them ready, to be used, purging them of impurity so that they can be used, and then also consecrating Aaron, the high priest, and his sons as priests. So basically everything that's relevant to the sacrificial system and every person that's going to be sort of officiating and carrying out the duties, they have to be individually and collectively sanctified or consecrated, again, purged of impurity. And so that's why you get references in these two chapters to some of the offerings, the sacrifices and offerings we've talked about up to this point. So this, in chapter 8, takes place over the period of 7 days. And then in chapter 9, we have an 8th day. There's a ritual on the 8th day. And that is sort of a catch-all ceremony to make sure that the entire newly consecrated tabernacle is ready to go. And then there's this celebration of the entry of God's presence, the glory cloud, the kavod. Kavod is the Hebrew word for cloud that takes up residence in the tabernacle. And so that's an 8th day celebration. So it was on the 8th day that the tabernacle altar itself is used for the first time in the performance of a sacrificial ritual. Prior to this, the previous 7 days, there are animals being slain and then blood, sprinkled on the altar itself to purge it of impurity, to ready it for use. But its actual first use is only in chapter 9. So that's basically what the two chapters cover. And, the logic is when you welcome the presence of God into the tabernacle, you have to be extremely careful that everything and everybody has been purged, from impurity so that the presence of God is not polluted, again, if we can use these terms. And so the priests and the people, again, on these occasions, they're going to be offering the sacrifices that need to be offered, again, to make sure that everything's ready and set to go that we've sort of talked about prior. So after all that's done, then you get chapter 10, which again we're going to reserve, for next time, the next episode. Chapter 10 is the chapter where you get Aaron's sons, Nadav and Avihu. They're struck down by God for offering, quote, strange fire. And the whole point of what happens there in chapter 10 really needs to be set against the backdrop of 8 and 9, because they are a living and basically a dead object lesson as to the seriousness of keeping everything the way it should be and observing all these rules about being fit, to enter sacred space and to offer what needs to be offered in the proper way at the proper time and all that sort of stuff. So Aaron loses 2 sons basically to make the point that, hey, God's actually serious about this. You're supposed to learn these lessons about sacred space and approaching God and making sure that God's purity is never polluted and all that sort of thing. So we'll leave chapter 10 for next time, but I think it's worth pointing out here that needs to be understood against the backdrop of these earlier 2 chapters. The consecration ceremonies for the people and the things that are going to be used in the whole system. Now, we're going to jump into chapter 8 here. So let me just go to Leviticus 8, because I'm not going to be reading through the entirety of both chapters, but a few sections, and then just stopping along the way and commenting about a few things that are, again, I think are interesting. So in chapter 8, we read, "The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments and the anointing oil, and the bowl of the sin offering, and the 2 rams, and the basket of unleavened bread, and assemble all the congregation at the entrance of the tent of meeting. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the congregation was assembled at the entrance of the tent of meeting." Now, there's a lot of people here, so, it's worth commenting about, well, how do you get them all at the entrance of the tent of meeting? What does that mean? Well, again, rather than overly literalize this, the actual place of assembly for the people was the outer section of the courtyard, it's not that everybody had to be right in front of the tent, because there just isn't space for that. And we're going to talk a little bit about the logistics of sacred space in this episode, because there are just some things that happen basically because the system is what it is, because you have to account, it has to serve the whole population of the Israelite nation, but yet there's this limited space when you're talking about the tabernacle. So again, how does that work? There are some concessions that have to be made and some rules that have to be put into place. But in this instance, when the chapter starts out, they're basically in the courtyard area, and according to the procedures given in Leviticus, it was forbidden for anybody except priests And again, the priests are about to be consecrated, but no one but priests could advance beyond the altar of burnt offerings. Again, I can't visually give you a depiction here in the podcast of the layout of the tabernacle, but you might want to pull one up online or something like that, just so that you can see what I'm talking about here. But if you were not a priest, you could not advance beyond the altar of burnt offerings. That was off limits. Again, sacred space that could only be occupied by someone Yahweh had chosen to serve him in that capacity. And then that person had to do the right set of offerings, and that we've talked about up to this point, so that sacred space was not polluted or profaned by that person. So basically it was an area, the courtyard is about halfway between the outer gate and the entrance to the tabernacle proper. And again, without getting into it, because we're not doing Exodus. If we were doing a podcast on Exodus 25 through 40, we could talk about how the colors, how the materials used to construct the tent proper, and then the sections of the tent actually denoted gradations of sanctity. For instance, in terms of the metals, there would be, metals progressing all the way up to gold, fine gold that was reserved for the innermost part of again, the Holy of Holies. Well, the higher gradation of metals as you moved into the complex was, again, a sign. It's a symbol of sanctity, a symbol of importance or value. The closer you got to the actual presence of God, the more expensive, the more valuable the material was. Again, these were just object lessons. It's not like God is, God's not Donald Trump here. That isn't the point. Look at all the expensive stuff God has, and God owns, he owns everything. So there's no point to that. But the point is that the materials that were used were supposed to inform the person working in there. And again, the people, as they know what's going on, they see the thing constructed, they know what it's made of. And then, of course, they teach people that too, teach their children these sorts of things. That the lesson was the presence of God was something so significant, so important, that you had to use materials that were, again, increasing in value as you move toward him. So I think that's sufficient. That's all we really need to say about that, because, again, we're not in Exodus 25 through 40. It was still an important teaching point. So I thought maybe we should, I wanted to say something about that, but I don't want to get distracted by it either. So in verse 5, Moses says to the congregation, this is the thing that the Lord has commanded to be done. So Moses is going to explain what's going to go on. And verse 6 says, Moses brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. Now, again, this is a very familiar act done really with any priestly system in the ancient Near East, using water, again, as a symbolic gesture, a symbolic act of removing impurity. Because, again, just in the language of life experience, this is how you cleaned things. I mean, they don't have the fancy chemicals we have today. If you wanted to clean something, you used water. So that's what they're doing here. And it's kind of interesting. If you look at the usage in the Hebrew Bible of the verb used here, to wash, rakatz, is the lemma here. It really basically always refers to the washing of the hands and the feet. So what we have here is Aaron and his sons are brought there. Their hands and their feet are washed. You'll notice there's no mention in that verse. Moses brought Aaron and his sons, washed them with water. Then he puts the coat on him, ties the sash around the waist. That's when you get the description of what the high priest is wearing. The ephod, the band around the waist, the breastplate, the Urim and the Thummim. We're going to talk about all this stuff a little bit today. The turban on the head, all that stuff. There's no mention of sandals. So it's kind of curious. Again, I just think it's worth pointing out that Rachatz is when you wash the hands and the feet, because those are the two things that matter in sacred space. The hands matter because they're going to touch objects that have been, quote, made holy or sanctified to the Lord. We've talked about some of these things already in previous episodes. So the act of washing the hand, because the hand is what is going to be touching objects, the hands need to be purified. So this was a ritual act that denoted, okay, this person now is fit to touch holy objects because he's undertaken this ritual. The feet were important because you're going to walk on holy ground. This is actually consistent with other passages like Exodus 3, the burning bush, Joshua 5, the captain of the Lord's host, when they're told, take off your sandals because you're standing on holy ground. The priests actually did what they did barefoot, and their feet were washed, again, in a ritual act to denote that, okay, now your feet have been purged of impurity and you can walk on sacred space. So the priests would go around barefoot, doing whatever they needed to do, and their feet and their hands were cleansed, again, making them fit to do whatever it was they needed to do. So let's read verses 7 to 9 to get the full description here of what the priest is wearing. I'm not going to talk about every element because there are some that are just more interesting than others. But verse 7, we see that Moses put the coat on him, Aaron, and tied the sash around his waist, clothed him with the robe, put the ephod on him, and tied the skillfully woven band of the ephod around him, binding it to him with the band. And he placed the breastpiece on him, and in the breastpiece he put the Urim and the Thummim. And he set the turban on his head, and on the turban in front he set the golden plate, the holy crown, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Now, this stuff is described in Exodus 28, Exodus 29, again, the high priestly garments and the garments for the other priests as well. But I just wanted to say a few things about some of these things, especially the Urim and the Thummim, because I get questions about this all the time, and it's kind of an interesting topic because it deals with divination and whatnot. But the ephod, I think, is the ephod and the Urim and the Thummim are the most interesting objects here. So the high priest has to wear a linen tunic, and that gets tied with a sash, and then he has to put a robe on top of that, and then the ephod was worn over all that. And the robe that the ephod fits over, according to Exodus 28, was made of purple wool, and it had golden bells attached to it. Between each bell there was a pomegranate. That's Exodus 28, 34, and Exodus 39, 26. And I think that's interesting because there's this, you don't actually see this in the Old Testament, but there are Second Temple sources and rabbinic sources. I wanted to say rabbinic speculations about why the bells were there and what purpose they served. And I think there is a practical possibility here. Let's just call it a possibility, because you don't actually have an example of this historically, either in the Old Testament or not. But you'll actually read of speculations like when the high priest, especially at the Day of Atonement, when he actually went in and stood before the Ark of the Covenant, he entered the most holy place. Since he's the one wearing the bells here, this robe that has the bells, sewn at the bottom, that was so that people could hear that he was moving around and that he was still alive. And you'll read, again, rabbinic sort of speculations about tying a rope around his leg, because, again, someone figured out, well, if God kills him, if he does something wrong, if he's impure, and God strikes him down, how do we get him out? And so you tie a rope around the leg, and if the bells stop, ringing, then there might be a problem. Okay, there might be trouble, that sort of thing. Again, that never actually, there's no actual instance of that, either in the Old Testament or, again, other ancient sources, but you will read about this kind of speculation, kind of, hey, maybe we should do this, or someone will allude to the fact that it was done, but nothing ever happened. Again, how do you validate that historically? Well, I guess you can't in one sense, but again, just in terms of a practical sort of solution to, a problem that could come up in somebody's mind. Well, because of Nadab and Abihu, like in Leviticus 10, what if this happens to the high priest? How do we get him out? We can't just go in there. And if he's in the Holy of Holies, even the priests, no priest is going to say, yeah, I'll go in and get him, because he could get struck dead too. So again, as a practical consideration, yeah, maybe this is why the bells were there. Maybe they did tie a rope around his ankle or something. Again, you'll see that referenced, you'll see this problem alluded to, but you don't actually have an incident of it. But it's kind of interesting. The ephod itself I find interesting because it's made of wool. Again, if you go back to Exodus, the chapters that describe its constitution, it's made of wool and linen, and it has gold threads woven into the fabric, and so much so that it has a golden appearance. Now, the reason I mention this, the sort of the amount of gold, I'm hinting at something here, is that elsewhere in the Old Testament, you will see people like David call for the ephod to be brought to them. You'll see Gideon. Okay, Gideon, quote, sets up an ephod in Judges 8, verse 7 in his hometown. He either makes a replica of this, or it has something to do with divination, with asking God questions for the will of God and that sort of thing. Because in the high priest's ephod, you had again the Urim and the Thummim on this in this pouch that was on the breastpiece, and that's what the high priest would use again to get knowledge from God. So there are other passages that either that specific ephod was used again by a high priest or some priest to ask questions of God, or you have somebody like Gideon who might have sort of made his own. And the question is, well, that's just kind of odd. Why are you asking for like a garment to be brought up? And how do you, quote, set up a garment? Well, this has led to some speculation. Some people say, well, maybe they're just using the term ephod for a statue, like Gideon made a statue or an idol or something, because Gideon, by this time in Judges 8, really isn't a good guy. Maybe that's what's going on. Others suggest, well, maybe they made a statue and they clothed it. They put clothes on it so that it would look like the high priest. And then that was brought out, something like that. There's another possibility here. If there was enough gold in this thing, and if it was the actual ephod, or again, an exact replica, there is the possibility that it could have stood on its own. It could have supported its own weight because of the gold in it, and it would have sort of held the fabric firm, and you could move it around and stand it erect. Who knows? I mean, we're not specifically told. It's just that the same term, the ephod, is used in these contexts, especially Gideon. You have the other. There's the issue with the Levite later in the book of Judges. Whose name is Micah. Again, he's not really the high priest, but yet he has this ephod and he uses it. So you have these situations where they're using something, and something is moved around, something is brought to them and put back that has something to do with the way the actual ephod functioned. Now, the high priest would have been wearing this thing, and again would have had the Urim and Thummim inside of it. So there's some apparent attempt to either use that actual object or to make something like it to use for divination, to get knowledge, from God on the part of other people. So again, it's speculation. We're not specifically told, but those are the possibilities. While we're at it, let's talk a little bit about the Urim and the Thummim. That's mentioned in verse 8. And this is really, I don't know. Somebody should just make a Twilight Zone episode out of the Urim and the Thummim, because there's just all sorts of interesting possibilities here. So we have in verse 8, Moses places the breastpiece on Aaron, and in the breastpiece he puts the Urim and the Thummim. So what are these things? Again, there's two of them. There are these two objects. What are they? Now, the meanings of Urim and Thummim, even that's not completely clear. They're apparently stone objects, and the question is, there's a number of questions about them, but the first question is, what shape were they in? Were they flat or fairly flat stones, like on one side? And that question is raised because in Mesopotamia, there are similar objects used to cast lots. Now, you say, well, why are we talking about casting lots with the Urim and the Thummim? Because in passages like 1 Samuel 14, where the Urim and the Thummim are brought out, this is the episode where Saul, makes this stupid vow about nobody can eat anything until this battle's won. And of course, Jonathan, his son, doesn't hear it. And Saul's like, anybody who eats anything is going to be put to death. And so Jonathan's the hero of the battle, but he has some honey out in the battlefield because he was exhausted. And he comes back, and then this is found out. And so Saul is put in the awkward position of having to execute the guy responsible for winning the battle. And of course, they don't do that. The people basically protect Jonathan and protest that the whole thing. It just basically, this was a dumb thing to say. But while Saul is trying to figure out what's going on here, who's the guilty party, because he hears about this, they bring out the Urim and the Thummim, and it's actually said that they are cast, they are thrown down in the Hebrew text. And so the speculation is that, well, maybe they were flat on one side, and so they would land either one side or the other. Because again, you have this casting lot terminology associated with the Urim and the Thummim. Now, if that's the case, if the Urim and the Thummim were like flat stones where they could be on one side or the other, in other words, they couldn't stand on edge if you threw them, then the view is that, well, there must have been something on them that elicited either a yes or a no response, a positive or a negative response. And so some scholars believe that the Urim and the Thummim were designed specifically for yes and no questions of God. Now, if that's the case, the word Thummim in Hebrew, Tumim, has a fairly apparent meaning, because it would be from the Hebrew adjective tam, which means to be complete or to be innocent. Urim, therefore, if we have this polar oppositional idea, Urim, which is Aleph, Resh, and then the M at the end is the plural, could come from the Hebrew lemma Arar, Aleph, Resh, Resh, which means to curse. So you could have on the face of one side of the stone the word for curse, and on the other side of the stone the word for innocent, which would sort of by extension be yes and no. Or you'd have to be careful about, what question you were asking, and then you threw them. And so the idea was whichever side comes up, that's what God is telling us. Cursed or innocent, yes or no. So you'd have to think about the way you wanted to ask the question. Now, again, this is just a theory. And it obviously, if you're tracking with me, it raises the question, well, what happened if you throw the two things down and then opposite sides both show up? You have the yes and the no both show. Then what do you do? Again, there's actually an instance in the Septuagint that gives us a little glimpse into this, that there might be something to this theory. So I'm going to read from, it's either Milgram or Levine, I can't remember which at this point, but one of them says, there's a classic instance of the use of the Urim and Thummim preserved in 1 Samuel 14, again, which I've already alluded to. King Saul's orders had been disobeyed. In order to discover the guilty parties, he has recourse to the oracular inquiry of God. So, hoping that his son Jonathan will not be identified. I mean, when it gets sort of down where Jonathan's a possibility, the Septuagint version of this story has Saul saying to the Lord, show the Thummim. In other words, show the Tom side, show the innocent side. And because that's going to clear Jonathan. So in the Septuagint, you get this statement by Saul. He says, Saul then said to the Lord, the God of Israel, why have you not responded to your servant today? If this inquiry is due to my son Jonathan or to me, O Lord God of Israel, show Urim. If one of us is guilty, show the cursed side. And if you say it was due to your people Israel, show the Tomim. Then we're both cleared. And then, of course, it turns up, to be Jonathan. Well, look at what Saul says. Why have you not responded to your servant? Now, this is in the Septuagint. You're not going to get it in the Masoretic text. So the speculation here is because Saul asks for the Thummim side. So some scholars will say, look, here's an indication that on one side was innocent, other side was cursed. Yes, no, kind of questions. And since Saul has to say, why haven't you answered? The speculation is that he had thrown them a number of times and you got one of each show up, and Saul's getting a little frustrated. So he's like, oh, come on, give us an answer here. And then, of course, it turns out to be something against him. Again, that's how the Septuagint has it. So the Septuagint actually adds information that you don't get in the traditional Masoretic text. But it sort of goes hand in hand with this idea that the Urim and the Thummim were stones that were flat, so that you would get one or the other when you threw them out, when you cast them, kind of like flipping a coin, heads or tails, that sort of thing. So again, maybe that's the case. Maybe it isn't. Who knows? There are some problems with it, even though it sort of works, or it sort of could work. Milgram points out that there are some issues here. There are some problems. So he says, even if the Septuagint represents the correct story and the correct text, the theory would not allow for an inconclusive answer. You'd have to keep throwing the things, which just kind of, to Milgram, just doesn't feel right. He says it also wouldn't explain the plural forms of Urim and Thummim. Why not just have Ur or Arar, curse, and Tom, for innocent? Why the plural? Why the plural word? That doesn't make any sense if it's just a yes or no possibility. And Milgram adds, above all, it would not explain how the oracle was able to give more than yes and no answers, because that does happen. Okay, in Judges 1 and 2, we have Judges 1, Judges 18, 1 Samuel 10, right around verse 22, 2 Samuel 2, the beginning of the chapter, and then 2 Samuel 5, you have incidents that involve David, Saul, David a couple times actually, and then of course the people of Israel in the beginning of Judges 18 would be the other Levite. Again, you have them inquiring of God, quote unquote. Now some of these, in fact, I think maybe all of them, don't actually say that the Urim and the Thummim were brought out and when the question was asked, but the same formulaic language, to inquire of God, sha'al, to ask of God, that is used with the Urim and the Thummim episodes, shows up in these instances, and the answers to the questions are just beyond yes and no possibilities. You actually get sort of full answers. For instance, at the one in 2 Samuel 5, David inquired of the Lord. This is 2 Samuel 5, 23, 24. And the Lord answered, "Do not go up, but circle behind them and confront them at the bacah trees. And when you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the bacah trees, then go into action, for the Lord will be going in front of you to attack the Philistine forces." That is way beyond yes, go up, no, don't go up. So how in the world were the Urim and the Thummim, if they're only, if it's a stone with two flat sides and one's yes, one's no, one's cursed, one's innocent, how in the world do you get a fully developed answer like that? And again, these other passages have similar things in them that are just more fully developed answers. How do you get that with just a yes or no possibility, with a two-sided Urim and the Thummim? So again, Milgram's not the only one to point this out, that you've got kind of a problem here. It just doesn't work in these instances. Again, under the assumption that to inquire of the Lord means to go get the priest, bring the ephod, get out the Urim and the Thummim and cast those babies down, and then, we'll find out what God wants us to do. So that's the assumption. Now, this has led to a second possibility, or at least a second theory. Some scholars have argued, I'm going to throw in a third too, because it's one I heard in Bible college that always makes me chuckle, but that's a freebie. The second serious one is that some scholars argue that the Urim and the Thummim were not flat, that they were actually sort of square-shaped like dice. Okay, they had more than two sides. They had multiple sides, and that on those sides were the letters, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Now, or I should say, maybe not all 22, but maybe most of them are something like that. Here's the logic. Since Hebrew is a Semitic language, and most words, most lemmas, lemma is the basic dictionary spelling of a word. Like if you wanted to look up the word running in an English dictionary, you won't find running. You'll find run, though. You'll find the base form of the word. In Hebrew, the base form of words are typically overwhelmingly spelled with only three consonants. It's a triradical language, a triliteral language. And so most of the words in the language are going to only have three letters. And so you could fit enough of the alphabet on a multi-sided object, okay, to account for a lot of the vocabulary in Hebrew. And that's the theory. You might think, boy, that just sounds kind of weird. Well, wait till you hear number three. Let's just use dice. Dice we use now as an illustration have 6 sides. So let's say you had 2 of these. You have 12 sides, and you put 12 letters of the Hebrew alphabet on. I mean, you're missing 10. But let's just say you put 12. Maybe like the beginning consonant for each tribe or something like that. And now you got 2 dice, and whatever 2 sides, when you throw the things, they land face up. You take those 2, and then maybe you throw another one, and then you get your third consonant, and now you've got your first word. Or you keep throwing them, and you just write out the consonants, and then it's the priest's job to take all those letters and figure out what God's trying to say, which ones sort of make words. Again, it's kind of an odd theory, but this is a theory that's actually talked about in the literature. If the priest couldn't make sense of it, then that would be interpreted as God's silence. Okay? So again, on the surface, it sounds like it has a little bit of logic to it, because a lot of people just don't prefer the 2-sided option, because you get answers that are really kind of long, kind of complicated. Again, who knows? Now, if you think that's bizarre, here's the third theory I'll throw in. I heard this in Bible college, and again, it always makes me chuckle. The third suggestion is that the Urim and the Thummim weren't used in those instances that give longer answers. What was used was the breastpiece, because that's also part of the ephod. And on the breastpiece, you'll recall, you had these 12 stones, and on the stones were written the names of the tribes of Israel. And so the theory here is that when you asked God a question that involved more than a yes or no answer, that the stones, I can't help it, I'm chuckling here. We used to call this the blinking light theory in Bible college. The stones would light up, and then the priest would write down the consonants on that stone. And again, whatever stones lit up, those are the ones you'd write down, and then you have to figure out what the message is. Okay, do you like that? If you like that better than the other 2, congratulations. Again, nobody really knows precisely what the Urim and the Thummim were and how this worked. The only real indication you get is 1 Samuel 14 when they are cast. Okay, so there must have been some sort of casting act going on. There you have it. Okay, so every time someone inquires of the Lord, do we assume it's Urim and Thummim when they're not actually mentioned? Some say yes, some say no. Those who say no say maybe it was the breast pieces or the ephod, itself, or who knows what's going on. I mean, that's the honest answer. You can come up with ideas as to how this might have worked. And for yes and no questions, it works kind of well. But for the ones that go beyond yes and no, who knows? Again, I've just given you the speculation. So if you find any of those entertaining, good. Because like I said, years after I heard the blinking light theory, I still love it. Just makes me chuckle every time. Let's go to verse 9, the headdress. I want to say something about this. You have, the high priest wearing a turban. And in the front, there's this golden plate, the holy crown, as the Lord commanded Moses. And we're told, elsewhere in Exodus that on this plate were engraved the words Kodesh le Adonai, Kodesh le, and then the divine name. It means holy to the Lord or sacred to the Lord, to Yahweh. And this indicated that the high priest himself, was, as a sanctified individual, was the one that, again, could enter the most holy place, and he represented the nation. In Ezekiel 28:38, you have this reference to this idea that the high priest represents the entire nation. I'll just read it to you. It says that the plate, the gold plate, it shall be on Aaron's forehead, and Aaron shall bear any guilt from the holy things that the people of Israel consecrate as their holy gifts. It shall be regularly on his forehead, that they, not him, that they may be accepted before the Lord. So this just, again, marked visually that the high priest was the representative of the entire people. Again, and this was especially seen, again, on the Day of Atonement, because he's the only one who could go into the most holy place before the Ark of the Covenant. Again, most listeners are going to be familiar with Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement ceremony, at least in that respect. So I think this is kind of interesting because it's a very sort of literal bearing of the sacred name. One individual actually wears the name. He bears the name of Yahweh. But do you realize that in a more abstract sense, every Israelite bore the name? Every Israelite carried the name in an abstract sense. You say, what are you talking about? Well, this is something that often isn't realized. But in Exodus 20, this is the 10 Commandments. Verse 7 says, "You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain." The word take there, "you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain," is nasa. It's the same word for to lift up or carry or bear. So the command doesn't actually refer to verbal swearing, okay? It refers to bearing the name not in vain, not emptily, not uselessly, not worthlessly. And what does bearing the name mean? Well, bearing the name means you are sort of owned by God. You are God's people. He is the name. Think back to lots of the things I've done on the blog, the chapters in the Unseen Realm about the name theology of the Old Testament. Every Israelite was warned, do not represent God, the true God. All these other nations, they're doing their own thing with their other gods that God has allotted to them. Deuteronomy 32 worldview. You people, you represent the true God. You bear the name, and do not bear it lightly. Don't bear it worthlessly. Don't represent it poorly, is the idea. And this idea carries into the New Testament. Paul says to Timothy, let everyone who names the name of Christ depart from iniquity. You represent Yahweh, Israelite, and Paul's saying you represent Jesus, Christian. Christians. You're called. I mean, the name of the Christ attaches to his followers. This is representation. This is imaging. This is divine imaging, just sort of recast with a different term. Now it's bearing the name. It's the same idea. It's representing God. And interestingly enough, when you get to the book of Revelation, the whole thing about 666, the name of the beast, unbelievers are marked with the name of the beast. They bear that name. And believers, and the 144,000 and all that, they are marked with the name of God, the name of Jesus. Again, it's this, again, abstract idea of representation and ownership. imaging and ownership. I mean, that's what was conveyed with this idea with the high priest. With him, it's done explicitly and literally has it, literally engraved on his forehead on this band, this gold band. Holy to the Lord, sanctified to the Lord. Remember back in our earlier episodes of the podcast, we talked about what it meant to be consecrated or sanctified. It was something that was set aside for specific and exclusive use by God. And so the high priest is set aside for very specific use, by God in very specific, circumstances, and represents the people. But the people themselves in the law are told to not bear the name worthlessly, carelessly. Again, I just think it's a really good object lesson that kind of ties together, or at least advances, that's probably a better way to say it, advances the idea of divine imaging for believers. Because every human images God. Every human is God's representative on some level, on a very broad level. But when it comes to believers, especially post-Babel, post-Deuteronomy 32 worldview, post the time when God disinherits the nations and allots the nations to other gods and allots those gods to the other nations, then imaging God takes on a new meaning. It is alignment with the true God, with Yahweh. It is representing the true God, Yahweh, bearing his name in distinction from and to distinguish you from all other peoples and all other gods. And again, it carries right into the New Testament. So I think it's a really interesting feature here, just a sort of a thing that we see in passing here in Leviticus 8 that's really worth pointing out. In verse 10, Moses takes the anointing oil, anoints the tabernacle and all that was in it, and consecrates them. I want to say something about that a little bit later when we transition into chapter 9. We get down to verses 14 and following. This is the section where the altar is cleansed, where we have the altar atoned for. Again, the altars don't sin. This isn't moral sinning. This is, if you remember back to earlier episodes, this is purging, okay? Purging from impurity, purging from, infection. This is disinfecting things. So you have the Aaron and his sons, the priests, and the altar. Again, this is just how it's done. So in verses 14 on toward the end of the chapter, you have these procedures, the sprinkling, the pouring of the blood, on different objects to disinfect them, to ready them for use. Verse 22, that's kind of interesting. This is when the high priest, I'll just read it. He presented the other ram, the ram of ordination. Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. He killed it. Moses took some of its blood, put it on the lobe of Aaron's right ear, the thumb of his right hand, the big toe of his right foot. Then he presented Aaron's sons, and he does the same thing to them. Well, the extremities, the human extremities, again, the ear, the thumb, the toe, the person is literally being purged and purified and sanctified and consecrated from head to foot, is the point. Again, we've washed the hands and feet because the hands are going to be working with sacred objects, and the feet are going to be walking on holy ground. But now the blood again is applied to the priest and Aaron's sons, again, head to foot, basically saying that their entire body now has been disinfected and is now made fit for occupying sacred space. And you get to verse 24. Moses put some of the blood again on the sons of Aaron's ears and the toes and all that, and he threw the rest of the blood, against the sides of the altar. Now that's kind of interesting because when the remainder of the blood taken from the ram of ordination, as it's called, is cast on the altar, that is actually an analogy. That act is an analogy to what occurred back in Exodus 24 in the enactment of the Sinai covenant. Now, back then, part of the blood was cast upon the altar, and that represented God as one of the parties of the covenant. And the rest of the blood was sprinkled and cast, flung over the people, who were the other party in the covenant. In the ordination of the priests here, again, it sort of has a dual function. Purifies the priests who represent the people, and also, again, binds them in a covenant relationship. The priest, in this case, to serve God in his tabernacle on sacred space in relation to the carrying out of the law, and when the law is violated, to bring people back into a right standing through the sacrificial system. So again, you have this analogy back to the Sinai ritual in this particular act. Now, one more thing I want to mention here is in chapter 9. The end of chapter 8 starts talking about the tent of meeting, mentions it briefly, and then chapter 9 we pick up with tent of meeting again, and that phrase is going to become important here because there is something about it that I think is interesting. In chapter 9, we get this 8th-day ritual for, again, sanctifying the whole system, essentially the altar and the tabernacle itself. And that happened on the 8th day. Again, tabernacle altar is actually used, and now the whole system basically is now in place after this ritual. It's kind of interesting, at least to me anyway. If you've ever read, this is going to sound like it's really coming out of left field, like it has nothing to do with this, but if you've ever read anything about JEDP, the authorship of the Pentateuch, into 4 separate sources, one of the arguments to divide the Pentateuch up into sources is variation in vocabulary. And typically what we associate with that is differences in the divine name Yahweh versus Elohim. And that was one of the things that led people to speculate, well, why isn't it just one name? Why do we have these 2 names, Yahweh names and Yahweh and then El names? And that must be 2 different sources. Then we get J and E, Yehovah and Elohim. But the discussion of differences in vocabulary is actually much bigger than that. And one of the issues is, why do we have a word like tabernacle, mishkan, again, for the tent, and then we have ohel moed, the tent of meeting? Why not just have one? Either call it a mishkan or call it the ohel moed. Why do we have 2? And again, critics thought, well, that indicates 2 sources. Well, it's actually, I think, fairly easy to show that is a misguided understanding, at least with these 2 terms, mishkan and ohel moed. If you actually do some searching for both of these terms, mishkan, tabernacle, and ohel moed, tent of meeting, you find something interesting. In the case of mishkan, okay, the tabernacle, that term is used a lot in the book of Exodus, almost 60 times. But in Leviticus, it only occurs 4 times. You say, well, big deal. Well, when you get mishkan, it begins to be used in Exodus sort of where you'd expect it, from chapter 25 onward, because that's when the tabernacle is being built. And you might ask yourself, well, okay, they build the tabernacle in Exodus 25 through 40. Got that. And so then it's ready to be used. So naturally, we would expect Leviticus, the sacrificial system, to be talking about the tabernacle all the time. But guess what? It doesn't. It uses the term Mishkan, tabernacle, only 4 times in the entire book of Leviticus. Instead, what you get in Leviticus is you get the other phrase, the ohel moed. So in 62 occurrences, okay, in terms of, you're sort of a collective between these books of the tent of meeting, when it comes to Leviticus, you have a concentration of the tent of meeting terminology in Leviticus as opposed to the tabernacle in Exodus. Why? Okay, think about it. Even though you have tent of meeting show up in Exodus, that term is basically almost exclusively the term you get in Leviticus, whereas in the other term, it's sort of flipped. What makes the difference? What makes Leviticus different than Exodus 25 through 40? Why does Leviticus favor tent of meeting and not tabernacle? The reason is what we just read, Leviticus 8 and here in Leviticus 9. The tabernacle has to be sanctified, and the priests have to be sanctified in order for God to meet people there. And so once that happens, the tent of meeting, the meeting language takes over in Leviticus, because now this tabernacle thing that we were talking about in Exodus, now we're not going to use that terminology. Now we're going to talk about that structure as the place where God meets with people, meets with his people through the priesthood. So after you get this sanctification ritual, it's sort of reflected in the way that term is used again in the book of Leviticus. It's just, again, it's one of these sort of vocabulary situations that telegraph a certain theological message. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the word tabernacle, but now that it's in place, now that it's been sanctified, now that the system is in place, this is the place where God meets with us. And so, again, it just telegraphs to people what's going on, and of course to readers, telegraphs to us what's going on too. So to wrap up here, just a few thoughts that I think we can get out of Leviticus 8 and 9. Think about the necessity of the priesthood. Now you say, well, okay, the priests represent the people. Well, wouldn't it be nice, if the people had direct access to God like we do? Well, they don't. Okay, we've talked about this before, and we see now that, frankly, there's sort of a logistic reason for this too. You have to have a priesthood because the tabernacle is only so large, and the amount of sacred space is only so large. You can't just have everybody there. So there's a logistic reason why access to God is restricted to only a handful of people. And again, just think about the way a Jew in Jesus' day would have thought of this. That whole system, that whole necessity, probably a better way to say it, that whole necessity is gone because the same presence that made the space sacred back in Leviticus now dwells in us, and we all have access to God. There is no restriction of sacred space. There's no need for it, either on a spiritual level, a theological level, or a physical level. There's just no need for it. So we have a situation where God dwelled among his people in the Old Testament, but he wasn't in them like we have in the New Testament. That's actually, that whole situation where God wasn't indwelling is going to necessitate the new covenant because, without that, you only have, I hate to say it this way, but you only have occasional contact with the presence of God. And even then it's through the priesthood. And that just isn't going to cut it when it comes to sort of combating human nature. Our propensity and our willingness to sin. So part of the new covenant is the coming of the Spirit, and the Spirit takes up residence in the believer. Again, that's not something that was going on. It wasn't common in the Old Testament. You had an entirely different setup. And lastly, think about divine knowledge. And we spent a lot of time on the Urim and the Thummim in this episode. I mean, you had to go through the priests to get answers to a whole variety of questions. Why? Well, there's no Bible. And frankly, there's very little Torah, even if you accept, Mosaic authorship for every word. This is the book of Leviticus. We're here at Sinai. Okay, if you're, again, going with Mosaic authorship, they spend 13 months at Sinai building the tabernacle, getting the clothes for the priest, sanctifying the whole system, and then they take off and go to the promised land after all this ritual stuff is done. They're there for 13 months. And if Moses is busy writing then, you've still only got a very small portion. And even what you have is about the law and about the priest and about the tabernacle and all that. You don't have any information from God, really, to direct you in all sorts of ways. This is why, if you think back to the episode with Moses and Jethro, Moses had to spend his day answering questions. And Jethro says, well, this isn't a good use of your time. You need to appoint, elders to help you out. And of course, Moses does that. They don't have scripture. They don't have revelation. What that means is they do not have access to divine knowledge. The average person didn't have any of that. Again, it's so much superior in the New Testament context compared to the Old. And we probably never even thought of that particular way, that particular setting for why it's just better now. So we should be thankful. And, frankly, even in light of our Urim and Thummim discussion, even what they did get from the Urim and the Thummim, that had an element of uncertainty. Did we pick the right words right? Did we spell it right? Is it a yes or no? Is it not? I mean, even that, again, was sort of an imperfect process or an imprecise process, or maybe a better way to say it, one that just had this element of uncertainty and subjectivity to it because of the way knowledge was dispensed through the priesthood. It's going to get better with the prophets. God's going to speak to them more often. And he does speak to Moses, but Moses is going to die. He does speak to Joshua. Joshua is going to die. Then we get in the period of Judges and the whole thing, just sort of blows up. And what you're left with is what we just described. Again, a very sort of uncertain process with an element of subjectivity in it to know what God's thinking, to know what he wants us to do. Well, I mean, what we have today is just so much better. So again, we can learn comparative things like that just by paying attention to what's going on in Leviticus 8 and 9 and looking at them in their context.
Just imagine how much easier it would have been if they just had a magic 8-ball.
I know. I thought you were going to say, just imagine how much better it would have been if I could have just asked the Urim and the Thummim who to start last week.
Yeah, that too.
Honestly, if any of these theories is correct, the high priest does have a lot of these answers are judgment calls. They're not completely, precise. Now we have what was decided ultimately, but we've only got 4 or 5 episodes. I mean, if they have to go in with some fairly complicated questions, and if you're looking at consonants or goodness, if you're looking at yes and no responses, it's like, wow, boy, it could be this, could be that. Do I take the risk of asking again? Like, God, could you be clear? Give me 3 of these in a row, and then I'll know. There's just this element of uncertainty to it.
I wonder if pagan rituals come from that, like reading the bones and witchcraft. I wonder if they derive from this, or
well,
it's interesting.
I wouldn't say they derive, but there's a conceptual relationship. I mean, the Old Testament specifically forbids things like reading entrails, from animals, and actually pokes fun at that. And I think part of the reason is that whole system could be sort of set up. In other words, it would have to be created by people who were, how do I want to say this? Basically, the logic was you cut a liver out of this animal, and based upon if there was discoloration, if there's any spotting, the shape of it, you sort of have to come up, and they did, with kind of like tables or like handbooks of, okay, if it's this shape, it means that. If it has 3 spots, it means this. The priests themselves, had to create, again, the cheat sheet for the process. But you really can't get that here. You're more or less dependent on a very limited set of parameters. But even those parameters, again, you have this element of uncertainty. But you can't jimmy it. Again, it's not that it's perfect. That you could have a corrupt priest that says, oh, it means this or that. But again, that's just part of the problem of any system when revelation is in the hands of a few people. If the Lord's with them, that's one thing. If they're not, well, that's something totally different. But that still is different than, again, being able to sort of create your own system for how you are going to have it work, creating a handbook and all that sort of stuff. So there's a similarity, but there's also a difference, at least when it came to reading entrails and things like that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's just people complain today about, oh boy, I wish translations were better. Oh, I wish it was more clear here. Hey, it could be a whole lot worse. It could be a whole lot more ambiguous and useful for manipulating, an audience.
Not if we had the magic 8-ball. It'd be crystal clear. All right, Mike. Well, I think that's going to do it this week. Next week, I'm excited. We're going to do Leviticus 10. That's some good stuff in Leviticus 10. I'm interested in.
Yeah. We get somebody dies, so is that what you're saying?
Right.
There's something violent and strange. Yeah.